The scene opens over a tranquil landscape near the border, a designated hunting area for the monstrous creatures that have invaded Earth. Birds soar through a pale purple sky, their silhouettes stark against the ethereal backdrop. The camera angle shifts, revealing a dense forest below. Where a warning is shouted, a monster is approaching. Two soldiers, armed with advanced weaponry, are already engaging the threat. One soldier fires, shouting that he's already shooting at the approaching danger. Their assault unleashes a powerful blast. But the monster proves resilient, prompting one soldier to prepare a grenade launcher. The grenade explodes in a fiery burst. But the intense barrage has gone too far. One soldier yells for them to cease fire. Two soldiers stood amidst the aftermath of a battle, their expressions grim. One, his face partially obscured, appeared concerned. The other, a man with a red bandana, stared intently ahead, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. He muttered to himself, his voice laced with disbelief and disgust at the sight of a monstrous, mangled creature before them. What manner of beast was this? Sung-hoon, a young man in a red jacket, leaned against a tree, his brow furrowed in thought. He shrugged, a hint of weariness in his posture. He honestly had no idea how many types of monsters lurked in this hunting ground. The bandana-wearing soldier, seemingly the leader, issued a command. The target, he explained, often appeared without warning, underscoring the ever-present danger. The soldiers, including Sung-hoon, moved through the dense forest, their weapons at the ready. Tension hung heavy in the air as they advanced cautiously into the unknown. The bandana-wearing soldier cursed under his breath. He had just finished reminding everyone to be careful when, suddenly, Sung-hoon was ready. The soldiers urged haste, judging by the sounds nearby that the monster was close. Sung-hoon, ever the dutiful bait, readily agreed to carry their extra supplies. He prepared to apply the monster-attracting spray, a grim necessity of his dangerous profession. With a reassuring word to his companions, Sung-hoon confidently stepped forward, ready to face whatever horrors awaited him. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, stood amidst two armed soldiers. His expression was one of quiet resignation as he was being prepped for his dangerous task. One soldier offered a curt warning, I will be seeing you alive, so be careful. He was pushed into a clearing, the soldiers watching from a distance. Sung-hoon braced himself, a familiar weariness settling over him. He thought, I did this often enough, but I just can't get used to it. His eyes squeezed shut, a grimace twisting his features as he awaited the inevitable. A monstrous foot, clawed and immense, descended from above. The ground trembling with the impact. The creature was massive, its form obscured by the undergrowth. But Sung-hoon knew, with a chilling certainty. It was here. His eyes snapped open, a fierce determination hardening his features. It's here. He lunged forward. But the monster's massive form loomed over him, its presence filling him with dread. A chilling realization washed over Sung-hoon. Something, or someone, had detected his presence. It had smelled his scent. And now, the hunt was on. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, found himself in a dense forest. He was on the move, his red jacket a stark contrast to the muted greens and browns of his surroundings. His every step measured and deliberate as he navigated the treacherous terrain. A sudden, sharp pain pierced through him. He gasped, clutching at his chest. A wave of nausea washed over him as he doubled over, his face contorted in agony. He roared in pain. His vision blurred, the forest around him dissolving into a kaleidoscope of colors. He stumbled, his legs giving way beneath him, he collapsed onto the forest floor, his body racked with pain. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man driven to desperation by his mother's illness and the invasion of monstrous creatures, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings capable of wielding magic. He braced himself for the inevitable attack. A monstrous beast lunged, its claws tearing through the air, aiming to end Sung-hoon's life. The impact sent him sprawling. But even as he felt the crushing weight of the creature's attack, a blinding flash of light filled his vision. A searing pain ripped through him as he coughed up blood, the taste metallic and bitter on his tongue. He was dying. Yet, amidst the agony, a vision pierced the darkness, a regal figure, crowned and powerful, wielding unimaginable magic. It was a memory from another life. A revelation that shook him to his core, he was the reincarnation of the Sorcerer King. With newfound strength surging through his veins, Sung-hoon pushed himself to his feet, escaping the beast's grasp. But the beast was relentless, its heavy footsteps echoing through the trees as it pursued him relentlessly. Tripping over a tree root, Sung-hoon tumbled to the ground, the forest floor jarring his already battered body. He was cornered. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, lay wounded on the ground, clutching his side. A monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian and armored, loomed over him, its presence menacing. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he stared up at the beast. His vision swam, the edges blurring into an indistinct haze. The pain was intense, a searing agony that threatened to overwhelm him. And a chilling realization washed over him, this was it, the end. So today is the day I die, he thought, resignation settling over his features. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted from Sung-hoon's body. The monster recoiled, its form momentarily obscured by the intense light. The air crackled with raw energy as the creature was thrown back, its body impacting the ground with a thunderous crash. Sung-hoon, though still weak, felt a surge of power coursing through his veins. A power that felt both alien and strangely familiar. He gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The monster, dazed but still alive, lunged again. Damn! You could have shot that earlier, even though there is no way it would die from that shot alone, Sung-hoon muttered, gritting his teeth in defiance. His resolve hardening as he braced himself for another attack. This damn monster! It's disgustingly tough, he thought, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He watched in astonishment as the creature, despite being shot by an anti-monster rifle, remained surprisingly resilient. It's still completely fine after getting shot by anti-monster rifle, he thought, a mixture of awe and fear in his eyes. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself once again facing a monstrous creature. He served as bait for the Awakeners, powerful beings capable of wielding magic against the interdimensional invaders that had ravaged the earth. The massive beast lunged, its shadow engulfing Sung-hoon as he braced himself for the inevitable. But the attack was swiftly intercepted by the Awakeners. One of them, a powerfully built man with a thick beard, approached Sung-hoon, his expression a mix of weariness and grudging respect. He stated that they would handle the situation from there, thanking Sung-hoon for his work. Another awakener, blonde and clad in advanced armor, observed Sunghoon's survival with a mixture of surprise and amusement. He commented on Sunghoon's improbable luck, seemingly inexhaustible. The bearded awakener, whose name was Chansik, grumbled about the difficulty of finding suitable bait these days. His companion, however, quickly silenced him, urging him to stop bullying Sunghoon and prepare for battle. Chansik, slightly embarrassed, quickly apologized for his earlier comments, claiming he was only joking. His apology was cut short by a sudden shift in the atmosphere. A palpable tension filled the air. As Chansik's face hardened, his eyes narrowing into a fierce glare. He adopted a battle stance, his aura shifting to reflect his readiness for combat. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its presence filling the scene with an aura of immense power. Sunghoon, the bait, focused intently, his mind a whirlwind of chaotic energy. He channeled his latent magical abilities, preparing for the imminent attack. The text above him blared, magician skill. Multiple. Maximize. Greater multi-fireball. The incantation completed. And unleashed a barrage of explosive fireballs. The sheer power of the attack was breathtaking, a fiery maelstrom engulfing the area, leaving behind only a billowing cloud of smoke and ash. A woman with fiery red hair, clad in a revealing bodysuit, watched with a smirk, a small flame dancing in her hand. Beside her, Sunghoon stood, panting slightly, but with a look of grim satisfaction on his face. A man with blonde hair, observing from a distance, commented, "Nice, clean hit." The smoke cleared, revealing a monstrous creature, seemingly unscathed, charging towards them. But before it could reach them, a swift, powerful blow sent it sprawling. The attack came from a heavily armored figure, a blur of motion. The armored figure, a large, imposing man with a stern expression, prepared for another attack. His movements were precise and deadly. The monster roared, its massive jaws snapping shut just inches from the armored man's face. With a final, earth-shattering blow, the armored man crushed the monster's head, ending the threat. The monster's body crumbled into dust. A gruff-looking man, his face contorted in a grimace, barked orders. He had the monster's attention, he declared, and directed the other awakeners to attack. Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair, grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. It was finally his turn to strike. He unleashed his quicksilver triple lunge, a blur of motion that left a trail of crimson energy in its wake. The attack impacting the monster with brutal force, sending it reeling back with a roar of pain and fury. Another awakener, a blonde man with a cocky grin, watched the scene with amusement. He found the whole thing rather fun. Meanwhile, other awakeners joined the fray, their attacks a whirlwind of light and energy against the monstrous foe. One awakener, a woman with reddish-brown hair, landed a powerful blow. The gruff man turned, his gaze fixed on Sunghoon. He asked if Sunghoon was ready for the next phase of the hunt. Sunghoon, a young man with brown hair, stood silently, his expression unreadable. A grim determination hardened his features. He had expected a slow, agonizing death, but instead, he found himself facing a powerful awakener, a superhuman warrior wielding a glowing sword. The awakener's internal monologue revealed his surprise. He never thought he would die of old age while waiting for a monster. The awakener, with a powerful roar, launched a devastating attack. The force of the blow shattered the earth around him, sending Sunghoon flying through the air. The impact of the attack was clearly visible in the dust and debris that erupted around him. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Sunghoon's expression remained resolute. He was far from defeated. The awakener prepared to unleash his special skill, the lightning slash. A blinding flash of light erupted as the awakener executed his attack. The sheer power of the lightning slash tearing through the landscape. Sunghoon watched, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and something else, a dawning realization. He was witnessing the power of a true warrior, a power he himself might one day wield. The scene shifts to show the awakener and his team facing a large, sturdy monster. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat slumped against the base of a large tree, his breath ragged. His clothes were torn and stained with dirt, and a deep weariness etched itself onto his features. A dull ache throbbed behind his eyes. He thought, "We're done." The weight of exhaustion settled heavily upon him. A wave of pain washed over him. He winced, muttering, "It hurts all over the place." Two figures in advanced combat armor approached, their faces obscured by helmets. One of them gave the other a high five, exclaiming, "Nice defense." The other replied, "You did as well, Hyung." The scene shifted to reveal a group of awakeners standing over a defeated monster. One of them addressed Sunghoon, saying, "Thank you for your work." Sunghoon, his expression grim, thought, "Thank you for your work would never be directed to me." He knew the truth of his situation. He silently reflected, "They are awakened, and I am just a normal person." One of the awakeners, impatient, interrupted Sunghoon's thoughts. He shouted, "Hey! Old man! Do you not want to get paid? How long are you going to chill around like that?" Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair, stood before two awakeners. One, a powerfully built man in gray armor, spoke, "Right, being a bait for the monster is not an easy thing to do." The other awakener, a woman with long brown hair and a red bodysuit, retorted, "What are you talking about? He should still do the work that is given to him." The woman continued, "Let him be. There are other workers as well." The scene shifted to a group of workers struggling to move a large, monstrous corpse. The blonde awakener then addressed Sunghoon, his tone sharp, "You got lucky. If it wasn't for them, I would have fired you at the spot." Sunghoon looked down, a sigh escaping his lips. He muttered, "Ha, it's not easy to earn money these days." Later, Sunghoon counted his earnings, a small amount of cash in his hand. Sunghoon replied, No, I don't mind at all, so don't worry." 10 years prior, a stern-faced man with a thick beard sat in his office. He was clearly irritated, muttering about someone named Yuchin's lack of discipline. His words implied that Yuchin's behavior was unacceptable, even if it was a minor infraction. The scene shifts to a young man, Sunghoon, who is leaving what appears to be a doctor's office. He is told to take care of himself and will be seen again in a week. Meanwhile, a narration box reveals that disasters have struck the world, and a rift has opened in space. From this rift emerged countless monsters. Along with them came people who had awakened abilities, and they began hunting the monsters. This awakening affected people regardless of age, ethnicity, or gender. Sunghoon is now seen talking with two other young men. One of them scoffs at Sunghoon's ambition, calling him a dumbass who dreams the impossible. The other man points out that people like Sung-hoon, who dare to dream big, often awaken with abilities. Sung-hoon is shown looking thoughtful, holding a helmet. The two men discuss Kim Yu-chan, a young man who recently awakened an ability. He was a delinquent before his awakening, but now he is making a name for himself. One of the men dismisses Yu-chan's accomplishments, arguing that having an ability is all that matters these days. Sung-hoon, however, is shown looking down at his motorcycle, deep in thought. Sung-hoon reflects on a conversation where someone said people have no right to dream unless they are privileged. He finds this statement absurd. He angrily rejects this notion, and the scene shows him speeding away on his scooter. Sung-hoon Lee sped through the city streets on his motorcycle, the wind whipping through his hair. It was a familiar route, one he traversed countless times. He reflected that this was exactly as he'd been told. A flashback of his past life played in his mind. He remembered his dreams of being a musician, studying music in college, learning to compose and play the piano, and actively building his portfolio by playing in various indie bands to prepare for auditions. Sung-hoon's face, partially obscured by his goggles, showed a hint of weariness. The reality of his present situation was starkly different from his past aspirations. He was now a 28-year-old man, far removed from the life he once envisioned. The weight of his current circumstances settled heavily upon him. The harsh reality of his job was laid bare, a daily payout of 1,500,000 won, approximately $1,272.99, 4 times a month, as a replaceable employee. This was the price he paid for survival. A constant cycle of running and falling, leaving him bruised and battered. One injury could mean being out of work for a whole month. The looming threat of death hung over him. The thought, if I die? The end echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of his precarious existence. Despite the pain and danger, Sung-hoon continued his work. He walked down a hospital corridor, his expression grim. He knew this job was excruciating, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, Sung-hoon's vision blurred, and he collapsed into a state of rapid unconsciousness. Sung-hoon Lee stood in a dimly lit doorway, his silhouette stark against the crimson backdrop of the room. He was leaving his mother's room, a place where a strange sickness, one of the many symptoms that appeared worldwide after the rift opened, had plunged her into an endless sleep. The image shifted, showing a blurry, indistinct scene of a city street. The narrative voice explained that his mother was falling unconscious for an unknown reason, with almost zero chance of waking up. Sung-hoon's mother lay in a hospital bed, hooked up to machines. She was technically alive, but there was no chance of her waking up. The image emphasized the bleak reality of her condition. Sung-hoon's face appeared, a mixture of sadness and determination etched on his features. He whispered to his mother, a silent promise hanging in the air, "Mom, I am here." The scene returned to Sung-hoon's mother, her face serene despite the gravity of her situation. The dark shading around her bed heightened the sense of despair. His internal monologue revealed his resolve. He couldn't give up on his mother, not because of the money, but because of his unwavering hope. He believed, without a doubt, that she would wake up someday. A simple text box establishes the setting, the North-South military demarcation line, with a demilitarized zone. The next panel shows a panoramic view of a mountainous region, suggesting a remote and possibly dangerous location. A dark, almost demonic presence erupts from the ground in a forest clearing. The energy radiating from it causing the trees to crack and splinter, revealing a monstrous, clawed hand emerging from the earth. The creature's single, malevolent eye opens, filled with an ominous glow. A massive foot, belonging to the same creature, comes crashing down, shattering the ground. A monstrous silhouette loomed over the landscape, its horns and imposing frame partially obscured by the dense foliage. The creature's presence cast a dark shadow over the serene hills and valleys. The camera focused on the beast's eye, a malevolent golden orb pulsating with an unnatural light. A low growl emanated from its depths, a sound that spoke of immense power and predatory intent. A chilling prelude to the chaos it was about to unleash upon the unsuspecting world. The beast, a monstrous wolf-like creature, emerged from the mist, its form fully revealed. Elsewhere, a young woman, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, looked up from her dog. A young man, Sung-hoon, stood nearby, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. He apologized as he nearly collided with her, a small, almost insignificant incident in the face of the looming threat. The chirping of birds filled the air, a stark contrast to the ominous presence of the monsters. Sung-hoon reflected on the passage of time, noting that summer had arrived. A news report blared from a nearby screen, revealing a grim reality. North Korea had ceased to exist for the past 10 years due to the portal incident. The news anchor, a stern-faced man, explained that the region was uninhabitable, overrun by monsters. Sung-hoon, his expression grim, absorbed this information, the weight of the world settling upon his shoulders. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, sped down the highway on his scooter. A determined set to his jaw hinted at the weight of his responsibilities. He muttered to himself, knowing that regardless of the outcome of his next dangerous job, he would at least be able to pay the hospital bills for this month. His monthly income of 600 barely covered his living expenses and hospital fees, leaving him with only 200 to save. The meager amount was barely enough to make a dent in his mother's medical debt. He knew he couldn't continue at this rate. Despair etched itself onto his features as he realized the grim reality of his situation. He couldn't continue living like this, trapped in a cycle of debt and desperation. He needed a way out, a solution to his seemingly insurmountable problems. But how could he possibly escape? The question hung heavy in the air as he continued his journey, the road stretching endlessly before him. Frustrated and weary, Sung-hoon violently twisted the cap off a water bottle and gulped down the water in one long, desperate draft. The simple act provided a momentary respite from the crushing weight of his worries. As he rode, he passed a military convoy. He noted the presence of numerous awakeners, powerful individuals capable of fighting the monsters that had invaded Earth. Even in this remote area, near a monster hunting ground, the presence of so many awakeners was striking. He mused on the sheer number of awakeners in the country, around 50,000, a testament to the scale of the monster threat. He took another swig of water, his thoughts turning to the economic realities of the situation. The high price of monster body parts fueled the awakeners' hunt, creating a vicious cycle of violence and profit. It was a grim reality, one that Sung-hoon was intimately familiar with, as he himself was a monster bait. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat alone, lost in thought. His back was to the viewer, his shoulders slumped. He confessed to himself that he hadn't pursued his musical dreams in a year, a wistful longing evident in his posture. However, he quickly dismissed these aspirations, reminding himself to focus on the harsh realities of his current situation. He sat on his motorcycle, wiping sweat from his brow. The image conveyed a sense of exhaustion and resignation. Despite the inherent danger of his job, he found a grim solace in the fact that he was at least earning money. Sung-hoon's gaze dropped, his expression hardening. He clutched a small, almost empty tube of ointment. The weight of his responsibility pressed down on him. The money he earned was directly tied to his mother's life. He knew he couldn't afford to hesitate. With a determined grimace, he squeezed the remaining contents of the tube into his palm and tossed the empty container aside with a sharp, decisive movement. He adjusted his goggles, a steely resolve settling over his features. "All right, let's go," he declared, ready to face whatever dangers lay ahead. A close-up on Sung-hoon's determined eyes showed his unwavering focus. He glanced at his motorcycle's fuel gauge, a frown creasing his brow. He was running low on gas. Pulling up to a gas station, he requested a full tank. The scene depicted a typical gas station, with the attendant readily complying with his request. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with a determined expression, filled his motorbike's gas tank. He was in a known monster hunting zone, but he was there for work, not the hunt. A woman with long dark hair stood beside him, seemingly unconcerned by the danger. He paid for the gas, a small transaction in a world consumed by larger threats. Requesting 20,000 won. He handed over the money and received a polite thank you and an offer for a receipt, which he declined. His current goal was far more pressing, to gather 10 billion won to save his mother. His thoughts turned to the mandragora, a high-ranking plant-type monster whose parts sold for a fortune. The narration box describes a monstrous plant, its flower possessing medicinal properties. The narration box continues, specifying that this flower is the only known cure for Sung-hoon's mother's illness. The panel shows Sung-hoon's face, his eyes filled with worry. The narration box reveals the exorbitant cost of this rare medicine, 10 billion. Sung-hoon, wearing a helmet and goggles, is shown in close-up, his expression one of concern. He hears a loud noise and wonders what it was. A military vehicle plummets from the sky, crashing to the ground. Sung-hoon's scooter is crushed under the falling vehicle. Sung-hoon is thrown from his scooter by the impact, groaning in pain. He looks up in disbelief as he processes the unexpected event, questioning why something is falling from the sky. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunted the monsters that had invaded Earth. He braced himself for the inevitable, the familiar sting of a monster's attack. A brutal force impacting his motorcycle, sending him hurtling through the air. The world dissolving into a kaleidoscope of light and color as he felt the crushing weight of impending death. Then, a gasp escaped his lips as he landed hard, the impact jarring his senses. He was alive. The image of his mother, frail and fading, flashed before his eyes. "Mom," he whispered, the word a choked sob. But then, a startling realization dawned on him. Wait, I didn't die. He found himself in a surreal landscape, a breathtaking vista of towering mountains and a colossal, obsidian dragon looming before him. Whoa, what is that? Am I seeing things? He wondered, his mind reeling from the impossible sight. Sung-hoon, still disoriented, tried to make sense of his surroundings. So I am dreaming? Wait, I think I know its name. Black Dragon. A Kalaman. The name echoed in his mind, a chilling recognition of a power far beyond his comprehension. Even amongst dragons, a magnificent being which has established its superiority over demigods, the concept of transcendence for mortals is allowed, but for a mere human to inflict such damage is unheard of. Sung-hoon Lee lay on the ground, his body battered and bruised. He wondered, dazed, how such a powerful dragon could have been injured. This world, he mused, was full of unknowns, and yet, strangely entertaining. His thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Undoubtedly, the dragon was entertained by the situation. But the amusement couldn't last. The dragon's injuries, however minor, couldn't be ignored. The dragon, Ekaluman, spoke again, expressing his desire for endless entertainment, a wish that, unfortunately, could not be fulfilled. Even as a transcendent being, death was inevitable. However, Ekaluman revealed he still had a final trump card. He could keep Sung-hoon alive as long as he desired, but could this truly save him from his impending doom? Ekaluman vowed to find Sung-hoon again someday. Suddenly, a powerful presence emerged, Koritoras, the great sorcerer. A monstrous dragon, scales shimmering with an infernal red light, descended from the heavens, its roar shaking the very foundations of the earth. A crimson slash tore through the air, a swift counterattack that met the beast's onslaught, leaving behind only a trail of crimson mist and scattered scales as the dragon's form dissolved into nothingness. The figure of a young woman with long pink hair, her form slightly obscured by the lingering crimson mist, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Her expression was unreadable. Suddenly, a young man with white hair appeared, seemingly emerging from the very fabric of reality itself. He looked disoriented, his body naked and vulnerable. A blinding flash of light erupted from the young man, a surge of raw power that dwarfed even the dragon's earlier attack. Leaving behind a crater where he stood, the ground scorched and cracked. The pink-haired woman watched, her eyes widening slightly as she observed the aftermath of the young man's power. The young man, now floating in midair, looked down at his hands, a look of confusion and wonder on his face. He muttered, "Huh? This doesn't feel like I am actually dead. Kuek my head." A crimson mist, like a dying sunset, swirled and dissipated into nothingness, leaving behind only a bloodied hand, its owner unseen, clutching at the fading light. A silent testament to a life spent on the brink. A sigh escaped the man's lips. "I sure have been wasting my life away," he lamented, his body sprawled on the cold, unforgiving earth, stained crimson. His eyes, though clouded with pain, flickered with a dawning realization. "I reincarnated after all that trouble, and I am living like this," the thought echoed in his mind, a bitter pill to swallow. A fiery explosion engulfed the landscape, the remnants of a fierce battle against the ancient dragon, Ekalaman. Sung-hoon Lee, the protagonist, lay near death, his body battered and bruised. As a vision pierced through the haze of his pain, the memory of his past life, that of the great sorcerer Koritoras, flooded his mind. He was the Sorcerer King, reborn. The memories of his past and present lives mingled, creating a disorienting blend of experiences. Sung-hoon felt a strange unease as he struggled to reconcile these disparate realities. He sat up, assessing his injuries. The battle had left him battered, but miraculously, he had escaped without any broken bones. Despite the significant bleeding, he felt a surge of relief. He had survived, against all odds. A thought struck him: he had wasted his previous life, and now, he was determined to make this one count. He stood up, his resolve hardening. He would not let this second chance slip away. Sung-hoon decided to focus on the most immediate task, awakening his dormant magical abilities. He would start by attempting to manipulate his mana flow. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with reddish-brown hair, sat in quiet contemplation. His mana flowed freely, a fortunate turn of events in his precarious life. He reflected on his luck. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he registered the smooth flow of magical energy within him. Good, he thought, a quiet affirmation of his current state. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within him. A surge of raw power that manifested as a brilliant, cyan energy, radiating outwards in a dazzling display. The intense energy subsided, leaving Sung-hoon slightly disoriented. He blinked, a question mark forming in his eyes. He murmured, his brow furrowed in confusion. The sudden awakening was complete. A voice boomed in his mind, welcoming him to the ranks of the awakened. Welcome, player Lee Sung-hoon. From now on, you are an awakened, it declared. A narration box appeared, setting the scene 10 years prior to the present day. The portals had first appeared, and a being known as the Akasha Director had begun communicating with humanity. The Akasha Director randomly selected individuals, granting them abilities and initiating their transformation into awakened beings. The process involved leveling up through experience, granting access to new skills. A status screen appeared before Sung-hoon, displaying his newly acquired abilities. It was a straightforward system, akin to a game interface. His stats were still unknown, but the potential was clear. The scene opens with a panoramic view of a post-apocalyptic cityscape, ravaged by war and monstrous incursions. A powerful awakener, a superhuman capable of wielding magic, stands triumphantly atop a fallen, monstrous beast. The narration box explains that humanity, through the development of this magical ability, has managed to fight back against the invading monsters. The camera focuses on the monstrous beast's massive clawed feet, sinking into the earth, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, sits alone, holding a motorcycle helmet. He reflects on the fact that the ability to fight monsters seems to have been applied to him as well, likely because his soul and physical body are separate entities. He continues his internal monologue, noting that Akasha, the being called Director, is not originally from Earth. Sung-hoon decides to check his status window. His status window appears, revealing his name, Lee Sung-hoon, race, human, job, none, and low stats across the board. He looks thoughtful. He notices a slight increase in his mana, wondering if it's related to his recent experience. He also observes that despite awakening, he doesn't have a job assigned. Sung-hoon concludes that he is an irregular and dismisses these details as unimportant for now. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man bearing the scars of countless battles against monstrous invaders, lay wounded and near death. His body, battered and bruised, was barely clinging to life. Despite his critical state, a flicker of determination ignited within him. He knew he needed strength, even a small amount, to face whatever came next. I should gather some mana, even a little bit, since I don't know what will happen, he thought, his resolve hardening. With a surge of willpower, Sung-hoon focused his mind, drawing upon a hidden reservoir of power within him. Gathering the ethereal energy. Until a warm, golden light pulsed within his chest. Good, just like this, he murmured, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he felt the power coalesce within him. The process complete, a message appeared before him: you have acquired a skill, magic. He was pleased, but not surprised. Expected nothing less from an ability of the god, to analyze my status immediately, he thought, already anticipating the next step. Another message followed: you have acquired a new job. You have acquired a job, apprentice magician. Sung-hoon's brow furrowed. Apprentice magician? So it doesn't know all of my information, he wondered, a hint of unease creeping into his thoughts. He checked his status screen, confirming his suspicions. The system only recognized his current state, not his past life as the Sorcerer King. So it doesn't know I have all the memory from previous life, he mused, a new layer of complexity added to his situation. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man working as an apprentice magician, reviewed his status. His stats were low, but he was determined to improve. He mused on the nature of his abilities, questioning whether they stemmed from a natural talent or a divine gift. He focused on gathering mana, a process that, despite his low level, was surprisingly easy for him. A small increase in his mana was immediately reflected in his status. Pleased with the results, Sung-hoon noted the improvement. But his expression shifted as he noticed something else. In the distance, a fiery explosion rocked the city, a clear sign that the monsters were breaching the final defense line. The scale of the destruction was immense. Sung-hoon could only stare in disbelief. He realized the gravity of the situation. The final defense line had been breached. Sung-hoon's face reflected his shock and concern as he processed the news. The final defense line had fallen, leaving the city vulnerable to the monstrous invasion. The image shows a section of a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire, set against a fiery orange sky. The caption reads, Military Demarcation Line. The narration box explains that this line was originally established by a ceasefire agreement between North and South Korea. The panel depicts a powerful awakener, soaring through the air amidst a fiery explosion in a war-torn city. However, following the monster's attack and the destruction of North Korea, the line now serves as the last defense against the relentless invasion. Currently, combined forces of awakeners and the military defend this line against waves of monsters pouring from the north. To combat monsters resistant to conventional weapons, the line is heavily fortified with explosives and weaponry. But the defenders are now falling from the sky. If the final defense line is breached, it means a monster powerful enough to break through has appeared. The panel shows a young woman lying dead on the ground, covered in blood. The narration focuses on the grim reality of the situation. Sung-hoon Lee, his face etched with grief and despair, looks down at the fallen woman. He thinks, this should be impossible for me right now. Sung-hoon Lee lay bleeding on the ground, his body battered and bruised. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beating on his brow. Nearby, his mother lay still, seemingly lifeless. His eyes, wide with a mixture of pain and dawning realization, darted around, his mind racing. A sudden, intense memory flooded his senses. He wondered, is that really The image of a past life, a life of unimaginable power, flashed before his eyes. Amidst the wreckage of a fiery explosion, a small, ornate box lay open, revealing its contents, numerous crimson gems. Core, he thought, his mind still reeling from the vision. He picked up one of the gems, turning it over in his bloodied fingers. There is quite a bit, pretty good size. It would sell for a good price, he mused, a glimmer of hope flickering in his eyes. Sung-hoon examined the scene, piecing together the events. I am guessing the core transport vehicle was nearby but was caught up in the explosion, he surmised. He held the crimson gem, a faint glow emanating from it. As he focused his attention, a subtle shift occurred. The gem's color began to change, transforming from a deep red to a vibrant, pulsating emerald green. Solidified mana that is like a rock. This would be extremely useful for me who doesn't have too much mana, he realized, a new understanding dawning on him. He carefully placed the gem into a pouch, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. This one's purity is actually pretty good? I can definitely make a use of these. I got lucky. 32 cores would actually go for about 10 million won, he calculated, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. Sung-hoon Lee, his white t-shirt stained crimson with blood, clutched his stomach. His breath hitched in his throat, a testament to the brutal fight he'd just endured. The pain was intense, a searing reminder of his near-death experience. A wave of dizziness washed over him as he struggled to catch his breath. His eyes, wide and unfocused, reflected the lingering trauma. He was barely alive, yet a flicker of something else ignited within him, a memory, a truth long buried. After the explosion, Sung-hoon found himself surveying the wreckage. His wrecked scooter lay nearby, a testament to the chaos he had just survived. He knew that surviving this was a miracle. But even as he considered the damage, a spark of defiance ignited within him. He touched the ground, and a small flame erupted at his fingertips. It was a small thing, but it was a start. The flame grew, fueled by an unknown power. He focused his will, channeling the energy coursing through his veins. He was learning, adapting, growing stronger with each passing moment. And with a satisfied smirk, he declared the task complete. He had done it. He had harnessed this power. He was more than just a victim, he was a survivor. Standing over his destroyed scooter, Sung-hoon felt a surge of power. A magical circle glowed beneath his feet, radiating an otherworldly energy. He was changing, evolving. A power that resonated with the ancient magic he now understood to be his birthright. He reached out, his hand hovering over the glowing circle, feeling the raw power at his command. And with a focused intent, he began to manipulate the energy, repairing his damaged scooter with a flick of his wrist. The power flowed through him, effortlessly mending the metal and restoring the vehicle to its former glory. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother and the monstrous invasion that ravaged his world, found himself plummeting from a great height, his body battered and broken after serving as bait for awakeners hunting interdimensional beasts. His body disintegrated into shimmering particles. As a wave of memories from a past life flooded his mind, revealing his true identity, the Sorcerer King. A new skill, Magic Circle, manifested within him. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, his eyes narrowed in concentration, sat on his battered scooter. His expression was one of grim determination. The scooter sputtered and coughed, its engine struggling under strain. Then died completely, leaving Sung-hoon stranded. Two messages then appeared before his eyes. He had acquired the Magic Circle recipe restoration and the skill mana usage. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. He murmured a single word, good. He began to repair his scooter, his movements precise and efficient. Using his newfound magical abilities to mend the damaged parts. With surprising speed and skill. The scooter was soon back in working order. Sung-hoon examined his repaired scooter, a look of satisfaction on his face. He muttered, this looks good. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the medical debt incurred from his mother's mysterious illness, found himself unexpectedly acquiring new skills. The system, similar to a game, registered his innate magical abilities as newly acquired skills, Magic Circle, Restoration, and mana usage. He already knew about the system's existence, aware of its game-like nature, but he hadn't anticipated that his inherent magical capabilities would be categorized as individual skills. Sung-hoon's status screen updated, displaying his HP and MP bars. His title now read, Apprentice Magician. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he realized the implications of his newfound abilities. He could now use magic freely, without the risk of harming himself. Intrigued, Sung-hoon attempted to test the limits of his newfound magical prowess. A question mark floated above his head, reflecting his uncertainty and curiosity. He focused his intent, and a surge of energy erupted from him, forming a bright, turquoise magic circle. The force of the spell shattered the surrounding ground, revealing three shadowy figures beneath. The exertion took its toll, a pained groan escaped his lips as he felt the strain of his magic. He stumbled back, losing his balance. And crashed to the ground, his scooter falling beside him. The impact sent a shockwave through the earth. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with a determined expression, stood beside his scooter, gazing at a scene of devastation. A monstrous chasm ripped through the earth before him, prompting the question, what the hell is that? The cause of the destruction became clear as a powerful awakener, clad in armored plating, unleashed a devastating blow, shattering the earth with a mighty punch. A shockwave of power rippling outwards. Sung-hoon's eyes widened in disbelief as a thought crossed his mind, lots of awakened ones are alive? He quickly assessed the situation. With the awakened ones present, escape seemed necessary. Since they are here, I guess I don't have to escape right away, he reasoned, as another awakened one suddenly appeared beside him. However, a second thought struck him. No. If it broke through the final defense line, there is a high chance that even they can't stop it. He decided to leave immediately. I feel like something bad will happen. I should leave quickly. Sung-hoon mounted his scooter and sped away from the scene of destruction. As he rode, a dark figure plummeted from the sky, a terrifying sight that caught his attention. Sung-hoon's eyes widened in fear and shock as he recognized the falling figure. Is that? A blinding flash of light erupted from Sung-hoon, the impact shaking the very ground beneath him. A guttural cry escaping his lips as he struggled to regain his bearings. He looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, as he desperately ordered the awakener beside him to protect him. A surge of energy enveloped Sung-hoon, forming a protective barrier around him. A notification confirming he had acquired the shield skill flashing before his eyes. He was on his scooter, a shield of energy protecting him from the blast. The dust settled, revealing a monstrous silhouette emerging from the wreckage. The creature's features came into focus, a hulking ogre, but something about it seemed off. The Awakeners prepared for battle, their expressions grim as the monstrous ogre roared its challenge. Its size dwarfing even the most seasoned warriors. Sunghoon, witnessing the sheer scale of the beast, could only mutter that it was gigantic. Sunghoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself once again in the heart of a monster attack. The sheer scale of the chaos overwhelmed him, it was more than he could handle. Awakeners, powerful humans capable of wielding magic, fought valiantly against the monstrous horde, their swords clashing against the creature's claws and teeth. The battle raged, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. But Sunghoon, working as monster bait, was left desperately seeking escape on his scooter. A plea for help escaped his lips as he sped away from the carnage. He collapsed, his body battered and bruised. Disbelief washed over him as he processed the events that had just transpired. He hadn't heard wrong, the voice, it was the Sorcerer King. The ground trembled violently as another monstrous roar echoed through the ravaged city. The battle was far from over. A young woman, injured and bleeding, lay helpless amidst the rubble, whispering a desperate plea for help. Her identity a mystery to Sunghoon, who recognized her only as the part-time girl from the gas station. A blinding flash of light erupted from the heart of the battle, momentarily obscuring the scene. Revealing the Awakeners fighting with surprising skill and ferocity against a massive, horned beast. Even from a distance, their strength was evident. Sunghoon Lee, a young man bearing the scars of countless battles, leaned against his battered motorcycle. Blood stained his clothes, a testament to his recent ordeal. He muttered to himself, concluding that he still had some time before his next dangerous assignment. Suddenly, a violent impact threw him from his bike. He stumbled, dazed, his vision swimming. He was disoriented, but his instincts took over, urging him to flee. He found himself near a young woman lying unconscious on the ground, her face marred by a deep wound and blood streaming down her cheek. Sunghoon, despite his own injuries, rushed to her side. He noted with alarm that she was unconscious and bleeding heavily. He assessed the situation, realizing the gravity of her injuries. His concern was palpable. He knew he needed to move her, but there was no room to maneuver easily. He braced himself for the effort. With a determined set to his jaw, he resolved to lift her. He closed his eyes, focusing his will. Then, a surge of power coursed through him as he spoke an incantation, a command to his own latent magic. A surge of energy coursed through Sunghoon's body as he acquired the skill power. The system message appeared before him, a pale purple box against the dusty landscape. He tested his newfound ability, a smirk playing on his lips as he focused his intent. "Less your weight, lightweight," the voice in his head commanded. He clenched his fist, the blood from his recent injuries still staining his hand. Readying himself for the next test. And with a grunt, he effortlessly lifted a massive boulder, shattering it with a powerful throw. The force of the impact sent tremors through the ground. A soft quirk escaped his lips as he watched the dust settle. Sunghoon nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He was pleased, but there was no time for celebration. He looked down at the injured woman beside him. "Ah, I don't have time for this," he muttered, his concern evident despite his urgency. Sunghoon closed his eyes, focusing his newfound power. He channeled his magic to heal her wounds. A soft, green light enveloped Sunghoon's mother as he channeled what little magic he possessed, desperately trying to alleviate her suffering. A faint glow pulsed from his fingertips, a sign that the heal skill had been acquired. A wave of relief washed over him as he saw his mother's breathing stabilize. He held her close, a mixture of exhaustion and relief etched on his face. "Good, her breathing is stable," he whispered, though the low-level magic he'd used was far from a complete cure. He knew he could only do so much for now. Sunghoon carefully assessed his mother's condition, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "Let's see. How is the situation right now?" he wondered, his gaze searching for any sign of further complications. He stood, cradling his mother in his arms, and looked around. The area was desolate, a wasteland of rubble and cracked earth. A confused murmur escaped his lips. "Huh?" A sudden jolt ran through him. A surge of power coursed through his veins. An overwhelming energy erupted from within, causing a violent tremor in the ground. The force of the blast sent debris flying, leaving a crater where he stood moments before. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, clutched a woman close as a monstrous explosion rocked the earth around them. The force of the blast sent tremors through the ground, kicking up dust and debris in a chaotic cloud. He gasped, his breath hitching in his throat as he looked around at the devastation. "That was too close," he muttered, a cold sweat beading on his brow. He continued to assess the situation, his mind racing. "I would have died if I was just a moment later," he realized, the weight of his near-death experience settling upon him. The sheer terror of the event still fresh in his mind, he looked down at the woman in his arms. What the hell just fell from the sky, he wondered aloud, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and confusion. He coughed, a harsh sound tearing from his throat as he struggled to catch his breath. The woman in his arms stirred slightly, prompting a surprised question from Sunghoon. "A woman?" A monstrous, vaguely reptilian creature emerged from a cloud of dust and smoke. Its massive form impacting the ground with earth-shattering force, leaving behind a trail of destruction and a crimson stain where it landed. A young woman with vibrant red hair lay amidst the carnage, her face streaked with blood. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, rushed to her side, his expression a mixture of concern and desperation as he cradled her in his arms. The woman, seemingly an awakener judging by her attire, was severely injured, her body lifeless against the desolate landscape. Her crimson blood staining the white snow. Sunghoon's eyes reflected his growing despair. He leaned closer, his gaze fixed on her face, a question forming in his mind. He recognized her, Sung Yaram, one of the nation's most powerful awakeners, known for her mastery of flame magic and physical enhancement. A powerful awakener, known as the Flame Lord, lay wounded on the ground. Her job was dangerous, and she was also a celebrity, leading a double life of superhuman combat and public appearances. Despite her status as an awakened being, the wound was surprisingly severe. Even for someone with enhanced abilities, this injury was significant. Sunghoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, gently cradled the unconscious woman in his arms. He was a bait for awakeners, risking his life to hunt monsters. He contemplated his next move. She was still alive, perhaps he should help her, despite the risks and his own precarious situation. The extent of the destruction caused by the Flame Lord's battle was immense. Sung-hoon imagined the chaos and felt a pang of guilt, deciding to assist her. He held a small, glowing gem, a magical artifact. He commanded the Minister of Magic to heal the Flame Lord's wounds. The Minister of Magic, unseen but implied, began to work. The Flame Lord remained unconscious, her body still bearing the marks of battle. A soft, green light emanated from Sung-hoon's hand as he channeled his own magic, healing the Flame Lord's wounds without the aid of any external system. His skill in healing increased significantly. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the sickness that has put his mother into a deep sleep, knelt beside her. He contemplated his options, his brow furrowed in concentration. Should he use the healing skill provided by the system, or attempt to heal her with his own magic? He chose to use the system's healing skill. A surge of emerald green energy emanated from his hands. The healing energy flowed swiftly, a stark contrast to the slower process of his own magic, which requires careful mana rearrangement. He noted this difference with a thoughtful expression. He found the system's efficiency rather convenient. Sung-hoon's mother's wounds began to rapidly close, a surprising sight that prompted an exclamation of surprise from him. The rapid healing continued, prompting Sung-hoon to wonder if it was a form of self-regeneration. He repeated the command, heal. He continued to focus his attention on Sung Yaram, a woman with vibrant red hair, whose injuries were rapidly healing under the influence of the system's skill. The command heal echoed in his mind as he watched her wounds close. Sung-hoon was impressed by the system's unexpected usefulness. He muttered to himself about the skill's effectiveness. However, even with the system's aid, he suspected that Sung Yaram possessed some form of self-regeneration ability, given the speed of her healing. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, found himself in an unusual situation. He was sitting beside a strikingly beautiful woman with vibrant red hair, her attire suggesting a military or combat role. He observed her, a quiet awe in his gaze, murmuring to himself about her striking appearance. However, the scene took a sudden, grim turn. Blood trickled from the woman's mouth, staining her otherwise flawless features. A pained groan escaped her lips, hinting at a serious injury. Startled by the woman's sudden distress, Sung-hoon reacted instinctively. He looked around, his expression a mixture of concern and confusion. The woman, still groaning, sat up, her eyes wide with pain and disorientation. The woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she assessed her surroundings. She seemed to be struggling to recall what had happened, her voice sharp with urgency as she questioned the situation. The woman's gaze shifted, her attention drawn to something beyond Sung-hoon's immediate view. She asked about the whereabouts of a large, monstrous creature, her tone suggesting a recent encounter. Sung-hoon, still shaken by the events, responded with a mixture of confusion and concern. He questioned her abrupt change in demeanor, noting the stark contrast between her initial quietness and her current commanding tone. The woman, seemingly still disoriented, paused, her expression shifting from urgency to confusion. She then posed a simple, yet crucial question, who are you? Sung-hoon, surprised by her question, began to respond, but was interrupted by the woman's sudden realization. Her expression softened, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. She explained that she had been engaged in combat nearby and had witnessed his injuries. She identified herself as an awakener with healing abilities, explaining her actions. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her face streaked with blood, glared intensely. Her expression was a mixture of pain and defiance. She muttered to herself, acknowledging that the monster's attack had pierced her defenses. A young man with short brown hair approached her, offering to compensate her for the damage she sustained. He requested that she contact him later. The woman, her gaze still sharp, simply replied with a curt hint, suspending the conversation as she waited for his next words. The young man's expression shifted as he questioned her earlier claim of being a low-level fighter. The woman, however, remained defiant, her eyes fixed on the approaching threat. The young man, seemingly resigned, simply replied, of course. As the woman launched a powerful attack, leaving the young man stunned and exclaiming, you what? Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, clutched his chest, a pained expression etched on his face. Crimson flames, remnants of a recent exertion, swirled around him, dissipating into the air. An observer, unseen, commented on the impressive display of power. The flames, though fading, still crackled with residual energy, a testament to the raw power Sung-hoon had just unleashed. The observer noted that this was a high-level awakening ability, undoubtedly impressive. A young woman with long dark hair lay injured on the ground, her breathing shallow. Sung-hoon looked down at her, concern etched on his face. He questioned if he should worry about his own well-being, given the circumstances. But a resolute expression settled on his features. He resolved to defend her as best he could until he could restore his original power. A wide shot revealed a colossal monster, its form vaguely humanoid but monstrously large, attacking a group of soldiers. Sung-hoon, small in comparison, stood ready to face the beast, a determined glint in his eyes. The young woman, now safely away from the immediate danger, expressed her gratitude to Sung-hoon for saving her life. In a hospital room, Sung-hoon's mother lay in bed, seemingly asleep. Her peaceful expression belied the gravity of her illness. Sung-hoon visited his mother, reassuring her that he was simply doing what was right. He brushed off her thanks, downplaying his actions. He reflected on the events, relieved that nothing worse had happened. A sense of calm washed over him, despite the ongoing danger. Sung-hoon knelt beside his mother's hospital bed, his sister, Eun-hae, clinging to him. His face was etched with worry as he called out to their mother, his voice thick with emotion. A cry escaping his lips. His mother's frail form lay still, the rhythmic beeping of machines the only sound in the room. Eun-hae's aunt, overwhelmed with grief, sobbed uncontrollably, her cries echoing the despair in the room. Eun-hae, heartbroken, embraced her mother, her small body shaking with sobs. Sung-hoon watched them, his own grief a heavy weight on his chest. The scene was a tableau of sorrow and helplessness. Despite the despair, a flicker of determination ignited within Sung-hoon. He would not give up. He would find a way to save his mother, even if it meant facing unimaginable challenges. Eun-hae's tears continued to fall, a torrent of grief and fear. Her cries were a painful reminder of their desperate situation. The weight of responsibility pressed down on Sung-hoon. He had to be strong for his sister. He had to find a way to save their mother. The cause of the recent ogre attack, a level 80 monster, remained a mystery. The news report confirmed the ogre's appearance, adding to the growing sense of unease and uncertainty. A reporter questioned the situation, highlighting the gravity of the monster's emergence and the lack of clear answers. A fierce battle raged near the final defense line. Sung Yaram, a powerful awakener, fought valiantly against a horde of monstrous invaders, her movements a blur of motion and energy. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon Lee watched the live feed of the battle on a small television screen in a dimly lit room. His expression was grim, his gaze fixed on the chaotic scene unfolding before him. He recognized Sung Yaram immediately. A flicker of something akin to recognition, perhaps even a hint of familiarity, crossed his features as he watched her fight. Despite the gravity of the situation, a thought occurred to Sung-hoon. Right now, I need to worry about myself first. A quiet resolve settled over him. After I cure my mother's disease and recover my original power, that's my new beginning. The story opens with a view of a modern hospital, a stark contrast to the fantastical elements hinted at in the title card. Inside, a patient lies in a hospital bed, hooked up to an 4 drip. The rhythmic beeping of medical equipment fills the sterile room. The patient, a woman with long brown hair, sleeps soundly, her face serene despite her pale complexion. A young man with short, dark hair peers down at her, his expression a mixture of worry and exhaustion. Sung-hoon Lee, for it is he, sits beside his mother's bed, his heart heavy with unspoken anxieties. He clutches his hands together, his knuckles white with the force of his grip. A silent prayer escapes his lips. A sudden realization dawns on him, he knew this was coming. The mana disorder syndrome. A condition caused by sudden exposure to a large amount of mana, leaving the victim unconscious. The physical body simply cannot handle the surge. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by worry, sat alone, clutching a small vial. He muttered to himself that curing his mother's illness was quite simple, he just needed to adapt her body to the mana coursing through it. However, he knew the process of adapting one's body to mana was rather difficult. A mandragora, he mused, was a surefire way to do it, but there were other methods. The easiest method, he reflected, would be for a high-level magician to extract the excess mana embedded within the victim's body. The image of a powerful sorceress performing the extraction flashed before his eyes. Sung-hoon sighed, his shoulders slumping. Mana absorption magic was impossible at his current level. He looked at his mother, lying unconscious in her hospital bed, a deep sadness etched on his face. He realized he needed to be at least a third-tier mage to even attempt such a feat. Despair threatened to overwhelm him. He clenched his fists, his eyes welling up with tears. The image of his mother's peaceful, yet lifeless face, filled his mind. He whispered, "Mom." A surge of determination hardened his gaze. He vowed to wake her up, promising to do it before the weekend. He sat by her bedside, holding her hand. Later, Sung-hoon sat alone, examining a small, worn device. His expression was one of intense concentration. A close-up of his eyes revealed a flicker of something else, something powerful and ancient. A hidden strength seemed to stir within him. The scene opens on a quiet, residential street, the buildings bathed in a soft, pinkish light. The atmosphere is peaceful, almost idyllic, a stark contrast to the turmoil that lies ahead. A close-up reveals a hand holding a small, glowing crimson gem, crackling with faint purple energy. This is a mana core, a source of magical energy in this world. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sits on his bed, carefully examining the mana core. A hint of a smile plays on his lips as he holds the gem. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanates from the core. 2 text boxes appear, announcing, mana stat has permanently increased by 0.1. The same message repeats, confirming the increase in Sung-hoon's mana. Sung-hoon grins, a look of triumph in his eyes. He mutters, "I knew it, this works." He reflects on his discovery, I can extract mana from a low-grade mana core up to 3 times before it breaks. So I can increase my mana by 0.3 per core? Sung-hoon crushes another mana core, and the familiar message appears again, mana stat has permanently increased by 0.1. He repeats the process several times, each time his mana increasing by 0.1. A small, but significant, step towards regaining his lost power. Lee Sung-hoon, a human apprentice magician, level 1, reviewed his status. His mana had finally reached 15. He muttered to himself, ready to proceed to the next stage. Sung-hoon knelt on the floor, carefully laying out a piece of cloth. Preparing to perform a magical ritual. 3 crimson shards materialized above the cloth. He invoked the power of the Sorcerer King, commanding the magical elements to sharpen and enhance. The incantation worked, Sung-hoon acquired the sharpen and enhance skills. He nodded, satisfied. He cautiously picked up a crimson shard, aware of the potential danger. Sung-hoon knew that even a small mistake with his magically enhanced blade could lead to a serious injury. A single drop of blood appeared on the cloth. The night sky was a canvas of deep purple, speckled with distant stars. A full moon cast a soft glow on the clouds below. A crimson stain, like a fallen star, marred the serene landscape. A stark contrast to the ethereal beauty above. A blinding light emanated from its center, obscuring any details within. As the light faded, several crimson crystals lay scattered on the ground, remnants of a powerful energy. Sung-hoon Lee lay on the ground, exhausted. He muttered to himself, this kind of detailed work isn't for me really, how tiring. He looked up at the ceiling, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ah. Time flew by quick. Sung-hoon sat up, his expression hardening. He declared, let's finish this up, I have to register myself as an awakener, no tomorrow. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his back to the viewer, preparing himself for something. A golden cube materialized in his hands, shimmering with arcane energy. The cube pulsed with light, transforming into a crimson crystal. He murmured, good. It looks good. A pair of hands carefully worked on a glowing crystal cube, the faint crackling sounds echoing in the quiet room. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, sat on a simple bed, examining the finished product with a thoughtful hum. He held the cube in his palm, its light pulsing gently. He held up the cube, a question forming in his mind, I think this looks good? Satisfied with his creation, he decided to proceed to the next step. Well, let's just get to the next stage then, he mused, gently touching the cube. With a surge of power, Sung-hoon commanded the cube, and a message appeared, I order thee as the Minister of Magic. Mana Energy. He had acquired the skill Mana Energy. Another surge of energy, another command, and another skill unlocked, I order thee as the Minister of Magic. Amplification. The message confirmed, you have acquired the skill Amplification. The final command brought forth the skill Crafting Magical Item, completing the process. A final message appeared: you have acquired the skill crafting magical item. Sung-hoon carefully examined the cube, now imbued with magical properties. It was a mana cube. A narration box appeared, explaining its significance, the most basic weapon amongst the magicians but also the most efficient out of them all. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, sat inside an awakening registration office, questioning the clerk. He wondered aloud if his experience as a transporter would count as field experience for awakener registration. The clerk confirmed that it did, explaining that transporter work is considered a field job. She congratulated him on his registration as a supporter class awakener. Sung-hoon thanked the clerk, then reflected on his new status. He questioned whether anyone would consider him a true awakener without equipment crafted from monster parts. His doubts lingered. He knew that without proper equipment, his awakener status would be meaningless to most. He decided he needed to buy at least the cheapest equipment available to join a hunting party. No party would accept an unequipped member on a hunt. He arrived at the Hunter's Mall, a place he never thought he'd visit. He resolved to buy the cheapest equipment available. Despite his inner conflict, Sung-hoon steeled his resolve. He would buy the cheapest equipment, even if it wasn't ideal. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself in the Bradlin Armory. The shop assistant, a woman with dark hair and a welcoming smile, greeted him. He surveyed the weaponry, muttering to himself about the high prices. But the shop assistant quickly reassured him that the armory catered to various budgets. However, a feeling of unease settled over Sung-hoon. The place felt oppressive, alien to him. Sung-hoon, needing affordable equipment for his dangerous work as monster bait for awakeners, requested a supporter set. The assistant readily obliged, showing him a lightweight armor set. He noted its surprisingly good quality for the price. The assistant explained that the armor contained primitive but effective magic enchantment, a feature that made it popular among mana recovery supporters. Sung-hoon, however, found the enchantment inconsistent and unnatural. He mused on the unusual nature of the magic, noting that most equipment possessed similar levels of enchantment. Sung-hoon concluded that his current power level prevented him from properly enchanting his own equipment. He wondered if this was related to the Akasha system. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself in a brightly lit shop, seeking equipment for a dangerous job. He inquired about equipment within his 7 million won budget, approximately $5,906 and 32 cents. The shop assistant, noticing his inexperience, asked if this was his first monster hunt. He confirmed it was his first time. The assistant, understanding his inexperience, offered to provide him with the basic necessities and etiquette for a hunt, emphasizing the importance of proper equipment and communication with his team. The assistant then presented Sung-hoon with a selection of items. He was immediately concerned, realizing the cost exceeded his budget significantly. The assistant, with a dismissive wave, informed him that there were no refunds. Sung-hoon was taken aback by the salesperson's nonchalant attitude and the fact that he had unknowingly overspent. Despite his initial shock, he acknowledged that having all the necessary equipment was crucial for his survival. Carrying his newly acquired supplies, Sung-hoon walked away, the city skyline visible in the background. As he walked, a large, gloved hand extended towards him. The hand belonged to Park In-soo, leader of the Awakener team that hired Sung-hoon, who introduced himself. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood beside a towering figure clad in advanced, gray power armor. The armored figure was a tank, a protector, shielding allies and confronting enemies head-on. Sung-hoon offered a polite greeting, "Nice to meet you too." The armored man, seemingly the leader of the group, explained that if Sung-hoon were injured during the hunt, there was no need for alarm, a healer was present. He pointed out a woman with blonde hair and advanced white armor, identifying her as the healer. The blonde healer, seemingly annoyed by the interruption, requested to be left alone unless something truly important arose. The armored man continued, explaining that the healer was of noble class. The armored leader expressed confidence in the ease of the upcoming hunt, given the presence of both a healer and Sung-hoon, a level 1 supporter with exceptional skills. Kim Hango, another member of the team, introduced himself, placing himself under Sung-hoon's care. Another team member confirmed that he, too, was under Sung-hoon's care, noting that this was Sung-hoon's first hunt. The armored leader called for the team to assemble for a briefing, announcing that their target was a salamander. The leader concluded the briefing, asking if anyone had any questions or requests. Receiving no response, he declared that would be the end of the briefing. With a final shout of everyone aboard, the team prepared for departure. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother, found himself amidst a chaotic scene. He stood near a loading dock, where several figures were loading supplies into heavily armored trucks, their movements suggesting urgency. A call to come aboard echoed through the air, underscoring the need for haste. Two awakeners, individuals with superhuman abilities, stood guard near the trucks, their imposing figures a stark contrast to the frantic loading. One wore red, the other a darker, more mysterious attire. Their presence suggested a dangerous mission. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon, his face etched with determination, climbed into one of the trucks. He took his seat, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. "Let's go," he muttered, his voice barely audible above the rumble of the engine. The truck lurched forward, leaving the loading dock behind. As the vehicle sped away, Sung-hoon's thoughts turned inward. This is the beginning, he mused, a sense of foreboding mixing with a flicker of anticipation. The landscape blurred into a streak of colors as the truck sped across the open road. The journey was long, the destination unknown, but Sung-hoon pressed on, driven by a purpose he was only beginning to understand. Inside the truck, Sung-hoon sat beside a young woman with blonde hair and headphones, her appearance suggesting a support role. The atmosphere was tense, the silence punctuated only by the hum of the vehicle's engine. As they traveled, a sign flashed by, reading Final Defense Line. The woman spoke, her voice calm despite the gravity of the situation, "So we just passed the final defense line." Sung-hoon's eyes widened slightly, a mixture of surprise and apprehension evident on his face. The weight of their mission, and the danger they faced, seemed to sink in. He glanced at his companion, a subtle concern crossing his features. Even if healers are rear support, isn't she too relaxed, he thought, his observation hinting at a growing unease. Sung-hoon, clad in a vibrant red and teal suit, observed his companion. She was a young woman with blonde hair styled in short pigtails, wearing a white and red outfit. A thoughtful expression crossed his face as he internally mused on her carefree demeanor. He held a crimson, crystalline cube in his hand, a powerful magical artifact. He confidently declared that he could easily handle the monster hunt alone, using only his mana cube. He then proceeded to use the cube, commanding it to enhance his power and strength. Despite his confidence, Sung-hoon acknowledged that he shouldn't overexert himself before fully recovering his strength. As he focused his will, 2 messages appeared, indicating that he had acquired the skills dexterity and stamina. The blonde woman noticed something unusual. Her mana had moved, interacting with something unseen. She watched, puzzled, as Sung-hoon's mana reacted in kind. 2 other awakeners, his teammates, approached, their expressions filled with surprise and curiosity. One of the teammates, addressing Sung-hoon, questioned if he had just used a supporter skill, noting the 4 simultaneous buffs he'd received. Sung-hoon explained that he was preparing for a hunt in a dangerous area, and that he had used multiple buffs to enhance his readiness for the upcoming battle. The other teammate added that supporters are often treated better than damage dealers, due to their crucial role in the hunt. Sung-hoon listened, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sung-hoon, with a confident smile, announced that he would provide further buffs to his team, repeating the incantation "I order thee as Minister of Magic" multiple times as he channeled his power. A surge of energy enveloped Sung-hoon. Enhancements to his power, strength, speed, and dexterity were announced, the effects rippling outwards in a wave of purple energy. Meanwhile, a young woman with blonde hair, likely a support-type awakener, watched with a mixture of surprise and concern as Sung-hoon's stats were boosted. He felt significantly stronger than usual, though he wondered if it was just his imagination. Another man, possibly a fellow awakener, suggested they check Sung-hoon's stats immediately. The blonde woman's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw the results. The impossible had happened. The enhancements far exceeded what was possible for a level 1 supporter's buff. The blonde awakener was stunned, her jaw dropping as she estimated that Sung-hoon's stats had increased by approximately 20%. Their vehicle arrived at the designated hunting grounds with surprising speed. Sung-hoon, still processing the unexpected power surge, noted their arrival. A gloved hand carefully unfurled a holographic map, its luminescent surface displaying a complex network of lines and points. The figure studying it intently, a slight frown furrowing his brow as he murmured a thoughtful "HM." A satisfied expression replacing the frown as he declared, "Good, I found it." The vehicle's tires crunched on the gravel as it approached its destination. A voice calmly instructing, "Here, we will park here." A figure in advanced combat gear stepped out of the truck, their boots thudding softly on the ground. A team of awakeners stood poised on a rocky outcrop, their expressions grim and determined. One, with dark hair and a red jacket, spoke, his words filled with a mixture of anticipation and grim resolve. This was his first hunt since awakening. He continued his briefing, explaining that a large monster was within a 1-kilometer radius and that their plan was to use bait to lure it out before engaging in combat. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood alongside a blonde woman in a white and red outfit. The woman, a healer, instructed him to maintain a safe distance during the upcoming monster hunt, assuring him that she would provide cover in case of an emergency. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon, seemingly unfazed, confidently planned to draw the monster's attention, allowing his companions to inflict significant damage while he held the creature's aggro. Another member of the hunting party, a man wielding a futuristic rifle, commented that with their coordinated strategy, they could deal significantly more damage than usual. However, he cautioned against drawing too much aggro at once, as it could overwhelm them. The blonde healer chuckled, assuring Sung-hoon that this wasn't their first hunt together and that their teamwork was reliable. Sung-hoon, his expression resolute, simply stated, "Good, then let us start." As the hunt began, Sung-hoon was visibly shocked by something he witnessed, muttering, "My god, this is insane." His hunting partner expressed astonishment at Sung-hoon's unexpectedly high levels of strength, stamina, dexterity, and even mana. Sung-hoon simply shrugged it off, claiming it was just good luck with his class. His teammates congratulated him, noting his ability to debuff enemies as well. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself in a dire situation. He was working as monster bait for awakeners, powerful humans who hunted the creatures that invaded Earth. His thoughts revealed a hidden truth: he was the reincarnation of the Sorcerer King, capable of casting debuff spells, searching, attacking, and even teleporting. A sudden shift in the scene showed a panoramic view of a lush forest, a bird in flight, a tranquil moment before the storm. The tranquility was shattered as a warning cry cut through the air. A team of awakeners, clad in advanced combat gear, braced themselves for an imminent threat. The source of the alarm was revealed, a monstrous creature, lurking within the dense foliage, prepared to strike. One of the awakeners, his face grim with determination, confirmed the monster's arrival. The team, composed of diverse awakeners, each with their unique abilities and equipment, prepared for battle. Tension filled the air as they awaited the monster's attack. A strange sound echoed through the trees, causing one of the awakeners to question what it was. The creature emerged from the forest, its grotesque form a terrifying sight. Its appearance was unlike anything they had encountered before. The monster's arrival triggered a chaotic scene as the awakeners engaged in a desperate battle for survival. A grotesque creature, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth, filled the panel. Its skin was a sickly shade of crimson, and a viscous, red substance dripped from its gaping mouth. Sung-hoon Lee, clad in a vibrant red and teal combat suit, recoiled slightly, a grimace twisting his features. Who the hell named that monster with a cute name like Salamander? He muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. A woman with short blonde hair, wearing a white and red suit with a futuristic helmet, stood beside him. He turned to her, a question mark forming on his lips. "HM?" He wondered if she was scared. The thought lingered in his mind as he observed her. "It looks a bit scary," he mumbled, his gaze fixed on the creature. "Its slimy skin is," he trailed off, unable to articulate his disgust. The blonde woman turned away, seemingly lost in thought. "Should I cast my debuff on it?" she mused, considering her options. Sung-hoon shook his head. "No, let's observe my team's skill for now," he decided, his eyes scanning the battlefield where his team engaged the monster. A surge of energy enveloped Sung-hoon, his eyes glowing with an inner light. A powerful aura emanated from him, hinting at a hidden strength. The monster roared, its terrifying visage filling the panel once more, its teeth bared in a silent scream. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful humans who hunt the interdimensional monsters that plague the Earth. A monstrous creature lunged, its maw open in a silent scream. But as the beast closed in, Sung-hoon focused, activating a taunt skill. He understood this was a crucial moment, his life and his mother's fate hung in the balance. The monster, distracted by Sung-hoon's mental interference, turned its attention solely to him. This was a calculated risk, a desperate gamble to buy time for the Awakeners. And it worked. A grim satisfaction flickered across Sunghoon's face as he saw the Awakeners move into position. The battle raged. Sunghoon, despite his injuries, fought with surprising agility, dodging and weaving through the monster's attacks. His movements precise and deadly. He was a whirlwind of motion, a blur of calculated strikes. But the monster's power was immense. A brutal blow sent him sprawling, the impact jarring him to his core. Despite the pain, Sunghoon held the monster's attention. He had its aggro. He shouted instructions to the Awakeners, directing their attack to cripple the beast's mobility. The Awakeners, highly skilled and efficient, responded immediately. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, worked a dangerous job as monster bait for Awakeners. He wasn't skilled, but he knew how to use his shield to his advantage. The other Awakeners, damage dealers, were highly effective on their own, so much so that they didn't even need a healer. However, a healer was still necessary insurance, as the unpredictable nature of monster hunts could lead to unforeseen complications. Sunghoon pondered his role in these hunts. Should he form a party, including both a healer and a support character? Or should he continue to handle everything alone? He mused that finding damage dealers was easy, the challenge lay in dealing with unpredictable factors like extra monsters or rogue Awakeners. He lamented his low magical capabilities. If he were a third-tier sorcerer, he could create a golem, but his mana was insufficient. Then, a chilling realization washed over him. He saw a monster, proving his fears were justified. Speak of the devil. An unexpected monster appeared, catching Sunghoon and his partner completely off guard. The monster, a grotesque creature with a disturbing grin, emerged from the forest. It was unlike anything they had encountered before. The sudden surge of mana from the monster shocked Sunghoon's partner. It was completely undetectable by their sensors. Sunghoon's eyes narrowed as a sinister smile crept across his face. He recognized the source of the mana. It was the Minister of Magic. Sunghoon, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered to himself, questioning if the monster was somehow evading the sensors. Suddenly, a monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, appeared before him, its presence a stark contrast to the previously empty space. Simultaneously, an Awakener, clad in futuristic armor, launched a magical attack, creating a shimmering energy field around himself. The Awakener, his expression hardening, bellowed a command to halt. But the monster lunged forward, ignoring the command. Sunghoon's eyes widened in alarm as he watched the scene unfold. The Awakener, momentarily stunned by the monster's unexpected attack, exchanged confused glances with his partner. Another Awakener, a young man with blonde hair, stepped forward, stating that he would hold the monster off while they regrouped. The monster, a grotesque creature with multiple limbs, continued its advance. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, lay unconscious and heavily bandaged on a muddy field, near a large, injured monster. Around him, several people in protective gear carefully tended to the creature and the young man, their voices hushed with concern. One of them urged caution, while another reassured Sunghoon to hold tight. A water bottle lay discarded nearby, a small detail amidst the chaos. As Sunghoon regained consciousness, he was met by the sight of several Awakeners, powerful individuals capable of wielding extraordinary abilities. One of them, a man with short brown hair, commented on Sunghoon's surprisingly effective crowd control skills, noting their value in monster hunts. Another Awakener, a young man with light brown hair, expressed curiosity about the specific skills Sunghoon had used. Sunghoon, now sitting up and holding the water bottle, explained that he had employed 3 types of skills: fatigue, illusion, and paralysis. The Awakeners were impressed by his skill and adaptability, especially considering his apparent lack of formal training. They remarked that his performance was on par with veteran hunters who had participated in countless hunts. The Awakener who had initially questioned Sunghoon's skills expressed his gratitude and admitted his initial assessment had been flawed. He acknowledged the limitations of their sensors' range, which had led to the unexpected situation. Sunghoon reassured them that he was fine and that he had managed to handle the situation effectively. The other Awakeners also confirmed they were unharmed, a sense of relief washing over the scene. Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, prepared himself for the hunt. He was using this opportunity to test his skills, as this was his first time acting as bait for the Awakeners. 2 Awakeners, clad in advanced combat armor, stood beside him. One, with short, light brown hair, seemed relaxed, while the other, with darker hair, looked more serious. The relaxed Awakener expressed relief at Sunghoon's presence, while the other thanked him for his assistance. The serious Awakener, impressed by Sunghoon's crowd control skills, admitted to being jealous of his abilities. He mused that a large guild would eagerly recruit someone with such talent. A blonde woman, also an Awakener, approached the group. She commented on the advantages of working with consistent team members rather than strangers, a sentiment Sunghoon agreed with, revealing his extensive experience in the field. The blonde Awakener, understanding Sunghoon's past experience as a transporter, ceased further explanations. She then assumed he already knew their plan of action. The other Awakeners were surprised to learn of Sunghoon's past as a transporter, explaining his calm demeanor during the ambush. One Awakener praised Sunghoon for his contribution, highlighting the efficiency and lack of complications during the hunt. The question of Sunghoon's mana levels was then raised. Sunghoon, with a confident smile, was shown to have a high mana level. Sunghoon, a young man with brown hair, affirmed that he also had enough energy to continue the monster hunt. His expression was calm, almost serene. Meanwhile, another member of the hunting party, a man with gray hair, observed Sunghoon. He noted that Sunghoon, despite using his abilities to enhance the party's strength, still had ample energy remaining. He also overheard a comment about the party's leader, CC, who was known to be a heavy user of mana. Sunghoon found himself the subject of an intense stare from a blonde woman in a white suit. He felt uncomfortable and unsure of what to do, as he had been previously told not to speak to her. The blonde woman, after a moment of contemplation, decided it might not be too late to properly greet him. She then turned to Sunghoon and asked if he had enough time. He simply replied that he was fine. With everyone's agreement, Sunghoon declared it was time to continue the hunt. He urged the team to push forward as far as their mana would allow. And they all agreed, setting off into the forest. A bright flash of light then erupted from the forest. The light seemed to emanate from a large insect clinging to a tree. The scene then shifts to a wide shot of the sky, filled with fluffy white clouds. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery orange glow across the still waters of a vast lake. Mountains loomed in the distance, silhouetted against the darkening sky. Night had fallen. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with a weary expression, stood in the dimly lit parking lot of a sell-and-buy store. He surveyed the scene, muttering to himself about it being a long time since he'd seen such a clean monster carcass. He carefully examined the creature, noting its clean skin and a single wound on its head. A testament to the efficiency of the awakeners who had hunted it. One of them, a powerfully built man in advanced armor, approached Sung-hoon, commenting on the ease of the hunt and offering him an extra payout. Sung-hoon, ever practical, inquired about the change in hunting methods, prompting the awakener to explain that the clean carcass would fetch a higher price. And that because of their established relationship, Sung-hoon would receive a 15% bonus. The awakener reiterated the importance of bringing in undamaged carcasses for future transactions. Sung-hoon, however, harbored a secret. He internally mused about using his moral sensor magic to detect lies, but deemed it too inconvenient for the current situation. He knew he needed to hurry. His thoughts turned to his ultimate goal, to become a Tier 2 mage. One of the awakeners, seemingly the leader of the group, voiced his confidence in Sung-hoon's experience, suggesting that he wouldn't be easily cheated. The hunt concluded, the team gathered to divide the spoils of their successful monster hunt. The team leader, a man with short brown hair, began to calculate their earnings, a thoughtful expression on his face. The team, consisting of 3 awakeners and Sung-hoon, noticed discrepancies in the payouts for each monster carcass. A discussion ensued regarding the inconsistencies. Despite the discrepancies, the team leader announced their total earnings, 150 million won for 10 monster carcasses. His expression shifted to one of gleeful satisfaction. One of the awakeners commented on the surprisingly realistic feel of the monster carcasses. Another agreed, noting that the undamaged state of the carcasses significantly increased their value. They examined the extra payouts. A female awakener looked at Sung-hoon with a mixture of surprise and admiration. Sung-hoon smiled faintly in response. With such a large sum of money, the team leader confidently declared that they could finally go home and be happy. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood before a group of 3 awakeners. One, a woman with blonde hair, was dressed in white and seemed to be a healer. The other 2, men in red and gray armor, appeared to be damage dealers. The awakeners were negotiating the distribution of their earnings from a recent monster hunt, proposing a 40% share for the healer. The blonde healer, however, expressed a wish she were a damage dealer instead, as the damage dealers would only receive 20% each. The 3 awakeners turned their attention to Sung-hoon, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and calculation. Sung-hoon, taking charge of the situation, declared that he would take only 20% of the earnings, despite being entitled to 30%. He explained that he would allocate his remaining 10% to Sung-hoon, bringing his total share to 20%. The awakeners readily agreed, expressing gratitude for Sung-hoon's cooperation and acknowledging his crucial role in their successful hunts. One of the damage dealers even offered to give up an additional 2%, bringing Sung-hoon's total to 22%. However, the blonde healer's subsequent explanation revealed a less altruistic motive behind their generosity. She cheerfully explained that they needed Sung-hoon for their next hunt, highlighting his indispensable role in their operations. Despite the healer's explanation, Sung-hoon remained resolute in his decision to only take 10%, believing he didn't deserve more given his role as bait. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and haunted eyes, stared intently at something off-panel. His expression was one of thoughtful consideration, a slight furrow in his brow hinting at the weight of his circumstances. He mused about a woman with blonde hair, partially visible, her back to the viewer. He internally questioned why she remained so isolated, assuming it was due to her status as a noble healer. The conversation continued. Sung-hoon suggested splitting a 30% share 4 ways, but another voice dismissed the idea, revealing their healer was exceptionally skilled and therefore deserving of a larger cut. The scene was filled with a casual yet tense atmosphere. 15 days had passed since the previous events. Sung-hoon Lee, enjoying a popsicle, reflected on his recent financial success. He had earned 500 million won in just 2 weeks from a dangerous job, enough to buy land and begin constructing a house. He reviewed his checklist, land purchased, construction plans finalized. He only needed to wait for the call confirming the house's completion. A self-sufficient house capable of generating its own electricity, solving the problem of high electricity bills. He mused on the synergy between electricity and mana. Regardless, Sung-hoon checked his status, level 5 apprentice magician, with 41 mana, 16 plus 25. He noted that his mana seemed to be split into 2 pools. He pondered the implications of using Akasha mana, feeling it was somehow wrong, yet effective. The house construction would take 2 months, and he estimated it would take another 20 days to reach Tier 3 mage level if everything went as planned. With his growing magical abilities, he believed he could cure his mother's illness within 3 months, perhaps even sooner. Suddenly, Sung-hoon realized the time. It was 3 o'clock, he was late. The scene opens on a bustling city street, the exterior of a quaint cafe named Cafe Noe prominently displayed amongst other shops. Inside the cafe, Sung-hoon Lee sits across from Lee Gisik, the deputy manager of HD's raid department. Gisik extends a polite greeting. Gisik hands Sung-hoon his business card, explaining that Hunter Management is similar to an entertainment agency but with a crucial difference. Unlike entertainment agencies, Hunter Management supports awakened individuals and provides them with various conveniences. The key distinction is that the corporations backing Hunter Management are among the nation's top corporations. Gisik reveals that they have been closely observing Sung-hoon's hunting history and abilities since his recent awakening as an awakener. He also inquires about Sung-hoon's mother's illness, which is related to the sickness caused by the portal. Sung-hoon confirms that his mother is indeed bedridden due to the sickness from the portal. Gisik comments on the extensive information network of large corporations. Gisik emphasizes the cutthroat competitiveness within Hunter Management, highlighting the importance of securing promising new awakened individuals like Sung-hoon. The scene opens with a narration box, revealing a crucial piece of information. All the hunters who have worked with Sung-hoon in the last 2 months have reported the same thing. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, sits at a table, a thoughtful expression on his face as he picks at his food with a fork. Across from him sits a man in a suit, who speaks, explaining that their company is very interested in Sung-hoon's unique ability to induce paralysis in crowds. The suited man continues, emphasizing the incredible value of Sung-hoon's skill in monster hunting, particularly its effectiveness in minimizing casualties. He notes that with a team of trained hunters, capturing monsters alive becomes significantly easier. The conversation shifts to the financial implications. The suited man points out the significantly higher value of a live monster compared to a dead one. He explains that the difference in value can be tenfold or more. The suited man presents their offer. Sung-hoon, seemingly unfazed, reviews the offer on his tablet. His internal monologue reveals the offer, 1 billion won, a substantial sum for a rookie like him. A man in a suit, his face partially obscured by glasses, sat across from Sung-hoon. He spoke, his words betraying a hint of frustration. A tiger cub is a tiger nevertheless. For someone with a bright future, it is only correct for us to offer a matching condition. I almost got him. Healer, supporter and skill in crowd control, such a package, this offer is nowhere near unproportional. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, listened intently, a faint smile playing on his lips as he reviewed something on a tablet. The man in the suit leaned forward, his expression shifting slightly. He asked, "Can you give me some time until I decide?" Sung-hoon's eyebrows rose slightly in response to the question. The man continued, "Sorry? I don't understand. I assumed you thought our offer was excellent." Sung-hoon calmly replied, "The offer is certainly great, but other offers are as good as yours." "Oh? Even the foreign offers?" Sung-hoon's expression turned serious. He stated simply, "I am just one person." The scene shifted to a cafe. Sung-hoon sat opposite the suited man, sipping a drink. The man, seemingly unfazed, continued the negotiation. "Despite being a national corporation, I have the advantage in this negotiation. You will need to do better." Someone congratulated Sung-hoon on finding a rare mandragora. Sung-hoon explained that he had signed a contract with a corporation, and the mandragora was part of his down payment. The person commented that, despite his recent awakening, Sung-hoon had managed to achieve an amazing class. They added that even with a rare ability, it's hard to find such a good offer. Sung-hoon looked thoughtful, while two other individuals, a doctor and a woman, observed him from behind. The woman called out to the doctor, saying that Sung-hoon's mother appeared to be waking up. A close-up on Sung-hoon's mother's eye showed that she was indeed beginning to open it. Sung-hoon's eyes fluttered open, mirroring his mother's. Sung-hoon's mother's eyes fully opened, and she spoke to him. She asked, "Is that you, Sung-hoon?" Sung-hoon Lee awoke in a hospital bed, his mind clouded. He had collapsed again, and wondered how many days had passed this time. His mother, lying beside him, stirred. He apologized for the illness that had befallen her, but she reassured him, stating that she was awake and fine. Overwhelmed with relief, tears streamed down Sung-hoon's face as he whispered, "Mom?" His mother, noticing his distress, asked him what was wrong. Sung-hoon, still weeping, confirmed that she was truly awake. Two medical professionals entered the room, politely requesting Sung-hoon to step aside while they checked his mother's condition. They began their examination, noting her stable pupils and blood pressure. The doctors concluded that while more detailed checks were needed, everything appeared normal for now. One doctor mentioned a mandragora, a powerful item, and noted that this was the first time seeing its effect on someone's health, particularly given the patient's improved physical condition and youthful appearance. Sung-hoon's mother lay in a hospital bed, her face pale and drawn. A single word escaped her lips, barely a whisper, "What?" Her eyes fluttered open, revealing a confusion that mirrored his own. A question formed on her lips, a silent query hanging in the air. 2 years, she mouthed, the weight of time heavy in the unspoken question. The story opens with a long shot of a modern city, a hospital visible in the distance. The sky is overcast, hinting at a somber mood. The scene shifts abruptly to a close-up of leaves rustling in the wind. Then to Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, carrying his mother in a wheelchair. His expression is strained, his shoulders slumped with exhaustion. A figure walks away in the background, their face obscured. Sung-hoon's mother, her face pale but peaceful, asks if what the doctor said is true. He confirms that she is completely cured, thanks to a mandragora root. His mother, noticing his worn-out shoes, expresses concern about the cost of the mandragora, subtly hinting at his financial struggles. Sung-hoon assures her that it's all right, revealing a hidden strength and determination. His mother shows him a business card, her eyes widening in surprise and concern as she reveals a shocking truth: Sung-hoon isn't awakened. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, embraced his mother, a woman with light brown hair, as he shared good news. He had secured a lucrative contract as monster bait for awakeners, earning enough not only to cover her medical expenses but also to build a comfortable house for them. The down payment alone was 200 million won. Tears welled in his mother's eyes as she looked at her son, a mixture of relief and sorrow etched on her face. She traced a small, barely visible tattoo on her wrist. Sung-hoon's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of concern crossing his features. He reassured his mother, stating that everything was okay now. His mother wept openly, expressing her sorrow that her son had given up his dreams of becoming a musician to become a monster hunter for her sake. Sung-hoon reassured her again, explaining that the corporation that recruited him was a national one, implying stability and safety. He emphasized that they could now live comfortably, urging her to trust him. Their hands clasped together, a symbol of their bond and shared hope. His mother, however, voiced her fears about the inherent dangers of his job, worrying about the possibility of him getting hurt or killed during a hunt. Sung-hoon responded that he was a rear support, minimizing the risk to himself, and urged them to go home. A young woman, her face etched with worry, leaned forward from her seat. "Where are you going?" she asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Sung-hoon, his expression resolute, replied, "When I finish, I will come straight to you, so just rest up." The cityscape stretched out before him, a panorama of towering buildings under a pale sky. He was leaving the city. Sung-hoon sped away on his scooter, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He arrived at a large building, a modern structure that loomed over the surrounding area. There, he encountered a man in sunglasses, who asked, "What's your inquiry?" Sung-hoon stated his purpose clearly: "I am awakened. I have a meeting today. I have come to see Raid Management's deputy manager Lee Gisik." He reached his destination, a building marked with the Korean characters for Raid Management. Inside, he was greeted by a familiar face. "It's been a while, Lee Sung-hoon SSI," the man said. Sung-hoon replied, "Same here. Have you been waiting?" Sung-hoon Lee arrived at a sleek, modern building, his guest pass clutched in his hand. Security informed him of his arrival, noting that they were busy. He was then met by a man in a sharp suit, who expressed concern about Sung-hoon's low level of experience in the field. Sung-hoon was told that the company was preparing for a rather interesting project. The man explained that because they had promising prospects, the company planned to nurture them by pushing their development. Sung-hoon questioned the feasibility of nurturing someone from the beginning, given that for awakeners, skill is their currency. The man explained that upper management sought high-level awakeners with rare skills, but these individuals were difficult to acquire. Some even possessed reckless temperaments. He then revealed that it was possible to acquire them using a desperation factor. The man explained that while Sung-hoon also had a desperation factor, as soon as he awakened, money would be the first thing he'd desire. He pressed the button for the 10th floor, reflecting on how family issues or financial bankruptcy were not pretty for anyone. Those who weren't at his level and possessed abilities in the gray zone, their usefulness would determine their recruitment. By creating a team with such individuals, the company could increase its authority as they developed, regulating their training and field deployment more frequently. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, contemplated his situation. He had been offered a dangerous job, acting as bait for powerful awakeners hunting monsters. The thought of using people's financial crises to his advantage, that didn't sit well with him. But the alternative was his mother's medical debt, a debt that loomed large over him. His recruiter assured him that he would be part of a team, and that he would receive training. A prospect that, despite the inherent risks, he found appealing. It sounded good to him, he would look forward to it. Sung-hoon learned that there were 3 teams, Alpha, Beta, and Omega. He expressed his eagerness to meet his teammates. News of Sung-hoon's arrival spread quickly. The team members were curious about this rumored rookie. A young man who was about to join their ranks. The scene shifted to a briefing room, where the team was assembled. The team consisted of 3 awakeners, a stoic figure in advanced armor, a more relaxed individual in athletic wear, and a young woman with pink hair, currently resting her head on the table. Their leader, a man in a suit, observed them. One of the awakeners, Shin Sang-jin, a supporter known for spreading the curse, was introduced. His presence sparked a question. The team leader explained that Sang-jin was a multi-class supporter, capable of filling any gaps in the team's abilities. The pink-haired awakener, curious about the rumors, asked if the newcomer was really joining them. Min Yo-young, a powerful awakener known as the Healer of the Light, reviewed the data on a rookie named Sung-hoon Lee. Her assessment was succinct. He possessed impressive crowd control, healing, buffing, and debuffing capabilities. She then directed Sung-hoon to examine the provided teammate information himself. He did so, his expression shifting to one of awe and wonder as he took in the sheer scope of the data. Meanwhile, Kim Do-jin, a formidable awakener nicknamed the Berserker of Iron Body, sat calmly, awaiting the arrival of Sung-hoon. Another awakener, whose name was not yet revealed, commented on the high-quality equipment provided by the large corporation they worked for. A figure in white armor appeared, and introduced himself as Miro, greeting Sung-hoon. Lee Sung-hoon, a young man with short brown hair, introduced himself to his new team. His voice was calm, betraying little of the anxiety churning within him. He was a rookie, after all, and keenly aware of his inexperience. He hoped his teammates would be understanding and offer assistance. Kim Do-jin, a powerfully built man with short gray hair and a serious expression, acknowledged Sung-hoon's introduction. He was the team's tank, a role that demanded both strength and resilience. Meanwhile, Min Yo-young, a cheerful young woman with vibrant pink hair, greeted Sung-hoon warmly. Her role as the team's healer was evident in her kind demeanor. Sung-hoon, slightly taken aback by her familiarity, questioned whether he could address her informally. Min Yo-young explained that she had already seen his awakener information, revealing his multi-class abilities. She expressed hope for a good working relationship. A moment later, another member of the team arrived. Concern flickered across Sung-hoon's face as he wondered if they were late for their mission. Park Jin-suk, an older man with gray hair and glasses, introduced himself as the team's damage dealer. He seemed amused by the arrival of the rumored rookie. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself in a stark room. He was surrounded by 2 other individuals, Lee Jin-soo, a powerfully built awakener introduced as the Hunter of the Storm, and a pink-haired woman. Jin-soo greeted Sung-hoon curtly, while the woman offered a polite greeting. Another awakener, Shin Sang-jin, a supporter, was introduced. His expression was serious, almost wary, as he observed Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon's thoughts turned inward. He wondered if Sang-jin's apprehension stemmed from Sung-hoon also being a supporter, fearing a potential power struggle. He dismissed Sang-jin's concerns, believing his methods and abilities to be vastly different. The scene shifted to a briefing room. Assistant Manager Kim Tae-hyun announced the start of the briefing. Kim Tae-hyun began a presentation, outlining the strategic and geographical analysis of the invading monsters. He detailed their systematic approach and superior tactics compared to regular hunters, causing Sung-hoon to silently observe the level of detail and preparation. Kim Tae-hyun concluded his presentation, highlighting the ease with which even a rookie could adapt to the provided information and the seamless team communication. The panel then focuses on Sung-hoon, who is shown to be impressed by the organization and efficiency of the operation. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, observed a group of powerful superhumans, or awakeners as they were known, in animated discussion. Their casual confidence was striking. He mused on their effortless teamwork, impressed by their ability to coordinate so smoothly despite being a recently formed group. A panoramic view of the city unfolded, a stark contrast to the tense scene within the Awakeners' headquarters. The sky was a soft blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The scene shifted to Sung-hoon, his expression grim as he recounted his difficult past. His mother's sudden, inexplicable collapse had plunged the family into crisis. He explained that his mother's condition was severe and unpredictable. He continued his story, revealing that his father's subsequent death from pancreatic cancer had left him utterly alone and destitute. The weight of his circumstances was evident in his posture. A young woman with pink hair, one of the Awakeners, listened with a sympathetic expression. She offered a quiet word of comfort, acknowledging the hardship he had endured. The conversation continued, with the pink-haired Awakener noting the unusual formality of Sung-hoon's speech, given their age difference. She playfully teased him about it. Sung-hoon reflected on the comment, realizing that his communication style was indeed different from what he was used to. He attributed this to his past life, a life where he had never had close relationships with women. A sudden, vivid memory flashed before his eyes, the image of a powerful, dark-haired woman with horns, whom he recognized as a Kalaman. The memory was intense and unexpected. The pink-haired Awakener, noticing his sudden distress, questioned his unusually humble demeanor for a supposed super rookie. Sung-hoon, still reeling from the memory, deflected the comment, downplaying his title. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself in the grim reality of working as monster bait for awakeners. His current predicament was discussed by two such awakeners, Yo-young and another whose name was not yet revealed. Yo-young commented on Sung-hoon's humble nature, noting his transformation from a normal citizen to an awakener, while the other awakener mentioned his own 4 years of experience as a transporter. Yo-young's companion remarked on the length of his career, prompting a response from Sung-hoon, who revealed he had only been working as bait for 2 years before his awakening. Their conversation was interrupted by the sudden appearance of Do Jin-hyun, who urgently warned them of something approaching. His expression was one of stark alarm. Do Jin-hyun's warning was met with immediate concern. He pointed out Sung-hoon's unusual abilities, speculating that his sensory skills were far beyond the norm for a transporter. The group found themselves in a precarious situation as they were suddenly surrounded by a group of monsters known as blind bulls. The vehicle they were in began to shake violently. The situation escalated quickly, with the driver expressing concern about the vehicle's ability to withstand the attack. A plan of action was needed. Sung-hoon, despite his initial apprehension, took charge. He channeled his inner power, invoking his authority as the Sorcerer King. A surge of magical energy emanated from his hands as he commanded the magical forces at his disposal to halt the monster's advance. The resulting magical wave washed over the blind bulls, paralyzing them instantly. The immediate danger was averted, but the implications of Sung-hoon's newly revealed power hung heavy in the air. Sung-hoon, the young man serving as bait for awakener hunts, found himself facing a monstrous creature. A surge of energy erupted from him, a chaotic maelstrom of power that engulfed the beast. Leaving the awakener, a blonde woman in red armor, speechless. Wow! No way, she exclaimed, astonished by the unexpected display of power. She realized that Sung-hoon had just used the infamous parallel mind crowd control skill, completely disabling the monster in an instant. Another awakener, observing from a distance, murmured, to think it completely disabled the monster in an instant. The monster is completely disabled. Is this for real? The other awakeners watched in stunned silence as the monstrous creature lay inert. One of them, a man with short gray hair and glasses, confirmed, it is real. The effect, however, was temporary. The effect will be nullified in 5 minutes, the gray-haired awakener stated. Another awakener, a young man in white armor, responded confidently, no need to be humble. The duration isn't an issue at all. Despite the time limit, the young awakener in white armor confidently approached the incapacitated monster. Hunting without combat. I will deal with this one, he declared. Another awakener, clad in dark green armor, gave his assent, go ahead. The young awakener raised his hand, a surge of energy crackling around him as he prepared to summon his weapon. Summon, he commanded. A dark spear materialized before him, answering his call. Another awakener, this one with dark hair, observed, weapon summon. Is it a class-specific weapon? Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, observed a powerful awakener. He mused that the awakener's demon spear was a hybrid class weapon, combining summoning and close-range combat capabilities. Judging from the energy signature, the weapon appeared formidable. 2 other awakeners, a blonde woman and another young man, watched the display. The blonde woman commented that she felt the same way every time she saw it, but she was jealous of the spear's summoning skill. The young man agreed. The young man questioned the spear's strength, prompting the blonde woman to explain that its power wasn't just its strength, but that the awakener received it for free. Another awakener, a man with glasses, interjected, pointing out that the spear's armor-piercing capabilities were superior to swords or axes. The awakener with the demon spear prepared to strike a monster. He lunged forward. The awakener unleashed his deadly spear attack. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man driven by desperation, lunged forward, his spear piercing the monstrous creature's hide with surprising ease. The beast let out a guttural roar, quack, as it crumpled to the ground. A nearby awakener watched in astonishment. He was incredulous, the monster's defenses had been breached in a single blow. Could this be possible? Another awakener, observing from a distance, offered an explanation. They had heard of armor penetration skills, and it seemed Sung-hoon's deadly spear was one such skill. In the background, the dust settled to reveal the rest of the awakener team and the defeated monster. It wasn't just the weapon's strength, Sung-hoon's skill in wielding it was exceptional, complementing its power perfectly. Jin Suk-hyunam, one of the awakeners, praised Sung-hoon's performance, but Sung-hoon downplayed his achievement, claiming he only killed a paralyzed monster, something anyone could do. The team then discussed their progress, expressing satisfaction with their performance, exceeding their expectations. Sung-hoon reflected on his past experiences as a transporter, where he was often used as bait by lower-level hunter teams. He mused that if they continued to level up at this rate, they could soon compete with the top teams. This was because the value of monster parts far outweighed the risk of human life. However, high-level teams had the financial backing of management, allowing them to operate with greater resources and safety. In a world overrun by monsters and magic, technological advancements still held a crucial role. Specialized drones were employed by scouting teams to locate and bait these creatures, even amidst the chaos of their rampages. And now, within a sterile, high-tech operations room, the drone footage was being reviewed. A man and a woman, both dressed in professional attire, examined the recordings intently. The woman, with short, dark hair, efficiently streamed the footage to the main screen, her movements precise and efficient. The screen displayed a large, menacing insect, its multiple legs poised to strike. It was a pincher bug, a type of colony-based monster known for its fierce loyalty to its queen. A man's face, partially visible, registered surprise and concern at the sight of the creature. In another part of the facility, a soldier in green armor asked his pink-haired companion if something had happened. The casual nature of the question suggested this was not an unusual occurrence. The pink-haired woman, upon seeing the image of the pincher bug, identified the creature, explaining that it was a colony-based monster focused on protecting its queen. She questioned whether pincher bugs had ever been sighted in this area before, her expression one of thoughtful concern. The soldier, showing a clear dislike for insects, speculated that the pincher bug might be expanding its territory, acting as a scout for a larger invasion. A man with short, dark hair and a somewhat worried expression is shown. He is the bait, Sung-hoon Lee, and he is contemplating the risks of his job. The narration box above him reveals the plan. There's a chance of finding a monster nest nearby, a dangerous but potentially lucrative endeavor. The scene shifts to a woman with short, dark hair and a serious expression, seated before a computer screen. She is updating the Monster Hunter's database with new information about a recent monster incursion. She confirms the target, a pincher bug, a type of monster they are hunting. A man with short, brown hair and a confident smirk stands beside her, ready for the hunt. The woman with pink hair explains that while pincher bugs are usually B-rank monsters, this particular group has a queen, making them a more significant threat. The man listens intently. They discuss the implications of this discovery. A-rank monsters require a military response, but this group is manageable for them. The potential reward is substantial, making the risk worthwhile. They agree to proceed, acknowledging the potential for a good financial gain. Sunghun, the bait, simply states that money is good. The scene shifts to a forest, where a large pincher bug is shown emerging from the undergrowth. A drone flies overhead, observing the monster's movements. The pincher bug attacks the drone, destroying it. The scene ends with the monster's menacing silhouette. A team of awakeners, perched atop a building, had located their target. One, with blonde hair and a determined expression, announced their discovery. The blonde awakener's strategy was simple: fire at the first monster that appeared, and deal with whatever followed. Below, a group of monsters emerged from behind a truck, ready to attack. The blonde awakener initiated their attack, unleashing a rapid-fire triple shot from their bow. The arrows found their mark, striking a large scorpion-like monster. But the impact seemed to have little effect. The monster continued its advance, seemingly unfazed by the attack. And the blonde awakener's expression shifted to one of surprise. The other awakeners watched in disbelief as the monster shrugged off the attack. A small drone fell from the sky. One of the awakeners, a man with gray hair, muttered in disbelief as the monster suddenly crumbled into dust. Jinsuk Hyungnam, clad in advanced powered armor, stood over a defeated monster. He questioned whether the creature, known as Pincher Bug, should have withstood his attack, given its reputation. He pondered the sudden drop in the monster's defenses, wondering if they had been weakened while his team was not looking. With a battle cry of piercing demon spear, Jinsuk unleashed a devastating attack, impaling the monster. The creature let out a pained cry of Yua. Sunghun, surprised by the power displayed, questioned Jinsuk about his strength, prompting Jinsuk to comment on the need to control his abilities. Another member of the team, observing Sunghun's actions, exclaimed in astonishment at the incredible power he had displayed, while Sunghun himself apologized. The team discussed the significant increase in attack damage, attributing it to Sunghun's unexpected contribution. Despite the team's explanation, they acknowledged the unusual magnitude of the damage increase, prompting further speculation. Sunghun, downplaying his contribution, simply stated that he was doing his job and attributed the results to a recent level up. Finally, another team member speculated that with Sangjin SSI's debuff, the hunt might become too easy, even suggesting that they might not need Sunghun's support. A tactical briefing unfolded before Sunghun's eyes. 7 pincer bugs were approaching his position from 3 directions, their vehicle acting as a focal point. He was instructed to prepare for a second battle. A stark white page, devoid of any imagery, served as a visual transition between the tactical briefing and the next scene. High above, 2 awakeners, Jinsu and Jinsuk, received their mission briefing. They were tasked with securing the 9 o'clock direction. Meanwhile, Sangjin, another awakener, planned to draw the monster's attention from 12 and 2 o'clock, buying time for his team. And Yeo Young, a support awakener, was instructed to remain on standby, ready to provide healing support as needed. Sunghun, the bait, was given his instructions to remain with Yeo Young and prepare to use paralysis magic when necessary. With preparations complete, Sangjin gave the order to proceed. He urged caution as they moved towards the monster's position. The team approached their target area. A group of monstrous creatures emerged from the ground, and the awakeners immediately engaged. Target acquired. The awakeners opened fire, unleashing a barrage of attacks against the approaching horde. But the sheer number of creatures suggested a much larger threat was still to come. Sunghun Lee, a young man driven to desperation by his mother's illness and mounting medical debt, found himself once again serving as bait for the awakeners. He braced himself against the onslaught of a monstrous creature, its multiple limbs lashing out with terrifying speed. A brutal battle ensued, a whirlwind of steel and claws. The awakener, a blond young man in red armor, moved with practiced ease, his expression confident as he reported, 9 o'clock, clear. The awakener swiftly dispatched the creature, leaving behind only a smoking crater. He confirmed, area clear. Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair monitored the situation on a tactical map, her brow furrowing as she noticed something amiss. What? She questioned, a hint of alarm in her voice. The alarm bells intensified as the woman observed an unusual surge in activity. What is this? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she witnessed a sudden increase in the number of pincher bugs. It wasn't just 3, the number of pincher bugs was rapidly escalating, spreading like wildfire across the landscape. The woman, her face etched with worry, reported the escalating threat. Pincher bugs count, 7, 8, it's still increasing. The man, his voice strained, revealed a crucial piece of information. We have the video, this is the entrance to the nest. The implication was clear, the seemingly contained threat had just escalated into a full-blown crisis. The awakener, having just finished his assignment, now found himself sprinting away from the rapidly expanding swarm of pincher bugs. Sunghun Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, worked a dangerous job as bait for awakeners, powerful humans who hunted monsters. He was currently in the midst of a hunt, his expression grim as he listened to his team's communication. The mission briefing concluded with a shift in strategy. They were moving to Plan B. Suddenly, a blonde awakener, his face alight with excitement, announced the arrival of their targets. His pink-haired teammate, equally alert, asked for their location. The 2 awakeners, sprinting through the forest, pursued the approaching horde. As the pair closed in on the enemy, the pink-haired awakener identified the monsters as particularly dangerous soldier bugs. Her partner, however, was focused on a more immediate concern. They decided to reduce the number of bugs before engaging the main nest. The blonde awakener prepared his weapon. With a burst of energy, the awakeners attacked, quickly locating the nest. Sunghun realized that the blonde awakener had used a mental disruption skill to draw the enemy's attention. Meanwhile, another awakener, Sangjin, moved to the rear, preparing a curse of fatigue to weaken the remaining bugs. Sunghun, despite his fear, prepared to fight. Sunghun Lee, a young man with short, gray hair, strained every muscle in his enhanced body, his face contorted in exertion. A purple aura crackled around him as he pushed himself to his limits. The word slow appeared in a speech bubble above him, a testament to his struggle. Meanwhile, another awakener, Sang-jin, observed Sung-hoon's struggle from a distance. He commented that Sung-hoon's magic was akin to light of fatigue, a unique and intriguing phenomenon. In the foreground, several monstrous creatures writhed under the effects of Sung-hoon's power, their movements sluggish and weak. Sang-jin, his expression thoughtful, considered his next move. Should he intervene? He decided to act, a surge of energy building within him, releasing a powerful blast of energy that struck Sung-hoon. Sang-jin's attack caused a wave of paralysis to wash over the battlefield. The word paralysis echoed in the air as the monsters froze in place. He declared their intention to eliminate the paralyzed foes. However, Sung-hoon, despite being seemingly affected, showed no signs of paralysis. He muttered, "Huh? No way." The word paralysis appeared repeatedly, highlighting the unexpected turn of events. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself paralyzed, his body rendered immobile by an unknown force. The paralysis, a strange affliction brought by the monstrous invasion, held him captive. His captors, a team of awakeners, watched with a mixture of surprise and concern. One of them muttered a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, another awakener, observing Sung-hoon's extraordinary ability to withstand the attacks of multiple monsters, expressed astonishment. The sheer scale of Sung-hoon's unexpected resilience was remarkable. The team leader, impressed by Sung-hoon's unexpected power, marveled at the sheer amount of mana he possessed. The effect of his presence on the battlefield was undeniable. The leader explained that the effect of Sung-hoon's power would only last for 5 minutes. He urged his team to make the most of this opportunity. As a horde of monstrous creatures emerged from their lair, a terrifying sight that filled even the hardened awakeners with a sense of awe and dread. One of the awakeners noted that with Sung-hoon's unexpected assistance, their work was becoming significantly easier. Another awakener agreed, deciding to contribute their own efforts to the fight. Sung-hoon, seizing the moment, joined the fight, his actions decisive and powerful. He moved to eliminate the monster's nest. Later that evening, Sung-hoon reflected on his day's work. He had earned 10 times his usual income, a significant sum that brought him a glimmer of hope amidst his struggles. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short, light brown hair, sat slumped against the wall of a public shower, his shoulders bowed. He watched as 2 other men showered nearby, their bodies glistening with water. A sense of weariness hung in the air, a stark contrast to the steam rising from the showers. He had just finished a grueling job as monster bait for awakeners, a dangerous profession he took on to pay for his mother's medical bills. The words, "only that, we leveled up a lot," echoed in his mind, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his work. The day's earnings were substantial, 1.7 million won. But the money was a small comfort compared to the exhaustion that weighed him down. He reflected on his recent gains, noting that his mana level had increased by 7 points, and he had acquired 2 new skills, inferior mana utilization and inferior mana recovery. These skills, though seemingly weak, were a significant step in his journey to reclaim his past life as the Sorcerer King. His mana pool had also increased by 50 points. The skills granted him a small increase in magical damage and mana recovery, respectively. This was a small victory, but a victory nonetheless. Outside the shower, a friend, Hyung, invited Sung-hoon for a drink. Sung-hoon declined, explaining that he had come to the hunting school urgently and had other pressing matters to attend to. He had a more immediate goal in mind, securing his mother's release from the hospital. His primary focus was to get his mother out of the hospital and find a suitable place for them to live while their house was under construction. Leaving the shower, Sung-hoon's thoughts remained fixed on his mother's well-being and his plans for the future. The weight of his responsibilities was heavy, but the newfound strength he felt, both physically and magically, gave him a glimmer of hope. A tranquil scene unfolds, a soft blue sky dotted with fluffy white clouds above a verdant landscape. The gentle sounds of nature are subtly suggested by musical notes in the corners of the panel. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, speaks on his phone. He's dressed in a futuristic, white and red outfit. Deputy General Manager Lee Gisik informs him that the construction of his newly requested house is complete. The location appears to be rural, with a wind turbine visible in the distance, suggesting a self-sufficient or remote area. Sung-hoon is then shown arriving at his new home in a sleek, black car. Gisik, a man in a suit and glasses, guides him through the house, explaining the features. The house boasts a glass wall on the 3rd floor, as per Sung-hoon's request. Sung-hoon smiles, pleased with the results. A young woman with long, reddish-brown hair stands beside him, observing the house with a more reserved expression. The exterior of the house is shown, it's modern and eco-friendly, with solar panels on the roof and a small pond in the front yard. Gisik explains that koi fish have been added to the pond. The woman, slightly unimpressed, comments that it wasn't necessary. Sung-hoon, however, reflects on his past life, stating that this is his chance to fulfill filial responsibilities he couldn't in his previous life. The interior of a newly constructed house is shown. A young woman with shoulder-length brown hair is seen ascending a staircase. The narration boxes describe the layout of the house. The 1st floor contains a living room, kitchen, and guest area, the 2nd and 3rd floors are residential, and the basement consists of 3 levels. A final narration box poses a question. The basement's 3rd level is where they installed all the equipment I have requested? Sung-hoon, a young man with short dark hair, stands in the hallway of the house, speaking with an older man wearing glasses. The older man tells Sung-hoon to contact him if any problems arise. Sung-hoon thanks him for his work. Sung-hoon then approaches his mother, a woman with long brown hair, in what seems to be the kitchen. He expresses concern about the cost of her medical treatment, wondering if he has spent too much money. His mother reassures him, estimating the cost at around 10 million won. Sung-hoon's mother is shown reacting to his words. He reassures her, stating that he is currently earning a significant amount of money. Sung-hoon explains that he earned over 1 million won from his last monster hunt. He assures his mother that he will continue working hard. Sung-hoon's mother notices that he is crying. She questions why he is crying, pointing out that today should be a happy day. Sung-hoon embraces his mother, his face hidden against her shoulder. A close-up shows his head resting on her shoulder. A tranquil scene of a koi pond is shown, suggesting a change of location. A voice-off panel compliments Mrs. Lee's beautiful house. Inside the house, Mrs. Lee welcomes visitors. Sung-hoon, feeling awkward, tries to excuse himself. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of his mother's illness and the harsh realities of a monster-infested world, climbed the stairs to his apartment. He wasn't interested in the gossip swirling around him, he had a task to complete. He approached a complex magical circle etched into the floor of his apartment. He pressed a button on a nearby device, initiating the process. A satisfied smile playing on his lips as he observed the circle's activation. He planned to draw mana from the electricity generated by his solar panel. Sunghoon, seeing the magic circle fully operational, issued a command, his voice carrying an air of authority that belied his youthful appearance. The conversion of electricity to mana began, a process he monitored with intense focus. And completed successfully. Now, the final step remained. He prepared to absorb the newly generated mana, a surge of anticipation coursing through him. With a focused mind, he reached out, drawing the energy into himself. The mana flowing into his body, causing a noticeable increase in his mana stat. A faint smile touched his lips as he felt the power surge within him. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, smiled serenely. His mana stat had permanently increased by 0.01. Good, he murmured, a quiet satisfaction in his tone. 15 days later, the scene shifted to a landscape subtly altered by technological advancements. A solar panel rested atop a building, a testament to the changing world. Sunghoon reviewed his status. He was now an apprentice magician, level 12, with significantly improved stats. He reflected, I would have had a really hard time making a magic circle like this in my previous life. His current mana was at 160. He had gained about 32 levels worth of mana in just 15 days. A look of quiet wonder crossed his face. He mused, this is why knowledge is important. Sunghoon prepared for the next step in his magical training. He believed this much mana would be enough to proceed. He muttered, mana compression. A surge of energy emanated from him as he initiated the mana compression technique. The energy swirled and coalesced, taking on a heart-like shape. The swirling energy rotated, culminating in a powerful display of magical prowess. Sunghoon, now radiating power, stood calmly at the center of the magical vortex. A surge of power coursed through Sunghoon's veins, a tingling sensation spreading from his core outwards. As a new magic circle manifested within him, signifying his ascension to Tier 2. He now possessed the ability to cast dual spells, a significant upgrade in his magical capabilities. Sunghoon contemplated his newfound power and the implications for his future. He calculated that, at Tier 3, he could potentially hunt monsters independently, eliminating the need for the dangerous bait work that had nearly cost him his life. However, reaching Tier 3 would require 2 years of continuous hunting, a grueling prospect that mirrored his past life's relentless pace. He decided to take a different approach this time around. He would prioritize a more relaxed lifestyle, enjoying leisure activities and luxuries he had previously been denied. A phone call interrupted his reverie. It was Assistant Manager Kim Tae-young, informing Sunghoon that his next monster hunt was scheduled. The hunt was set for 5 days later. Sunghoon resolved to maximize his mana absorption during that time. 5 days later, Sunghoon arrived at the designated hunting grounds, where he encountered Dojin, who noted a significant increase in Sunghoon's strength. Dojin greeted Sunghoon, commenting on his early arrival. Sunghoon simply replied with a greeting. Dojin, noticing Sunghoon's enhanced physique, inquired about his training regimen. Sunghoon cryptically responded that it was his personal way of doing things. Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair, looked surprised. He questioned how the other man, a more mature individual with short gray hair and a futuristic suit, knew about his abilities, claiming he hadn't been trying to show them. The older man, however, simply stated that it was one of Sunghoon's skills, a bestial instinct that could evaluate the strength of his opponents. He called it a useful skill. And went on to explain that it was part of the Akasha system, a power he considered to be definitively of divine origin. He further elaborated that no other entity could freely lend its power to others indefinitely like this. Posing the question of how it worked, given that gods possess unlimited power but cannot impact this world without consequence. He wondered if it was related to the portals that appeared on Earth. Suddenly, a cheerful, energetic young woman with pink hair appeared, exclaiming that she had arrived first. Sunghoon simply acknowledged that it had been a while since they last saw each other. The scene shifted to a briefing, where a man in a military-style uniform pointed to a screen showing a monster. He identified it as the target for the day's hunt, a monster Sunghoon had encountered during his time as a transporter. Sunghoon reflected on his increased power since their last hunt, noting a threefold increase in his mana. The briefing concluded. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother, lay on the cold, hard ground, his breath shallow and ragged. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his eyes fluttered closed. His mind, however, was far from still, a whirlwind of fragmented memories and a growing sense of dread. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother, found himself in a breathtaking landscape, his mind reeling from a recent event. A new skill had manifested within him, a power he was only beginning to understand. A skill that had been revealed during a monster hunt alongside a team of awakeners. One of them, observing Sunghoon's abilities, noted the efficiency of his new power. Dujin, another awakener, approached Sunghoon, his expression curious and friendly. He had a question regarding the specifics of Sunghoon's newfound paralysis ability. Sunghoon, surprised by the question, explained that he could use it approximately once per second, potentially up to 100 times a day. However, he also possessed a far greater capacity for magic, thanks to his true identity as the Sorcerer King. The other awakeners reacted with astonishment to Sunghoon's revelation, particularly his mana reserves and recovery speed. Their surprise was palpable, prompting Dujin to inquire about Sunghoon's mana recovery time. Sunghoon responded that it took him about a week to fully replenish his mana. Dujin, visibly surprised, then asked about the mana recovery time of the pink-haired awakener, who identified herself as a Juicy. She replied that it took her about 10 days to recover if she used all her mana. The conversation shifted to the typical number of hunts per month, which was established to be around 2 to 3. Sunghoon Lee, a transporter by trade, stared at the glowing magic circle. He'd seen countless such circles during his dangerous work, luring monsters for powerful awakeners to hunt. But this time felt different, a deep-seated recognition stirred within him. His mana, the lifeblood of magic, naturally regenerated slowly. However, using the magic circle at his home, he could fully replenish it within hours, a stark contrast to the days it usually took. This accelerated regeneration was a crucial advantage. One of the awakeners, a young woman with pink hair, suggested they test their abilities on a nearby monster. A large, ferocious beast emerged from the forest. Sunghoon, despite his apprehension, prepared to face it. Sunghoon focused, channeling his mana. With a determined expression, he unleashed a wave of paralyzing energy. instantly incapacitating the monster. The Awakeners were impressed by the efficiency of his attack, noting that their work was significantly easier with his help. Suddenly, another monster appeared, prompting a swift response from one of the Awakeners. With incredible agility, the Awakener, a blonde young man in red armor, leaped into action, releasing the arrow with deadly accuracy. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with blonde hair, stood poised, his red armor gleaming. He held a strange weapon, a dark, almost obsidian-like bow, its tip glowing with an ethereal, green light. A powerful energy crackled around him, hinting at the latent power within. He drew back the string of his bow, the green energy intensifying, releasing a blinding flash of light that engulfed the area. When the light subsided, Sung-Hoon was seen riding atop a massive, defeated beast, a bear-like creature. He dismounted, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he surveyed the scene. Another monstrous creature lay dead nearby, its body riddled with arrows. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he knocked another arrow. He muttered to himself, confident in his abilities. "Yeah, this is awesome. I think I can shoot about a few hundred arrows without a problem at this rate," he exclaimed. Another figure, a young man with dark hair, approached. He spoke, his tone a mix of observation and slight awe. "Sung-Hoon Hyung really is carrying us on his back," he commented. Sung-Hoon responded modestly, then the other young man continued, revealing a more complex truth behind their mission. No. Apparently you are the HD group's top rising star. We are just thankful for your work." He paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "And it means that's how much they are expecting out of me. Finally," he suggested, "let's deal with the monster's carcass. We will continue our hunt after that." A team of Awakeners, led by a man named Dujin, was tracking their target, Hyungnim. They moved quietly, their movements precise and efficient. Their leader confirming their progress with a curt nod. Leader Dujin, overseeing the operation from his truck, received a report that their mission was complete. Much sooner than anticipated. With the mission accomplished, the team discussed their next steps. One of the Awakeners, a woman with pink hair, inquired about the team's mana levels, confirming that they had enough energy to regroup with the main force and return to the city to process their kill. The team expressed their enthusiasm for the quick completion of the mission, highlighting the dual benefits of financial gain and experience points. Back in the truck, Leader Dujin reported that communications were down. The team was surprised by this unexpected development. One of the Awakeners questioned the cause of the communication failure. As a sudden, violent attack interrupted them. Sung-Hoon found himself in the midst of a chaotic ambush. Gunfire erupted around him as armored figures clashed amidst a hail of bullets and explosions. The air filled with the stench of cordite and the screams of the dying. He recognized the distinctive weaponry immediately. Gunfire? This looks like Black Hunters, he realized, a grim understanding dawning on him. His comrades urged him to hurry, their voices strained with urgency. One of them explained, he will be able to last a while since he is a tanker, but that's still dangerous. Two enemy vehicles, heavily armed siege machines, opened fire from an elevated position, unleashing a devastating barrage upon their position. Despite the danger, a flicker of determination ignited within Sung-Hoon. He thought to himself, our leader is pretty good. I can't lose to him, can I? Drawing upon his newfound power, Sung-Hoon commanded, I order thee as the Minister of Magic, and a small orb of light materialized in his hands. He then created a protective shield, muttering, protect me. Shield. He explained, with this kind of gunfire, they won't be able to destroy the shield I created using half of my mana. And if I have enough time. He channeled his magic further, commanding, I order thee as the Minister of Magic, lightning. A surge of energy pulsed through him as he unleashed a pierce, magic arrow, attack. The two spells merged, creating a powerful new ability. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother in the monstrous invasion that ravaged his world, found himself once again serving as bait for the Awakeners. He braced himself, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he stood before a colossal beast, its shadow looming over him. A desperate prayer forming on his lips as he channeled the power of his past life. With a roar, he unleashed the Sorcerer King's might, summoning a blinding bolt of energy, the lightning arrow. The attack struck true, piercing the monster's hide. A surge of energy crackled through the air, a prelude to the chaos about to unfold. The monstrous form of a creature, seemingly mechanical, emerged from the heart of the electrical storm, its metallic hide sparking with raw power. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man clad in advanced combat gear, braced himself, his senses heightened as he scanned his surroundings. Enemy located, 200 meters. A team of Awakeners, superhumans capable of wielding extraordinary powers, prepared for combat, their expressions grim as they surrounded Sung-Hoon, who lay injured on the ground. One of them, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, channeled her energy, attempting to heal his wounds. A young Awakener with blonde hair and a fiery disposition knocked an arrow, his face contorted in rage. He unleashed his attack, a storm arrow, a projectile of concentrated energy that tore through the air, leaving behind only the lingering scent of ozone and the faint tremor in the earth. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man driven to desperation by his mother's illness and the invasion of monstrous creatures, found himself once again serving as bait for Awakeners, powerful beings capable of wielding magic. He launched a desperate attack, a surge of energy erupting from his body. But his assault was easily deflected by one of the monstrous invaders. The creature scoffed, its words echoing with cruel amusement, cuckoo. That doesn't even tickle, brat. Despite the failure, Sung-Hoon was left pondering the sheer power of his enemies. He had unleashed his strongest attack, yet it barely fazed them. That was my strongest attack skill. Just what are their levels, he wondered, a grim realization dawning on him. The battle raged on. Another Awakener, shouting fire, unleashed a wave of flames, but even this powerful attack proved ineffective against the resilient monsters, their defenses remaining impenetrable. A wave of energy slammed into a protective barrier, highlighting the futility of their efforts. His fear was palpable, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. At this rate, the grim reality of their situation became horrifyingly clear. The unspoken truth hung heavy in the air, all of us will be killed. Suddenly, a chilling declaration from Sung-Hoon shattered the tense silence. The other Awakeners reacted with shock and confusion. What? What did Sung-Hoon SSI just say? With newfound power and authority, Sung-Hoon revealed his true identity and destiny. Holding a glowing crimson gem, he declared, I order thee as the Minister of Magic. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself in a desperate situation. He was being used as bait, a human sacrifice in the hunt for interdimensional monsters. The command was simple, stark, and terrifying: dig. As he obeyed, a surge of unexpected power coursed through him, a new skill manifested, a primal ability to dig with unnatural speed and strength. He gasped, the revelation hitting him like a physical blow. The image of his past life, a life of unimaginable power, flashed before his eyes. The ground erupted around him, a violent geyser of earth and rock, a desperate, guttural cry escaped his lips as he was thrown into the air by the force of his own power. He had unleashed something far beyond his comprehension. The Awakeners, powerful human warriors enhanced with otherworldly abilities, watched in stunned silence. One, a grizzled veteran, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape, his eyes wide with shock. His younger companion, equally astonished, stood frozen. Another Awakener, a young woman with vibrant pink hair, shared the same look of disbelief with her colleagues. The unexpected power display had left them speechless. From the crater, Sung-hoon emerged, coughing and disoriented, but alive. He looked up at the Awakeners, a flicker of something akin to understanding dawning in his eyes. A chilling realization settling upon him: the monsters were not the only threat. The words, "they are alive," echoed in his mind, a grim confirmation of his suspicions. One of the Awakeners, his face partially obscured by a mask, landed heavily, his anger evident. He cursed, his voice laced with disbelief and fury. He sneered at Sung-hoon, his words dripping with contempt. The young man, however, remained unfazed, a smirk playing on his lips as he countered with a chillingly calm response. A young woman in a white and green suit, her back to the viewer, stood amidst a desolate, rocky landscape. A young man with short, gray hair, clad in darker, more tactical gear, watched her from a distance, concern etched on his face. He called out to her, his voice laced with worry, "Sung-hoon SSI?" She turned, a relieved smile spreading across her face. "Ha! Thankfully, there are no casualties." Sung-hoon, exhausted, collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. The woman, still concerned, observed him from above. She questioned, "What was that just now, Sung-hoon SSI?" Another member of their team approached, equally perplexed. "Please explain what that was too." "Dig?" The woman explained, "It's nothing special. It's just a digging spell, simply digging up the ground. That dirt explosion wasn't the spell moving aside when it was digging. Of course, it's quite effective, aiming the explosion on top of it, blocking their sight, and sometimes distracting them quite well." A young girl with bright pink hair appeared, her eyes wide with curiosity. She addressed the young man, "Just how many skills do you have, Appa?" The young man, a playful smirk on his lips, placed a finger to his lips. "That's my secret." Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, stood amidst the chaos of battle, his expression one of grim determination. He reviewed his recent actions, noting the effectiveness of a single dig spell compared to the dual lightning arrow spell he had previously used. A silent contemplation of his magical prowess. He mused on the versatility of terraforming and counterattack magic, already planning his next move, a massive area of effect attack. Nearby, a young woman with pink hair, her features a mix of concern and relief, addressed Sung-hoon. She noted his shaken state, expressing her worry and gratitude for his actions. He, in turn, simply acknowledged her observation. Unable to mask his inner turmoil. The woman's words only served to highlight his own physical and emotional exhaustion. He was visibly trembling, unable to control his shaking. The pink-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by his condition, calmly observed him before speaking. Casting a spell, invoking her authority as the Minister of Magic. She commanded a soul stability enchantment, aiming to enhance the stability of the souls present. Explaining the effect of her spell to Sung-hoon, comparing it to a tanker's aggro-pulling skill. She then directed everyone to gather, intending to cast soul stability on them all. Another individual, observing the scene, questioned Sung-hoon's hidden abilities. Sung-hoon remained silent, his expression unreadable, hinting at a secret he was unwilling or unable to reveal. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, gazed out at the city skyline, a grim expression etched onto his face. He mused that nowhere on Earth felt truly safe anymore. His thoughts turned to the recent monster attacks and the ever-present threat of the Black Hunters, powerful awakeners who used humans as bait to hunt the creatures. He even found himself worrying about the Akasha system, a powerful force he barely understood. He reflected on his past life, a life where such leniency towards attackers would have been unthinkable. The stark contrast between his past and present reality weighed heavily on him. It was director Lee Gisik, who greeted Sung-hoon warmly. Sung-hoon acknowledged that his recent promotion to director was thanks to his performance, and that the company clearly had high expectations for him. The director explained that the call was about the recent ambush by the Black Hunters. Sung-hoon inquired about the attackers' identities. The director responded that they were investigating, suspecting that they might be competitors. The director admitted that such incidents were not uncommon, and that the situation was indeed quite chaotic. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of a world ravaged by monsters and magic, reflected on a recent battle. The sheer number and power of the enemies had been overwhelming. But for his terraforming magic, they would have annihilated him and his allies. Meanwhile, a phone call interrupted his thoughts. A man in a suit, his face etched with concern, spoke to him about the recent battle, noting Sung-hoon's use of a new skill. The man on the phone explained that this new skill, which altered the geographic environment, was exceptionally valuable, particularly its crowd control capabilities. Sung-hoon, still on the phone, expressed surprise at the man's assessment of his skills, claiming they were all irregular. He found the man's surprise a bit of a nuisance. The man explained that awakeners typically only have up to 10 skills related to their class. He then showed Sung-hoon a typical skill set for a swordsman. However, he continued, those with the prefix unique or legend before their class designation could access skills from different classes. Even then, it was rare to have skills from more than 2 classes. The man then showed Sung-hoon the skill set of another awakener, highlighting the rarity of having skills from 3 different classes. He then displayed Sung-hoon's own skill set, which included skills from 6 different categories: terraforming, crowd control, debuff, dig, paralysis, and heal. The man on the phone concluded that Sung-hoon might be the most versatile awakener in the world. He added, with a chuckle, that if Sung-hoon discovered the full extent of his abilities, he might be overwhelmed and die. Sung-hoon, however, remained calm. He admitted that he didn't know the full extent of his powers yet, but he reassured the man that he wasn't worried about their contracts being voided anytime soon. A man in a suit and glasses sat at his desk, speaking on the phone. He chuckled, haha. Was I being too obvious? Anyone would have seen it, unless they are dull. He continued, I am sorry if I made you uncomfortable. I will come and visit you sometime. Let us talk in detail then. The scene shifted to Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, sitting in the back of a car. He responded, that's fine with me. Meanwhile, back in the office, the man in the suit pressed a button on a device, a smirk playing on his lips. Looks like the situation is turning out to be rather fun. Sung-hoon arrived home, a modern house with solar panels on the roof. He stated, I am home. He contemplated, once I recover my magic, I should start learning the current engineering and broaden my knowledge. Semiconductor technology is amazing, but I also want to learn about electrical engineering and IT technology. Is everyone out? Sung-hoon suddenly remembered something. Ah, now that I think about it, the requested shipment should have been delivered by now. He flexed his muscles, a determined look on his face. He then added, I heard the company personally made the delivery to the basement. Although there is a magic circle, for people who don't know magic, it would look like a simple insignia. Sung-hoon went to the basement and found the package. A smile spread across his face. Oh, nice. It's here. A large box sat on a counter, filled with numerous, sizable, raw magic stones. Despite their low quality, their sheer size was remarkable. The corporations, it seemed, had no trouble fulfilling their requests perfectly. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, stood before the box, a determined glint in his eyes. He reached out, a faint purple glow emanating from his hand, and declared that he was ready to begin. With a surge of energy, Sung-hoon successfully created an additional magic circle. He had officially reached Tier 3. A look of astonishment crossed his face, this was far faster than in his past life. His next step was to craft an item from the raw magic stones. Sung-hoon, brimming with confidence, picked up a scalpel and a raw magic stone. He began to work, muttering the words enhance, alternate, bind, and fusion as he manipulated the stone with precision. The two smaller pieces of the stone began to merge, responding to his commands. He was performing object fusion. The fusion was complete, and Sung-hoon had acquired the skills bind, fusion, and object fusion. Having successfully crafted a magical item without the system's aid, his proficiency in magical item crafting increased significantly, leveling up 3 times. The newly acquired object fusion skill was added to his crafting magical item skill set. Lee Sung-hoon, now an apprentice magician, reviewed his stats, mana 360, 300 plus 60, 16 stamina, 23 dexterity, and 24 strength. He was surprised to see object fusion listed as a new skill. Sung-hoon, the young man burdened by his mother's illness and the dangerous work he undertakes to pay for her treatment, held 2 mana cubes in his hands. He contemplated their fusion, a new skill he had recently acquired. A surge of energy enveloped the cubes as they combined, resulting in the successful creation of an artifact. The skill magical item crafting increased by 1 level. The newly crafted artifact, a glowing golden cube, floated before Sung-hoon. He marveled at his creation, already planning its next use. Another mana cube materialized, ready to be fused into something new. The skill magical item crafting was again called upon. Sung-hoon's eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared for another magical creation. A wave of intense focus washed over him. Meanwhile, at HD Holdings, a major corporation with branches in both electronics and monster carcass management, a significant meeting was about to begin. HD Monster Industry, a subsidiary of HD Holdings, was responsible for the processing and manufacturing of monster remains. This was a crucial part of the world's adaptation to the monster invasion. Inside the opulent headquarters of HD Holdings, Lee Gisik stood before Park Dae-suk, the president and heir apparent, awaiting the reason for his summons. Park Dae-suk, a man of power and influence, revealed startling news: the existence of a hexa skill user, a superhuman with immense abilities, had been confirmed. A report landed on President Lee's desk, detailing the emergence of a hexa skill user. He questioned the validity of the information, wondering if it could possibly be true. General Manager Kim assured him that the data had been thoroughly checked for errors. The president, still skeptical, asked for Kim's opinion. Kim explained that the subject was incredibly powerful, comparable to a nuclear warhead. He noted a high probability that this individual would become one of the world's top awakened in the near future. Despite the potential risks associated with such power, Kim argued that the data's reliability outweighed the concerns, prompting the president to inquire if the investment was worthwhile. Kim confidently asserted that the individual represented a significant opportunity, a potential jackpot. He then sought the president's opinion. And the president, agreeing with the general manager's assessment, added a final note to the report. While acknowledging that the possibility of a hepta skill user was purely speculative, he felt it was a strong enough possibility to warrant consideration. The report included a chart showing the probability of the subject being a hepta skill user. The president, intrigued, asked for Kim's reasoning behind this additional speculation. A man in a suit and glasses sat behind a desk, reviewing a file. He reported to his colleagues that their investigation revealed Sung-hoon Lee possessed an item that could not be purchased anywhere. The man continued, explaining that this item was a mana cube. They currently did not know what the mana cube did, but based on this, they could assume he also possessed crafting abilities. Another man, seated at the table, questioned if that was all. The first man revealed he had 2 more suspicious findings. These were Sung-hoon's unusual requests for jewelry, rare metals, magic stones, and the room constructed in his basement. In a separate meeting, the president of the company addressed another man, Kim, promoting him to general director and giving him full authority over Sung-hoon Lee. The president emphasized that Lee could never be allowed to join another company. One of the men expressed doubt that they could contain Sung-hoon by ordinary means. Another man asked if there was a problem. The first man responded that their offer was the smallest they could make, and that he believed Sung-hoon possessed even more skills or abilities. The man in the suit admitted he still doubted Sung-hoon's motives, suggesting he might be buying time to level up. Kim, however, stated that he did not care what they did, as long as their assumptions proved correct. A high-ranking official, possibly a president or CEO, sits at the head of a mahogany table. His expression is serious, yet resolute. He listens intently as a subordinate reports, mentioning acceptable losses in an ongoing operation. The official simply replies, good. The official then instructs his subordinate to prepare a list of resources that can be utilized by Sung-hoon Lee. The subordinate, showing deference, replies, yes, President. The president turns to another individual, General Manager Kim, seeking his opinion on the plan. General Manager Kim agrees with the president's assessment, stating that Sung-hoon Lee seems like an able worker and fits the big picture. The president expresses confidence in Sung-hoon Lee's abilities, believing they can simply let him do his work. He adds that skilled workers deserve handsome compensation. Sung-hoon Lee is shown in a brief scene, seemingly leaving an office building with another man. The narration box reveals that this timing coincides with his father's upcoming birthday celebration. The scene shifts to Sung-hoon Lee inside a heavily armored truck. He seems relaxed, despite the vehicle's rugged appearance. He comments that the truck, while used, is still quite useful for his purposes. A close-up shows the truck's specifications, a heavy armored vehicle weighing 10 tons. Sung-hoon explains that he bought it for solo monster hunting, as it's difficult to hire discreet transporters. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat in the cockpit of a vehicle, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He mused that revealing his abilities would be a considerable inconvenience. His gaze sharpened, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he considered his next move. He internally questioned whether he should begin his operation from this point. Exiting the vehicle, Sung-hoon surveyed the surrounding area. He deemed the open field an ideal location for his purpose. He began to move towards a figure in the distance, his steps purposeful and swift. A trail of blood marking his path. He considered the scent of blood to be the most effective lure for attracting monsters. Satisfied with his preparations, he activated his sensor field. Activating his various abilities, Sung-hoon engaged projectile evasion, rendering him passively immune to incoming projectiles. He also activated magical armor and physical enhancement, bolstering his defenses and physical capabilities. He nodded, pleased with his preparations. All systems were go. Sung-hoon, a young man with a determined expression, clutched a strange device. He muttered to himself, convinced that this would provide for any unforeseen circumstances. He surveyed the landscape, a smirk playing on his lips. His first target, a blind bull. It seemed like the perfect opportunity. Sung-hoon considered his options, his gaze falling upon the mana-cube staff. He wondered if this was the right tool for the job. The staff specifications appeared before him, a rare item, increasing magic attack by 30%, decreasing mana cost by 50%, and doubling mana recovery. Its special effect allowed for the casting of the same spell again without the usual casting time, further increasing casting speed by 100% for the next spell. With a focused expression, Sung-hoon channeled his mana, aiming the staff at the blind bull. He unleashed his lightning arrow. A bolt of lightning arcing through the air, striking the bull with devastating force. The impact leaving a charred crater in its wake. Sung-hoon grinned, pleased with the result. His 3 lightning arrows had multiplied instantly. Despite his success, Sung-hoon reflected that the charred remains weren't worth much money. He wondered if there was a more efficient way to paralyze and kill the monsters cleanly. Sung-hoon, a young man clad in worn, practical gear, stood atop a military transport truck, surveying a desolate landscape teeming with grotesque, monstrous creatures. He muttered to himself, deciding against engaging the beasts immediately. He would focus on something else for now. He looked down, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A glint of determination in his eyes as he made a silent vow. It was time to focus on his own power. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, grinned, a hint of exhaustion in his eyes. He clutched a woman in his arms, her form barely visible. I got quite a lot. A confirmation flashed on a nearby screen, 25 confirmed monster kills. Sung-hoon stood, slightly hunched, amidst a pile of slain beasts, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. He reviewed his points. Solo play is the best. At this rate, I might be able to reach level 100 within a month. Normal people just use them without thinking much, but... Unease nodded at him. I feel uneasy since this power isn't my own. Also, I never heard of a god called Ahakasha, even in my previous life. His current points, 70. A curt, almost dismissive, good escaped his lips. He checked his mana, 430 units. With a touch, he confirmed a significant upgrade. His inferior mana utilization and inferior mana recovery had both improved to intermediate. A smirk played on his lips. Well, this isn't too shabby. An official, his face partially obscured by a cap, explained the tax calculations. He offered to handle the process for Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon, however, thought to himself, oh, that's quite a bit. As I thought, hoarding everything by myself is efficient. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a worn-out battlesuit, nodded passively. He had just completed another dangerous monster hunt, his body weary from the ordeal. And listened as the payment details were relayed. The high tax rate clearly irritated him. A bitter thought crossed his mind about relocating to a more tax-friendly country. But the immediate concern was his magical training. He needed to level up to cast more powerful spells, specifically pentaspells, which required a significant level of magical proficiency. A fact that brought a stark realization: his current life was far removed from his past life as Suvinghun, a powerful being who had transcended the universe thrice. He felt quite powerless in comparison. A thought that lingered as he headed back to his car. He reflected on the recent hunt, musing that perhaps he should have chosen a less challenging opponent. Before reporting back to his superior. Meanwhile, in a separate location, the director received a report about Sung-hoon's activities, revealing that Sung-hoon was already heading back to the hunting grounds, despite having just completed a hunt the previous day. The director's concern was evident, as he was informed that Sung-hoon was being tracked via satellite. The director questioned the method's practicality, given the risk of information leaks, but ultimately ordered that as much video footage as possible be recorded. The hunt, it seemed, was far from over. 2 figures, one in a suit and the other in a more casual outfit, are engaged in conversation. The man in the suit states that if anything unusual occurs, it should be reported immediately. His companion, seemingly younger, agrees. The conversation continues. The suited man expresses his belief that the younger man is concealing additional abilities, possibly even those of an octa or heptaskill user. He emphasizes the importance of keeping the younger man under observation, as his existence alone benefits the company. Elsewhere, a young man with dark hair is eating. His mother enters the scene, concerned about his lack of appetite and urging him to eat properly. She notes that she's heard he's been keeping a lot on his plate, but he insists he's fine. The mother chides him for leaving his lunchbox behind, but he promises to eat next time. He then explains that he has no appetite because the work he does is so physically demanding that he barely eats a single meal a day. The mother shifts the conversation, teasingly asking when he plans to get married, reminding him that he's making an older man's face wrinkle again. The young man suddenly spits out his food in surprise. A wave of energy seems to emanate from him. He asks his mother what she means when she says he's awakened, explaining that people avoid him wherever he goes. His mother explains that he is an awakened individual, and that he needs to take the initiative in his life. The young man reflects on missing his mother's nagging, but finds it painful to hear now. The young man is startled by a sudden message that appears before him: not enough monsters have been slain. He wonders what this means. A young man, Sung-hoon, stood on a city street, a look of dawning horror on his face as a shimmering red portal opened nearby. He gasped, "A portal." Nearby, 2 other people reacted with disbelief to the portal's appearance. One exclaimed, "What? Ha! It's real." The other urged, "Damn. We gotta get out of here." Sung-hoon, his face contorted in fear, shouted, "Idiot. The monsters come from the portals." A young man, seemingly oblivious to the danger, took a picture of the portal with his phone. He commented, "Kia, this is a good shot. A close-up of a portal is super rare. If I post this, 100 million views will be a cakewalk." Suddenly, a monstrous claw emerged from the portal, catching the oblivious photographer off guard. He exclaimed, "Huh?" A terrifying monster burst from the portal, its roar echoing through the street. Screams filled the air as people scattered in terror. One person yelled, "Run!" The monstrous creature, a reptilian beast with sharp claws and teeth, lunged forward, its shadow engulfing the fleeing civilians. The story opens with a sweeping view of the Statue of Liberty, a stark contrast to the chaotic scene unfolding below. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, is seen running through a ravaged cityscape, pursued by shadowy, monstrous figures. The scene shifts to London, England, where a similar battle rages under the ominous shadow of Big Ben. The city is under siege, mirroring the chaos in New York. Sung-hoon, panting and clearly exhausted, leans against a wall, a hand resting on his temple. His brow furrows in concentration as he mutters to himself. He notices a shimmering portal opening before him, a surge of energy crackling in the air. What is this? A portal, he wonders, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Back at his home, Sung-hoon's mother lies asleep in her bed, a peaceful expression on her face. He casts a protective spell, a soft blue glow emanating from his hand. He murmurs, "It's rather noisy, so let's keep it silent." His mother's illness is linked to the ongoing magical disturbances, and he's determined to protect her. Sung-hoon stands outside his apartment building, a newly opened portal glowing intensely nearby. A notification appears: Tier 1 dungeon has been opened. Only level 50 or under may enter. Sung-hoon looks thoughtfully at the portal, a hint of determination in his eyes. He seems to be considering his next move. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again in a perilous situation. He worked as bait for awakeners, powerful individuals who hunted the monstrous creatures that had invaded Earth. As he stood amidst the chaos, a portal opened before him, revealing a menacing mantis-like creature. He felt the weight of their gaze upon him, a chilling premonition of the danger to come. His eyes widened in alarm as he recognized the creature before him. A mantis, he thought, a wave of unease washing over him. The creature was far larger and more menacing than any he had encountered before, its presence filling him with dread. Instinctively, Sung-hoon reacted, unleashing a bolt of lightning from his fingertips. The raw power surged forth, striking the creature with devastating force. The mantis shrieked in pain, its body convulsing from the impact. He winced, realizing the extent of his actions. "Oops, is lightning too much?" he muttered to himself, a hint of regret in his voice. The cost of the coal, the energy source for his abilities, was significant, and he had just expended a considerable amount. Sung-hoon knew he needed a more precise method. Something more appropriate. He mused, his eyes scanning the remaining creatures. He focused his mind, and a new power began to manifest. "Psychokinesis," he whispered, a grim determination settling on his face. With newfound control, he effortlessly manipulated the creatures with his mind. "I can kill them cleanly with psychokinesis," he thought, a cold calculation in his eyes. The precision of this power was a stark contrast to the raw force of his lightning. He carefully targeted the creature's necks, ensuring a swift and efficient kill. "If I just break its neck, the carcass will stay valuable," he reasoned, his focus unwavering. The value of the monster's remains was crucial for his mother's treatment. More creatures emerged from the portal, but Sung-hoon nearly raised an eyebrow. "Huh? More are coming out," he mused, a hint of amusement in his tone. He was now confident in his ability to handle the situation. A smirk played on his lips as he faced the incoming threat. How dare they invade into a sorcerer's territory without any fear, he thought, a surge of power coursing through him. The realization of his true identity, the Sorcerer King, solidified his resolve. High above the ravaged cityscape, a figure loomed, their silhouette stark against the fiery glow of the destruction below. "I will kill you all and use you as ingredients," Hongdae declared, his voice echoing with chilling intent. The word cleared appeared beside him, a grim testament to his efficiency. Meanwhile, on the ground, another man surveyed the carnage. "Damn, just how many people died?" he muttered, his gaze falling upon the lifeless bodies scattered amidst the monstrous remains. His companion responded, "We need a head count." Lots of civilians were here when the portal opened. The second man reflected on the events, a troubled expression on his face. "Really, if I didn't take the vacation here, what would have happened?" he wondered. His companion replied, "Even without you, there were plenty of awakened people." The first man shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "Well, even then, there aren't many people with the ability to fight with their bare hands like that. Anyway, what's the situation? Didn't the Akasha system say something?" he asked, his tone impatient. "Well," he continued, "how long has it been since the monsters came out of the portal?" His companion answered, "About 20 minutes, I think." "Are we done?" the second man asked, a hint of exhaustion in his voice. The first man scoffed, "Who cares? We already did our jobs. What a *** vacation this is." The second man noticed a fallen civilian, their body lifeless and stained with blood. "Ah, damn. I am sorry. I hope you will rest in peace," he whispered, his voice filled with remorse. Suddenly, a monstrous roar echoed through the air. "Ha! This is the last one, the first man exclaimed, preparing for a final confrontation. After dispatching the final monster, the first man looked around, a thoughtful expression on his face. They stopped swarming after an hour, he mused. A sinister smile crept onto his lips as he muttered, how do I have to close this? Sung-Hoon Lee stood amidst the wreckage of a monstrous invasion, the remains of otherworldly creatures scattered around him. He contemplated the scene, a grim determination etched on his face. No, this place is mom's and mine, he thought, his gaze lingering on the devastation. Despite the personal significance of the location, he recognized the need for further investigation. It's worth investigating though. As Sung-Hoon focused his attention, purple energy pulsed from his fingertips. He had unknowingly tapped into a latent power, a skill manifesting itself in a surge of magical energy. The system notification appeared, you have acquired the skill spatial interference. The surge continued, revealing more latent abilities. The system notifications cascaded, you have acquired the skill time interference. You have acquired the skill arcane wisdom. You have acquired the skill arcane integration. A voice echoed in his mind, a stark warning, you will be closed whether you like it or not. With newfound power, Sung-Hoon confronted a portal, a gateway to the monstrous invasion. He was not merely reacting, he was taking the initiative. You are here, you are subject to knock first, he declared, his confidence growing with each surge of magical energy. He unleashed his power, forcefully closing the portal with a triumphant shout. The system notification flashed, you have forcefully closed a portal. You gained the achievement, first one to close a portal. The system continued to reward his actions. Another notification appeared, you gained achievement, the impossible deed. All stats plus 20. Full mana recovery, 1 per day. A final message, ominous in its implications, concluded the sequence, due to your impossible deed, the system is now watching you. Sung-Hoon, taken aback by the system's final message, paused to consider its meaning. Ha? The system is watching me? He scoffed, dismissing the notion of a truly omniscient system. Ha! You are saying they weren't interested before? He tested his newfound abilities, opening a subspace. The system notification appeared, you have acquired the skill subspace. However, the attempt resulted in a failure, highlighting the limitations of his newly acquired powers. The system's message reappeared, the system is now watching you. He dismissed the system's observation, asserting control over his own subspace. Hey, this subspace is my own. It's not something you should care about. He continued to experiment, acquiring a golden reward box for mastering the subspace skill. Golden reward box? Sung-Hoon stood before a swirling purple vortex, a faint image of a windmill visible in the distance. He raised his hand, a determined glint in his eyes, as he muttered the word restoration. The vortex pulsed with energy. And then dissipated, leaving behind a clear pond. Sung-Hoon observed the scene, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. He commented that the clearing would soon fill with koi. He then noticed something else, something unexpected by the roadside, a golden reward box. A notification appearing before him, the system is now watching you. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he felt the heat radiating from the box. He admitted he didn't know what it wanted, but invited the unseen observer to watch. As much as they pleased. His gaze drifted to the past, a vision of the day he would regain his full strength. A silent vow forming in his mind. Regardless of divine intervention, he would track down the source of his power to the ends of the earth. The world had irrevocably changed. A cataclysmic event had opened portals to another dimension, unleashing monstrous creatures upon the unsuspecting populace. These portals, once appearing only in remote areas, were now appearing closer to civilization. Reports indicated unusual activity whenever awakeners, powerful superhuman hunters, approached them. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself in a precarious situation. He was offered a dangerous job, acting as bait to lure monsters from a newly discovered dungeon. The officials confirmed that portals were now appearing in residential areas, a development that heightened the urgency of the situation. Sung-Hoon, however, seemed oddly amused by the chaos. He held a peculiar cube, a golden reward box, obtained from a recent monster hunt. Analysis revealed it was made of an unknown material. He mused about the potential consequences of wielding unlimited power, even as he acknowledged the rarity of the golden reward box itself. Intrigued by its contents, Sung-Hoon decided to open the box, despite the inherent risks. As he opened the box, a wave of intense energy washed over him, leaving him breathless and disoriented. The image displays the Akasha System's operational support ring, a mythical item. Its stats are detailed, a 100% increase in magic attack, an 80% decrease in mana cost, and a 600% increase in mana recovery. Further details on the ring's abilities are shown. It casts the used spell twice more without additional casting time or mana cost. Spells of tier 3 or lower require no casting time, and casting speed is increased by 200%. Sung-Hoon Lee, the protagonist, is seen looking thoughtfully at the item's description. Sung-Hoon examines the ring, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders aloud if this will double his damage output. He considers the implications of the ring's mana efficiency, noting that it will eliminate concerns about casting lower-tier spells due to the synergy with his staff and its mana buff. He smiles, pleased with the ring's capabilities. He decides to equip it. A system prompt appears, asking Sung-Hoon if he wants to equip the ring. He confirms, and the ring binds to him. He reflects on how much easier hunting will become with this enhancement. Sung-Hoon receives a phone call. The caller ID shows Lee Gisick. Sung-Hoon answers the call. Lee Gisick congratulates him on his recent promotion to director. Lee Gisick explains that he called because of an urgent matter. A portal has appeared in the city, causing many casualties. A concerned man, his glasses askew, looked up from his work. He reassured someone off-panel, stating that he had taken care of a problem. He explained that he had closed a portal, prompting disbelief from the other person. The other person questioned whether he had gone inside the portal himself. The man chuckled, revealing that there were no more surprises. He explained his unique skill, which allowed him to close the portal, was a result of his past experiences as a victim. He admitted he couldn't yet close all portals, but that it might be possible in the future. The other person asked if this was due to his level of power, a question he confirmed. The man expressed his amazement at the young man's abilities. He reiterated his commitment to supporting him. But then questioned the urgency of the situation, given the young man's recent actions. He then requested something from the young man. The man's current power level was then questioned, shown on a file. He surveyed the scene, noting the extensive damage. The young man was informed that several hundred monsters had emerged from a portal, and that other locations were experiencing similar chaos. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a dark suit, reached out desperately, his hand outstretched as if grasping for something just beyond his reach. A desperate plea escaped his lips, a silent cry for help. He was greeted by two individuals, a young man with blonde hair and a young woman with pink hair, both clad in futuristic, high-tech attire. They expressed their pleasure at seeing him again, their words laced with a casual familiarity. A man in a suit and glasses, overseeing the scene, announced that everyone was present and ready to hear the briefing. He promised a detailed explanation during the official meeting, urging them to proceed to the next step. The scene shifted to a briefing room, where a group of individuals in tactical gear sat around a table. The official announcement was made: the portals to the other world were now officially designated as dungeons. This was due to a new technological advancement that allowed for early detection of those approaching the portals. The speaker highlighted that while South Korea hadn't yet sent any strike forces, several other countries already had. The speaker continued, revealing that the USA, China, and England had already deployed strike forces into their respective dungeons. One of the individuals in tactical gear expressed surprise at the speaker's knowledge, questioning how he obtained such information. The speaker, unfazed, calmly explained that their organization, being an international corporation, had access to information that other countries hadn't managed to keep secret. However, he revealed that a new problem had arisen. The government had issued a mandatory order. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a dark teal and black armored suit, sat with a questioning look on his face. He was clearly in a tense discussion with another individual, whose red and black suit suggested a higher rank or authority. Sung-hoon's brow furrowed slightly as he voiced his doubt: is it mandatory? The other man, a sharply dressed official in a dark suit and striped tie, responded curtly. His glasses reflected the harsh light of the room as he confirmed the grim reality: yes, that's correct. A briefing was underway in a sterile, modern room. A man in a suit addressed a group of enhanced individuals, known as Awakeners, explaining the current situation. He continued, explaining the limitations imposed by the lack of available personnel for the dangerous task ahead. The image shifted to show a monstrous creature, its immense size and menacing presence filling the panel. The sheer scale of the threat was palpable. The man in the suit then explained the necessity of closing 12 dungeons, highlighting the critical nature of the mission. He further elaborated on the level restrictions and the time constraint of 3 hours per dungeon, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The Awakeners listened intently. A map of Korea appeared, pinpointing 81 dungeon locations across urban and rural areas. The sheer number of threats was staggering. The man in the suit revealed a grim truth: nobody had ever returned from a dungeon. The Awakeners reacted with a mixture of shock and grim determination, understanding the gravity of their mission. A young man with blonde hair, clad in red and black armor, voiced his apprehension. He questioned the recklessness of the mission, highlighting the lack of information provided before venturing into such a dangerous place. His concerns were echoed by a woman with pink hair, who pointed out that the mission was essentially a suicide mission. Meanwhile, a stern-looking man in a suit, seemingly in charge, remained impassive. Sung-hoon, a young man with short brown hair and dark armor, interrupted the tense discussion. He calmly asked about the rewards for undertaking such a perilous task. The man in the suit, seemingly unfazed by the previous objections, explained that participants would receive a 5-year tax exemption, a significant benefit considering the potential earnings from monster hunting. Sung-hoon, however, pressed further, inquiring about any additional benefits. The official revealed that the government would provide specialized equipment. Intrigued, Sung-hoon clarified whether they would retain full ownership of this equipment. A confident smile played on his lips as he posed the question. The official confirmed that this was indeed the case. The pink-haired woman and the blonde-haired man, however, expressed their continued reservations about the inherent risks. The official then clarified that any remaining debts incurred by the hunters would be paid by the government. He emphasized, however, that this was an exceptional offer, specifically for Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon, finally showing some interest, inquired about any penalties for refusing the mission. The official confirmed there were none, as they did not want skilled hunters leaving the country due to this dangerous assignment. Sung-hoon, a young man burdened by debt in the comatose state of his mother, found himself in a desperate situation. He had agreed to a dangerous job, monster bait for Awakeners, powerful individuals capable of hunting the creatures that had invaded Earth. His payment depended on the successful completion of the mission, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. He cautiously negotiated with his employers, demanding to see the equipment before proceeding. His employers, a team of Awakeners, explained the urgency of the situation. The equipment, a high-tech suit, was already prepared and ready for use. It was presented to Sung-hoon, who carefully examined it before accepting the mission. The Awakeners revealed that the equipment provided was far superior to anything available on the open market. Some of it acquired through rare reward boxes. Among the equipment was a particularly impressive item, the bracelet of the Black Dragon, a legendary artifact with potent magical properties. Its stats were exceptional, offering significant boosts to attack, mana management, and even granting immunity to poison and acid. Sung-hoon, impressed by the quality of the legendary item, questioned whether the stats would stack with his own abilities. The Awakeners confirmed that they did. Satisfied, Sung-hoon prepared himself for the mission ahead. He was ready to enter the dungeon. Upon entering, Sung-hoon and his team found themselves in a dense rainforest. The system message confirmed their entry into the dungeon, warning them that they could not leave until they defeated the boss. The unexpected nature of the dungeon's environment surprised the team. They questioned whether this was truly a dungeon, or if they had somehow been transported to another world entirely. A man with short, gray hair, dressed in dark clothing, stood amidst lush, green vegetation. He muttered something about an inferior dimension. A young woman with pink hair, wearing a red and white outfit, questioned him, expressing confusion. The man explained that he had simply heard some things here and there. The pink-haired woman, seemingly unconvinced, asked what a dimension was, comparing it to a twisted space, as she had read about it in sci-fi books. The man, now smiling slightly, decided to explain the concept of a dimension briefly. He described it as a smaller, but different universe. He then presented a wilting green leaf, claiming it to be from this inferior dimension. This inferior dimension, he clarified, was something that simply imitated the concept of a dimension. It was smaller than their own and inferior in function. The pink-haired girl nodded, indicating understanding. Another man, this one with blonde hair and dressed in red armor, appeared, suggesting that this place was like an inferior dimension dungeon. He found the concept simple. They were in the inferior dimension, and monsters were present. The blonde-haired man in red armor stood alert, his bow and arrow at the ready. He was scanning his surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a dark, splatter-like image appeared, suggesting a violent event. A scream echoed through the scene. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, found himself in a desperate situation. He was being used as bait by a group of awakeners, powerful individuals capable of wielding magic, to hunt down monsters that had invaded Earth. As a monstrous creature lunged, one of the awakeners, a blonde youth in red armor, reacted swiftly, exclaiming in surprise at the creature's unexpected shield. The awakener's attack pierced the monster's defenses with a crimson spear, causing it to disintegrate into dust, leaving Sung-hoon shaken but alive. He was surrounded by more monsters, but another awakener, a young woman with pink hair, had arrived to help. Relieved, Sung-hoon thanked his rescuer. The blonde awakener, preparing for battle, announced his intention to draw the remaining monsters' attention. With a powerful roar, he charged into the fray, his attack creating a shockwave that sent the monsters flying. The blonde awakener's aggressive tactics proved effective, as he easily dispatched several monsters. Observing from a distance, Sung-hoon noted the impressive power of the awakener's taunting skill. Meanwhile, the pink-haired awakener also engaged the remaining monsters, taking advantage of the opportunity to gain experience. Another awakener, a man with gray hair, joined the fight, confidently declaring his intention to handle the situation. A monstrous creature, its skin a sickly green, roared in pain as a searing energy tore through its flesh. Its eyes glowed with a malevolent red light, reflecting the chaos of the battle. Sung-hoon Lee, his face grim, stood amidst the carnage, his weapon raised high. He was clad in a futuristic, dark green suit, a red bandana tied around his forehead. The glow of his eyes mirrored the intensity of the fight. He brought his weapon down with brutal force, the impact sending tremors through the ground. The monster's body was cleaved in two by the blow. More creatures emerged from the forest, small monkey-like beings with sharp teeth and claws. One of the awakeners, a woman in red armor, warned her allies to be careful of their aim as she unleashed a fiery blast. Another awakener, a young man with blonde hair, knocked an arrow and took aim, his focus unwavering, releasing the arrow with deadly precision. Two other awakeners, a woman with pink hair and another with dark hair, watched, confident in their ability to handle the situation. These guys are pretty doable, aren't they? The pink-haired awakener commented, a smirk playing on her lips. The pink-haired awakener approached a clearing, her expression shifting subtly. A flicker of surprise crossing her features as she noticed something amiss. Her eyes widened as she sensed a powerful, unknown energy. A massive, terrifying creature emerged from the forest, causing immediate alarm. What is that? One awakener exclaimed, fear evident in their voice. Another shouted, what? Run, Nuna. Sung-hoon, however, stood firm, declaring, I will block it, everyone fall back. A monstrous creature, its skin a sickly green, lunged from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. A guttural roar tore from its throat as it attacked. Three figures, a young man with dark hair, a woman with pink hair, and a blonde man, stood in shock. The blonde man exclaimed in disbelief about the monster's stealth. The pink-haired woman observed that the creature seemed to have used a mental disruption skill to approach undetected. The dark-haired young man, caught off guard, was sent sprawling by the monster's attack, suffering a brutal blow that left him bleeding and groaning in pain. The pink-haired woman, reacting swiftly, cast a healing spell towards the injured young man, while the blonde man prepared to attack. The blonde man, aiming for the monster's legs, declared his intention to slow it down. He lunged forward, his weapon a long, red spear, aiming a blow at the creature's head. But the monster reacted instantly, narrowly avoiding the attack. The dark-haired young man, still recovering, warned his companion of the danger. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings capable of wielding magic against the monstrous invaders from another world. He braced himself, his enhanced suit providing minimal protection against the colossal beast's descending fist. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he activated his shield just in time. The impact sent tremors through his body. But the force of the blow was too great. The shield shattered, leaving him vulnerable. A grim realization dawning on him, this fight would be far more difficult than he anticipated. The shield was destroyed in one hit? This won't be easy, he thought, a cold sweat beading on his brow. A pink-haired awakener, seemingly concerned, reached out to help, but the beast's massive foot came crashing down, sending Sung-hoon sprawling. You ate bast asterisk asterisk asterisk, look at me, the beast roared, its rage palpable. The monster unleashed a devastating attack, sending Sung-hoon flying, leaving him battered and bruised, barely conscious. A pained grunt escaped his lips as he struggled to regain his footing. Even his healing abilities couldn't keep up with the relentless assault. The pink-haired awakener watched in horror, her own healing magic proving insufficient. What do I do? She cried, panic rising in her voice. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by worry, stared blankly ahead. His expression was grim, etched with the weight of unspoken hardship. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He thought, no wonder nobody came back. The unspoken dread hung heavy in the air. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with graying hair, braced himself, a silent prayer forming in his mind. He hoped this would work. He was an awakener, one of the few humans capable of wielding magic in a world overrun by monsters. His current task was perilous. He served as bait, luring the creatures while others hunted them. Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. But his carefully laid trap sprung into action. A magical debuff, weakening the monster's defenses, took effect. A triumphant shout escaped his lips as he confirmed the success of his strategy. The attack, a spell called Besiege, was followed by another, Galewind, a devastating blast of wind that swept across the battlefield. The combined force of the attacks tore through the monster's defenses, leaving it vulnerable. The monster let out a final, pained cry before collapsing, its body dissolving into dust. Despite their victory, concern etched itself onto the blonde awakener's face. He noted that Sung-hoon's attacks were draining his mana reserves rapidly. A monstrous, vaguely simian creature roared, its eyes glowing menacingly. Its massive form seemed largely unscathed by a previous attack. One of the awakeners observed, actually, I think that attack just made it angrier. Sung-hoon Lee, the bait, found himself in a desperate struggle against the beast. He swung his makeshift weapon, a rusty pipe, with all his might. But the creature barely flinched. Another awakener, Dujin, watched with concern, muttering, "Can't you take it easy?" The monster retaliated with a devastating blow, sending Sunghun flying through the air. A guttural roar echoed through the forest as the ground trembled from the impact. Dujin, witnessing Sunghun's perilous situation, shouted, "Dujin Appa." He launched a powerful counterattack, a wave of energy erupting from his hands, aiming to push the monster away. But the creature's attack was too fast. Another awakener, realizing the danger, shouted, "It's too late to dodge." The attack struck, sending the awakener flying. A pained cry escaped her lips as she crashed to the ground. Dujin and the other awakener watched in horror as the dust settled, the full extent of the damage becoming clear. Fear etched itself onto their faces. Sunghun Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of his mother's illness and the monstrous invasion of Earth, found himself once again facing a deadly threat. His breath hitched in his throat as he braced himself against the onslaught of a colossal, earth-shattering attack. The ground trembled violently beneath his feet as a monstrous creature emerged from the depths of the earth. He sat, his bow at the ready, amidst the chaos, a grim determination etched on his face. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair, her expression a mixture of concern and surprise, watched from a distance. She muttered to herself, noting the sheer power of the attack. The young woman, Dujin, recognized Sunghun and called out to him, her voice laced with worry as she witnessed the scale of the battle unfolding before her. Sunghun, sensing a surge of power within him, unleashed a wave of energy, a blinding purple light erupting from his hand. The force of the blast sending the monstrous creature flying backward. He had tapped into a power he didn't fully understand, a power that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. The impact of the attack shook the very forest around them, trees splintering and earth cracking under the sheer force of Sunghun's newfound ability, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Dujin, watching in awe and fear, could only whisper his name. A mysterious man appeared, calmly observing the scene. He explained to Dujin that Sunghun's power was psychokinesis, a skill attainable through aptitude and training. He then urged her to focus on saving Dujin SSI first. A young woman with pink hair, clad in a red and white suit, dashed across a desolate landscape. Her expression was one of urgency as she shouted, "I'm coming, Dujin a juicy." A man with dark hair and a bloodied face, dressed in futuristic armor, winced. He muttered, "Yuwak. I definitely heard it just now." A second voice, seemingly belonging to the pink-haired woman, retorted, "You just called me Appa." The armored man, seemingly recovering from an injury, touched his side. He winced, saying, "Ow. You're okay? Why does your healing hurt?" He then mused, "Now, what should I do with this guy?" The man observed the monster, noting, "He's acting weird after taking some damage. Seeing how its eyes are red, it looks like it's about to go into a rage mode." A powerful blast erupted from the monster, shaking the ground violently, sending debris flying as the creature transformed into a raging beast. But the armored man observed the monster's movements, noting, its movements are too simple. He then used psychokinesis to deflect an attack, thinking, psychokinesis can easily change its trajectory when it's in the air. Sunghun, a young man in a dark, futuristic suit, deflected an attack from a grotesque, monstrous creature with a flick of his wrist. He muttered to himself, needing only a slight adjustment to his movements to completely evade the beast's assault. Meanwhile, a group of awakeners observed from a distance. One of them, a woman with pink hair, questioned Sunghun's abilities, wondering about his true class. A male awakener, his face partially obscured by shadow, offered his assessment. Sunghun's abilities were unlike anything they had ever encountered. As Sunghun smirked, a surge of purple energy crackled around him, the word lightning appearing above his head. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, a blinding flash of light and sound engulfing the scene. Sunghun Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings capable of wielding magic against the invading monsters. He braced himself, a question forming in the minds of those observing him, could magic even affect him? The monstrous creature lunged, its roar echoing through the ravaged landscape. But Sunghun, surprisingly, showed an unexpected resilience. The observers noted his high resistance to magic. His body proved remarkably resilient, easily evading the creature's attacks. However, this didn't deter his pursuer. A sinister smile played on the awakeners' lips as they declared their intent to kill the beast regardless. The awakeners swiftly analyzed the creature, their assessment complete. With a swift, decisive movement, they launched a powerful attack, sending Sunghun plummeting towards the earth. He landed hard, but his thoughts turned to the hunt ahead. He was ready to begin. Sunghun Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself in a desperate situation. He clutched a crimson cube, his mana, the source of his power, pulsing with barely contained energy. A monstrous creature, its features vaguely simian but undeniably alien, roared, its presence a palpable threat. From the cube, Sunghun unleashed a wave of purple energy, a desperate attempt to defend himself against the approaching horror. A blast that sent the monster reeling, but also caught the attention of three awakeners, powerful human protectors who were hunting in the area. They watched, surprised, as the purple energy dissipated. One of the awakeners, a young woman with pink hair, wrinkled her nose. Her companion, a man with short, dark hair, muttered his confusion. The third awakener, blonde and more stoic, simply observed. The pink-haired awakener recoiled, coughing violently. What the hell is this smell? It stinks. Meanwhile, Sunghun, having used his mana, felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him as he watched the dark-haired awakener cast a spell, converting the oxygen in the air into a concentrated ball of toxic gas, which he then manipulated with psychokinesis, creating two swirling orbs of noxious fumes that were launched towards the monster. Sunghun, gasping for air, struggled against the crushing pressure on his chest. A monstrous claw had slammed into him, leaving him breathless and bleeding. His attacker, a hulking beast with clawed hands and thick fur, loomed over him, its eyes filled with predatory intent. The beast prepared to deliver a final, devastating blow, but a voice echoed in Sunghun's mind, "How will you survive if you can't breathe?" Suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through Sunghun's veins. He unleashed a hidden power, a wave of raw magical energy that blasted the beast away. The beast crashed to the ground, defeated. A series of messages flashed before Sunghun's eyes, "Your level has increased by 1. He felt a surge of power, a newfound strength. So it's over now, he wondered. Another message appeared, "You have completed the dungeon." Two awakeners, a young man with blonde hair and a girl with pink hair, watched in astonishment. The blonde-haired awakener exclaimed, "Wow, he managed to kill it by himself." The pink-haired awakener covered her mouth in surprise. A final message, "You may exit the dungeon now." Another message popped up, "You gained the achievement, first one to clear the dungeon." Sunghoon, curious, wondered, "A reward?" The message continued, "All stats, +2, inventory slots, +2. A small, copper-colored cube materialized before him. A final message, "You have acquired, copper reward box." Sunghoon looked at the box skeptically. The clear reward is just a copper box? Is it because this is a low-level dungeon, he mused. In the distance, other awakeners emerged from the dungeon, calling out to him. Sunghoon, his expression unreadable, considered his next move. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he silently pondered their return. He had just demonstrated an unexpected ability, leaving his companion stunned. "Sunghoon Appa. How did you do that?" one of them exclaimed, "They're evident." Another, observing the feat, muttered to themselves, "Psychokinesis is super rare and A-rank skill." Their attention shifted to a small, wooden box that appeared after Sunghoon's display. "What's this?" one of them questioned, tilting their head in curiosity. Sunghoon identified it as a reward box, confirming their suspicions. One of the awakeners expressed their gratitude. "Thank you for everything, Sunghoon SSI." Another, examining the box's contents, wondered aloud, "Copper means it's not that good?" Their leader praised Sunghoon's newly revealed skill. "You have saved us again with your new skill." He then added, with a hint of intrigue, "I really wonder what your class is." Sunghoon, however, seemed more concerned with something else. A nervous chuckle escaped his lips as he muttered, "Ah, that is?" A sudden interruption broke the tension. One of the awakeners scolded Sunghoon, "I call you a juicy because you can't read the mood." Another awakeners chimed in, "Aren't you curious too?" The group's attention was clearly shifting away from the reward box. With that, they prepared to leave. "Let's go back for now." Ahem. A team of awakeners, clad in futuristic armor, stood poised at the edge of a desolate, urban landscape. Sunghoon, the protagonist, stood among them, his expression unreadable. He wondered if they were even allowed to be there, a question that hung heavy in the air. As a sudden burst of light erupted nearby. The team reacted instantly, their attention drawn to the spectacle. A reporter, observing from a distance, excitedly declared it a big scoop, wondering if they had just won the lottery. Meanwhile, a news report announced the return of the hunters from a dungeon in the Myeongdong region, a first for the nation. The urgency in the reporter's voice underscored the significance of the event. The awakeners returned to their base, greeted by a flurry of activity and the excited shouts of their colleagues. One of them called out to another, using a term of endearment. Their superior, a stern-faced man, ordered them to remain orderly, his concern evident as he inquired about injuries. The relief was palpable when they confirmed there were no casualties. One of the awakeners, a young woman named Yo Young, explained that their success was due to her abilities, allowing them to clear the dungeon without incident. Her confidence was evident. Sunghoon, however, decided to remain inconspicuous, finding the sudden attention annoying. He planned to let Dojin handle the press. But a reporter's question interrupted his retreat, prompting him to pause. The reporter's question was simple, yet it held a weight that hinted at a deeper mystery. The question hung in the air, what does it mean to clear a dungeon? The answer, it seemed, was far more complex than it initially appeared. The camera focuses on a group of awakeners, exhausted after completing a dungeon raid. A reporter from JBC, holding a professional camera, prepares to interview them. Due to their fatigue, the awakeners decide to provide only a summary of the important information. One awakener explains that they cannot leave the dungeon until the boss is defeated and the dungeon is cleared. Another awakener, Sunghoon Lee, states that he will answer only one question before ending the interview. A reporter, Park Jingjun, is eager to ask his question. Park Jingjun asks Sunghoon to describe the dungeon's interior layout in detail. Sunghoon begins his response by stating that, simply put, the dungeon was a completely different world. It resembled an Amazon rainforest, with the sun and clouds, unlike a typical dungeon. He clarifies that this is the key to his answer. The interviewer asks one more question before the other awakeners interject, wanting to know what kind of monster the boss was. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that keeps his mother in a perpetual sleep, recounted the details of his latest monster hunting job. He described the creature as a large, yellow monkey, similar to those emerging from the recently opened portals, but significantly bigger and more aggressive than any encountered before. Two men, one appearing to be a superior, discussed the incident. The superior expressed concern about the creature's rank, but the subordinate deflected further questions, stating that any detailed inquiries must be directed to the HD group. The scene shifted to a press conference following the incident. The number of reporters present was fewer than anticipated. Meanwhile, a young woman, Yo Young Nuna, expressed her exhaustion and desire to rest. Yo Young Nuna was informed that this was not the only portal, and that reporters were stationed at all known portal locations. A man in a suit attempted to move the crowd back. The man in glasses, seemingly a superior, instructed Yo Young Nuna to rest, assuring her that a nearby hotel room had been reserved. Later, Yo Young Nuna, visibly exhausted, expressed relief that everyone had returned safely, but noted that she had depleted all her mana during the mission. Sunghoon, concerned, questioned his mother's decision to enter such a dangerous place. Sunghoon's mother, appearing as a hologram, expressed her fear and concern for her son's safety. She scolded him for going into a dangerous dungeon, while he explained that it was his job, necessitated by his mother's illness and the need to pay medical bills. His mother, though worried, expressed amusement at her son's bravery, even if it scared her. Sunghoon, a young man with a determined smile, spoke to his mother on a video call. He confidently dismissed her concerns, pointing out that even younger awakeners were undertaking dangerous monster hunts. A girl and a boy younger than me are even doing it. His mother, a woman with vibrant pink hair, retorted sharply, her concern evident in her expression. Boy. This isn't about whether I trust you or not. Really? Sunghoon sighed, his expression softening slightly as he explained his mother's worry stemmed from fear for his safety. He reassured her, Mom is just afraid what might happen to you. He then added with a reassuring tone, I will be careful. You are just a worrywart. His mother's exasperated reply echoed his own feelings, you are stressing me out. Sunghoon attempted to soothe his mother further, telling her not to be stressed. He noticed a change in her demeanor, commenting on how she sounded older than usual. Don't be stressed, Mom. Ha, why do you sound like an old man since I woke up? He ended the call, explaining that he had to go and would see her later. I have to go now. I will see you back at home. Leaving his home, Sung-hoon reflected on his mother's excessive worry. Mom just worries too much. Their depleted state was clearly visible, a testament to the taxing nature of their work. Their mana is depleted. A young man with pink hair lay in bed, seemingly asleep. Someone off-panel asked if he had finished his phone call. He replied that he was finished and requested to be spoken to casually. A hand reached down towards the sleeping figure, causing the young man to suddenly jolt awake, surprised and exclaiming in surprise and slight discomfort. A young boy with blonde hair watched from the side, concerned. He asked the pink-haired youth if they were all right. The pink-haired youth giggled, seemingly relieved. The pink-haired youth looked confused, questioning what had just happened. The blonde boy reacted with surprise to this revelation. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, smirked slightly. His eyes, however, held a hint of weariness beneath the surface. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a woman's voice, laced with a mixture of awe and annoyance, cut through the air. She exclaimed about something amazing, only to immediately correct herself, adding that it was still sexual harassment. A man with graying hair, his face etched with exhaustion, declared that they were done. A palpable sense of relief washed over him. He slumped back onto a couch, his shoulders sagging with the weight of his exertion. He muttered about his inability to maintain his magical energy reserves any longer. Another member of the group spoke up, expressing gratitude for Sung-hoon's presence and contribution to their success. A news report flashed on a nearby screen, announcing the world's first successful completion of a dangerous dungeon. The scene shifted to a news anchor reporting on the event. The anchor detailed the location, Myeongdong, and the complete disappearance of the hunters after clearing the portal. The dungeon was officially deemed no longer a threat. Back in the apartment, the group watched the news report. One member, a young woman with blonde hair, commented on the team's achievement and their impending fame. Another member, a young man with dark hair, expressed uncertainty and a hint of apprehension about the future. Sung-hoon, a young man with short brown hair, sat pensively, a look of concern etched on his face. He voiced his apprehension to his team, murmuring about the pressure they were under. His teammates, a diverse group of individuals in red and black uniforms, sat around a table in a dimly lit room. They discussed Sung-hoon's recent success in clearing a dangerous dungeon, acknowledging his significant contribution to their current situation. A fact that underscored their current reliance on him. A man in a suit, presumably their director, entered the room, his presence immediately commanding attention. He inquired about their comfort levels, his tone polite yet subtly authoritative. He questioned whether Sung-hoon possessed other abilities beyond what was initially reported. The director then shifted the conversation to a report Sung-hoon had written, confirming that everyone had read it. A woman in a dark suit gestured for Sung-hoon to sit. Sung-hoon thanked her and took a seat at the table. He then took a drink of water, his expression unreadable. Sung-hoon Lee sat across from a man in glasses, his expression serious. The man, an awakener, bluntly inquired about the extent of Sung-hoon's abilities. Sung-hoon, seemingly unfazed by the direct question, nonchalantly replied that if he counted them all, his abilities would be quite numerous. A narration box explained that magic's potential is vast, capable of distorting space and time, even destroying lives. Those with such power, driven by immoral motivations, could easily be mistaken for gods by their peers. However, the narration continued, a god without knowledge is merely a shallow, incomplete being, true power lies in knowledge. The awakener admitted he couldn't give a definitive answer to the question of Sung-hoon's abilities. Sung-hoon then revealed that he possessed 10 abilities. The awakener, surprised, asked if Sung-hoon's abilities were still improving. Sung-hoon confirmed this, and the awakener promised complete honesty. The awakener stated that Sung-hoon's abilities held infinite possibilities, and that he was the world's first of his kind. He continued, noting that even without such magic, some people are born with memories of past lives. However, even a great sorcerer reincarnated would likely still be a commoner in this life. The awakener proposed a 10-year contract to help Sung-hoon improve his abilities. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat alone in a dimly lit room. He was reviewing a contract, his brow furrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself about improving the contrast of the document, a detail that spoke to his meticulous nature. The thought crossed his mind that an organization known as the Kasha system was already watching him, a fact that didn't seem to deter him. Across the table, a sharply dressed businessman presented an offer, 100 billion won in exchange for the rights to use Sung-hoon's abilities. The businessman emphasized that this was a zero-profit venture for the company, highlighting the sheer value of Sung-hoon's unique potential. Sung-hoon considered the offer, his gaze fixed on his laptop screen. The terms were simple, a 10 o'clock split of the profits. He questioned the fairness of the deal, wondering aloud if he would receive the larger share of the 10. The businessman confirmed this, explaining that the company would gain zero profit from the arrangement. Intrigued, Sung-hoon pressed further, questioning the rationale behind such a generous offer. The businessman, his expression shifting subtly, began to explain the true value of Sung-hoon's involvement. It wasn't about immediate profit, it was about the long-term implications of employing the strongest awakened individual in the world. Sung-hoon's mere existence was a source of profit for the company. The businessman elaborated, explaining that Sung-hoon's current contract was already one of the best employment offers in the world. The company planned to use his employment as a marketing strategy to boost their stock market value. Sung-hoon, piecing together the implications, realized that the company was making a significant long-term investment in him, anticipating substantial future returns. They were betting everything on him. He considered the 10-year contract, deeming it too long. He proposed a counteroffer, prompting a thoughtful response from the businessman. Sung-hoon, a young man with determined eyes, stood before a man in a suit. He made a counteroffer, 5 years. The weight of his mother's illness and the desperate need for money hung heavy in the air. The suited man, seemingly weary, conceded. They didn't have much choice. He accepted the terms. A handshake sealed the deal. Sung-hoon found the transaction very clean, a stark contrast to the life-or-death situations he'd become accustomed to. A sense of grim satisfaction settled over him. The scene shifted. A news report announced an interview with Kim Do-jin, the first team to clear a dungeon. Kim Do-jin, a powerful awakener, recounted his experience, describing the monstrous golden monkey they faced. Back at his apartment, Sung-hoon watched the interview. He felt no need to reveal his own capabilities just yet. He was home, but his thoughts remained elsewhere. A quiet question escaped his lips, "Mom?" He sought his mother's slippers, a sudden movement catching his attention. But it was a trap. A woman, seemingly a friend, attacked him from behind, her words laced with anger. Sung-hoon was caught off guard. Sung-hoon winced, clutching his side as his mother's voice echoed in his ears. He was about to sneak out without telling her, but her words stopped him. A quiet plea escaped his lips, "Mom." News reports emerged from a level 50 dungeon, detailing the immense size of a recently slain boss monster, comparable to an ogre. The HD Group's Alpha team was credited with the dungeon clear. Their achievement was broadcast on various news channels. However, the news anchor reported that the hunters were finally emerging from the Hongdae portal, signifying a state of emergency. The news reports confirmed casualties among the hunters. The gravity of the situation demanded a calm response. The emergency was further compounded by the fact that the portal remained open, and monsters were reappearing. A news anchor asked if everyone had seen the footage, prompting a special debate session on the portal situation. The world faced a critical problem, defeating the boss monster within the dungeon, while navigating the level restriction. The discussion turned to the Alpha team's success, noting that they were all awakeners with extremely rare abilities, and that no other team had cleared a dungeon of that level without casualties. A group of men in suits sat around a table, their faces grim. One, older with graying hair, addressed the others, explaining that while large corporations regularly assembled teams of awakeners to hunt monsters, only one Alpha team had managed to clear a recent dungeon without casualties. Even the SH Group's elite teams, considered the nation's best, had failed to clear the dungeon without suffering losses. Some teams had even failed to prevent the monsters from reappearing from the portals. The discussion turned to the reasons for the Alpha team's success. One man wondered if it was their teamwork, another suggested their abilities. The older man concluded that it was likely a combination of both. Another man brought up the current Tier 2 dungeon restriction level of 75 or lower, and questioned what would happen if similar challenges arose in higher tier dungeons. He expressed concern about the exponentially increasing danger of Tier 3 and 4 dungeons. The older man explained that starting from Tier 4 dungeons, the monsters were classified as Rank A. He then voiced his concern about the potential for multiple Rank A monsters to appear simultaneously. He painted a grim picture of the potential consequences. If multiple Rank A monsters appeared at once, humanity would face a catastrophic disaster. A wide shot of a bustling city street, Times Square, filled with people going about their daily lives, unaware of the looming threat. Back in the meeting, a younger man, seemingly a researcher, spoke up, asking if any research had been done on the Akasha system. The older man responded that no research had been conducted on the Akasha system, due to. Two men stood in a brightly lit room. One, younger, with dark hair, listened intently as the other, older, in a suit, explained, "We are employing the Akasha system's skills and mana in various parts of our technology. We already gave permission for the research in that area, however, for some reason, even after all the research efforts, we have uncovered nothing at all." The older man continued, his expression calm and almost amused, "Frankly, there is no way we would know. Just like how we do not know how the world was created. Is anything bothering you?" The younger man's eyes flickered, a silent contemplation passing over his features. His thoughts drifted to the wonders of science. At first, science filled me with surprises, with things I did not know. But without any magic, there are no notable research on space and time, or spiritual beings. It's amazing how a civilization has advanced this far without the use of magic. A sudden surge of energy washed over him. His stats, displayed in a glowing box, showed a significant increase in mana and dexterity. He muttered, "I must hurry. The message the Akasha system has sent last time is also a problem." His thoughts turned to his mother and his own safety. He resolved, at least Tier 5 is a must. If the world is changing, starting then, I would be able to ensure my safety and the safety of Mom. The image shifted to a vast, star-filled expanse. Two words appeared, dungeon. The rift in space. He looked out at the cosmos, a grim determination settling on his face. The end of the world is inevitable. This planet is already stepping onto the doorstep of annihilation. Despite the dire circumstances, a flicker of hope ignited within him. He thought, I guess I am still lucky. The materials which would have taken me a few months to gather in my previous life only take one day here. I can shorten the time it takes to recover my strength even more. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, lay on the ground, eyes closed. A faint purple glow emanated from his body. He murmured to himself, estimating that it would take 20 years for a full recovery. Despite this, he resolved to proceed, even if it meant pushing himself beyond his limits. He inhaled deeply, the faint purple glow intensifying around him. A moment later, he was airborne, soaring over a vast, snow-covered mountain range. He was rapidly approaching a group of awakeners engaged in battle with monstrous creatures. He shouted at them to stop, his voice echoing across the snowy peaks. The awakeners, clad in advanced combat armor, were struggling against the onslaught of the beasts. One of them, seemingly the leader, roared that they were under attack. Ignoring their pleas, the monsters continued their assault. Sung-hoon, desperate to stop the carnage, shouted again, calling them idiots for risking their lives. One of the awakeners was thrown violently to the ground by a powerful blow from a monstrous beast. The impact sent a shockwave through the snow. Another monstrous creature, a large, white wolf-like beast, leaped into the air, its eyes filled with savage intent. A massive explosion rocked the snowy landscape as Sung-hoon intervened, the force of his action sending a shockwave that obliterated the immediate area. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the endless sleep of his mother, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunted the interdimensional monsters that plagued Earth. He braced himself as a monstrous creature lunged, its claws tearing through the air. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he narrowly avoided the beast's attack. An awakener, a woman with blonde hair, shouted a warning. But the creature's icy power slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave that threw the awakener back. She landed hard, a frustrated grunt escaping her lips. The awakener, recovering quickly, launched herself towards the monster, her staff glowing with energy. A monstrous, vaguely canine creature, its fur the color of winter snow, unleashed a blast of freezing breath. Sung-hoon Lee, clad in the heavy armor of a monster hunter, braced himself. The icy wave shattering the ground around him into jagged shards. He was clearly outmatched. The monster's attack sent Sung-hoon flying backward, his body slamming against a wall of ice. The impact leaving him dazed and bleeding. He coughed, tasting blood. Just as he thought his life was over, a powerful blast of energy erupted from the monster, sending it flying back. She muttered, her gaze fixed on the wounded Sung-hoon. He watched as the Awakener prepared for another attack, a smirk playing on her lips. Well, it's my turn. The weapon piercing its hide with ease. The creature roared in pain. A powerful sniper rifle, held by a figure whose face is obscured, is aimed at a distant target. The weapon is about to fire. The rifle fires, unleashing a blast of energy that engulfs the target in a brilliant flash of light. But the target, a monstrous creature, shrugs off the attack with surprising resilience. An Awakener, a powerful superhuman, scoffs at the creature's unexpected defense. Another Awakener, a woman with short brown hair, urges her companion to finish the job quickly, as she prepares her healing abilities. The male Awakener, reluctant to use a more powerful technique, complies. He unleashes a dark, energy-infused attack, imbued with a potent curse of resentment. The curse overwhelms the monster, causing it to writhe in agony as its body begins to disintegrate. The Awakener watches with satisfaction as his attack proves effective. The monster, weakened and disoriented, is easily finished off by the Awakener. The female Awakener is caught off guard by a sudden attack, sending her flying. Following a fierce battle against a monstrous minion, a group of Awakeners, clad in advanced combat armor, sought refuge from the harsh, icy landscape. One of them, a man with a determined expression visible beneath his helmet, declared that he would find shelter while the others focused on warming themselves first. The desolate, snow-covered peaks loomed against a twilight sky, the scene painted in shades of purple and violet. A stark contrast to the fiery warmth emanating from a small fire now crackling merrily at the base of a rocky outcrop. One of the Awakeners, a woman with fiery red hair, sat close to the flames, a sigh of contentment escaping her lips as she felt the heat. Ah, so warm, she murmured, the tension visibly easing from her shoulders. The woman's peaceful moment was interrupted by another Awakener, a man in dark armor, who questioned their chances of a safe return. His tone was laced with concern. He slumped back against the rock, muttering to himself, damn, I shouldn't have agreed on coming here. She responded with a blunt assessment of their current state, that wasn't even a boss. We are in this pathetic state after killing one minion. The Awakeners began to discuss their remaining energy levels, estimating their reserves to be around half or 70%. One of them, expressing renewed optimism, suggested they could escape. The leader, however, seemed unconvinced, her expression a mixture of doubt and apprehension. Following the monster hunt, a group of Awakeners, led by a man with short, graying hair, began to gather the monster's core. They also collected the loot they had acquired during the battle. Among the spoils, a glowing purple crystal, identified as a heartstone, was discovered. One of the Awakeners exclaimed in surprise at its appearance. With the heartstone secured, the team leader confirmed that everyone had received the system message and gave the order to return to base. With nimble fingers, the blacksmith meticulously worked on a small, glowing component, sparks flying as he carefully manipulated it. His movements precise and confident. He introduced himself as a magical blacksmith from the abyss, capable of creating anything he desired. A surge of energy pulsed through the workshop as he continued his work, the air shimmering with magical power, culminating in the activation of a small, intricate pendant. The process was complete. He admired his creation, commenting on the superior technology and his ability to produce such an item despite his relatively low-tier status. He had access to almost unlimited resources. He examined the pendant, pleased with the result, and wondered how Akasha would rate his work. He mentally invoked the appraise function. The appraisal revealed the item to be Lee Sung-hoon's Manicube pendant, a rare magical item with the ability to create a shield, illusion, or barrier when the wearer is in danger. It generates its own mana. Satisfied with the appraisal, which confirmed the item's unique nature and origin from forbidden knowledge, he deemed it not bad. Sung-hoon, a young man with a determined expression, held a small, intricately crafted necklace. He examined it closely, a faint smile playing on his lips as he muttered to himself that it even recorded the recipe, with no complaints. He emerged from a dimly lit space into the sunlight, a look of contentment washing over his face as he remarked on how long it had been since he last saw the sun. Inside, Sung-hoon's mother sat on a couch, peeling oranges. He quietly addressed her as mom. He presented her with the necklace, suggesting she try wearing it as a gift. His mother, curious, asked what it was. Sung-hoon's mother gasped, exclaiming how pretty the necklace was and asking where he got it. He explained that he had made it himself, using his abilities. Upon closer inspection, she noted that she had never seen a jewel quite like it before, wondering aloud if it possessed some sort of power, like those shown on TV. Sung-hoon confirmed that it did indeed have power. He grabbed a can of soda. He explained that the world was dangerous these days, and he made the necklace for her protection, urging her to always wear it. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sung-hoon's mother began to cry. Sung-hoon, his heart aching, reassured her that she didn't need to cry. Sung-hoon, a young man with brown hair, sat beside his mother, whose face was streaked with tears. He noted her distress, commenting on her recent tendency to cry over small things. His concern was evident, though a hint of confusion clouded his expression as he wondered if her emotional state was linked to a perceived change in her appearance. He noticed a delivery notification on a nearby device and questioned his mother about a potential order, only to be met with a negative response. Sung-hoon's internal monologue revealed his unease at the strange situation unfolding before him. A man, Lee Gisik, was shown on a screen, identifying himself to Sung-hoon. Lee Gisik, a man with glasses and neatly combed hair, invited Sung-hoon to stay as long as he needed. Sung-hoon's mother happily accepted the offer. Gisik noted his mother's improved health, attributing it to the effects of the mandragora. Sung-hoon expressed his gratitude, though he also noted a perceived improvement in her mental state. Despite the circumstances, Sung-hoon remained thankful for his mother's recovery. Gisik then brought up Sung-hoon's recent dungeon run, prompting him to inquire about any significant events. Gisik presented Sung-hoon with a report detailing his progress. Sung-hoon revealed that he had reached level 35 after his last dungeon expedition. Gisik expressed surprise at Sung-hoon's exceptional strength compared to others at his level. Sung-hoon explained that the government's request for his participation in the dungeons was due to the inherent dangers involved, even at Tier 1. Gisik confirmed this, highlighting the extreme risk associated with those dungeons. Sung-hoon Lee sat across from two men in a dimly lit room. His expression was grim as he listened to their assessment of a recent mission. Without his assistance, they explained, the Alpha team would have been completely wiped out in the dungeon. The conversation shifted to the challenges of closing the dungeon. Numerous companies and even the military had attempted to do so, but to no avail. Then, a mysterious item was presented, a heartstone, capable of allowing dungeon explorers to escape without clearing the dungeon. Sung-hoon's eyebrows rose in curiosity. He questioned how such an item was found, learning that while it exists within the dungeon, it's incredibly difficult to locate without the aid of a sensor-type awakener. He pondered the implications. The existence of the heartstone suggested a degree of benevolence within the seemingly hostile Akasha system, a system that wouldn't simply let people die within its dungeons. One of the men explained that sensor-type awakeners are always included in dungeon parties as a safety measure, a way to escape in case of emergency. News of this situation spread rapidly. The gravity of the situation prompted a world summit. The presidents of various countries were called to discuss the crisis. The urgency was emphasized. Leaving the dungeons open would cause significant damage, particularly in major cities where the economic impact would be devastating. The government, frustrated by the situation, was actively searching for Sung-hoon's team, the only one to have cleared a dungeon without casualties. Sung-hoon, now aware of the government's search, contemplated the implications. His team's success had made them a target. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself in a tense negotiation. He was being offered a dangerous job by the HD Group, a powerful organization in this world ravaged by monsters and magic. He considered the proposition a grim opportunity to earn enough money to save his mother, but also a chance to prove his worth. He would state his terms, forming his own party to tackle the dangerous dungeons. His plan was audacious, to receive 500 billion won worth of magic cores from the government in exchange for clearing several dungeons. A sleek, black car sped through the city streets at night, its headlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, Lee Gisick, a man with sharp features and glasses, sat calmly, contemplating the details of a business deal. He mused that a crafting ability was a rare skill. Gisick explained that crafting involved embedding mana into objects to enhance their skills or stats. He noted that such awakeners were rarer than combat-oriented ones, and their existence was crucial for humanity's survival. Because of this rarity, their value was extremely high. The scene shifted to show a craftsman meticulously forging a glowing sword. Although, even with their high value, they weren't as valued as top-class combat awakeners. Back in the car, Gisick sighed. He was contacted by someone who wanted to strike a deal. The other party asked if he had successfully negotiated. Gisick confirmed that he had, but there was an additional condition. The other party inquired about the condition. The additional condition was 500 billion won worth of magic cores, as the crafter needed them for his work. Gisick explained that the crafter had admitted to having a crafting ability but needed the cores for his creations. Inside a dimly lit office, a man in a suit pondered aloud, his question hanging in the air: how do you think the government would respond? He answered his own question, a grim certainty in his tone: I believe they have no choice but to follow. The scene shifted to a nighttime street, where a sleek black car sped through the city. The man's voice, calm yet resolute, explained the reasoning behind his confidence, because he is the only one who can resolve the issues with Tier 1 dungeons. If we can subjugate those dungeons with 500 billion won, I would say it is a cheap deal. He continued, a hint of caution entering his voice: this one probably will go as you have said, since the level restriction is the biggest problem. However, not only that, the corruption is exacerbating as time goes on. If they can use 500 billion won to eliminate those dungeons, even those politicians would gladly get rid of their hands and welcome it. If that is the case, we need to follow him and get as much profits from it as possible. I got it. The man gave instructions to his subordinate: keep up with your good work with that awakened one. We will deal with the politicians and the government. His subordinate responded respectfully: yes, thank you very much. It's good things are going fast, but it's tiring. The final panel shows the car speeding down a highway at night, the city lights blurring into streaks of color. Sung-hoon, a young man with brown hair, informed his mother of his intention to go out for a while. His mother, a woman with orange hair, expressed her desire to go out as well, questioning his destination. Sung-hoon explained that he was going to see Miss Sook, emphasizing his inability to repeatedly ask her to come to their place. His mother suggested he call the car service to pick him up, highlighting that it was part of his contract and that the driver would get paid regardless. She seemed amused by the idea of him taking the bus instead. Sung-hoon, however, internally noted her preference for the bus. Sung-hoon relented and decided to call the driver, despite his initial reluctance. He contacted manager Kim, requesting a car, and briefly mentioned his mother's outing as a reason. Soon, Sung-hoon was riding away on a scooter, a faint magical aura swirling beneath him. His expression turned serious as he reflected on his need for his own group. Having made his decision, Sung-hoon contacted Team Alpha, proposing a meeting the following day to discuss important matters. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with spiky blonde hair, checked his phone, a casual air about him. He texted, I am good too. Meanwhile, a burly man in a towel checked his own phone, seemingly waiting. A young girl with pink hair, Hyungnim, also checked her phone, texting, Hyungnim and I will go too. In another scene, two young men sat at a table, enjoying drinks and snacks, one of them asking, where? Sung-hoon rode his motorcycle, the road sign indicating he was approaching Donondong, Seoul. He arrived at a cafe, where Hyungnim was waiting. Appa, right here, she said. Sung-hoon entered the cafe, where several other young people were already gathered. He apologized for being late, explaining that he had called them all together. Hyungnim playfully chided him for his tardiness, noting that others had arrived 10 minutes earlier. Despite his apology, she added that it was still a bit embarrassing. A serious-looking man, seemingly the leader of the group, gestured towards Sung-hoon. The scene then shifted to show a plate of cake and a cup of coffee. The man explained that he had gathered everyone to make an offer. One of the other young people, a boy with light gray hair, responded skeptically, suggesting that Sung-hoon wouldn't have called them just for fun. He clearly suspected something more serious was afoot. Sung-hoon Lee sat with three other individuals around a table laden with sweets and drinks. One of them, a woman with pink hair, voiced her suspicion. I knew it. A guy who would never go out for a meal after work suddenly calls us all. Sung-hoon chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. Well, sorry about that. A magical staff, glowing faintly, materialized before them. One of the companions, a man with short, graying hair, observed, isn't that your staff? Sung-hoon explained, holding up the staff, this is an item I crafted. The pink-haired woman and another companion gasped in awe as they examined the staff. Whoa, it has impressive stats too, exclaimed the pink-haired woman. Sung-hoon added, it's not too different from the items we got from the reward box. A young man with short brown hair, Sung-hoon Lee, confidently proposed a deal. He offered to help others gain new skills and powerful items, but warned that it would come at a cost. Two other young people, a girl with pink hair and a boy with blonde hair, listened intently. The girl, curious, questioned the nature of this cost. Sung-hoon explained that he would implement a failsafe to ensure the agreement's success. The scene shifted to show a door with a keypad. He revealed that he possessed a skill capable of creating a binding contract between individuals, a contract whose violation would cost someone their life. The pink-haired girl looked on with a mixture of apprehension and fascination. Sung-hoon stated his intention to form such a contract with each of them in exchange for a skill. The pink-haired girl, now lying on a bed, pondered her options, uncertain about what to do. A text message appeared on the girl's phone. It was a plea for help, a desperate request for assistance, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The message was from her mother, who was planning to open a shaved ice store. The girl seemed slightly annoyed by the message. Despite the seemingly mundane message, the girl's mood shifted. She was initially in a good mood, but now a sense of unease settled upon her. A young woman with pink hair scowled, her expression a mixture of frustration and anger. But Mom ruined it, she stated, her voice laced with resentment. Below her, a young man with brown hair smiled faintly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be considering something important. Think this through carefully, and once you decide, contact me. The pink-haired woman responded curtly, okay, I will do it. Her words were followed by a more forceful statement, and I need to tell Mom to stop being dumb. That business and this business. Just watch, Mom. The scene shifted abruptly. Under a crescent moon in a twilight sky, a young man with dark hair let out a powerful roar, Hiya. A radiant light enveloped him as a message appeared, you have acquired the skill Eternal Enhancement. Aura point has been created. A description of the skill followed, Eternal Enhancement, passive and toggle active, LV1, a skill that allows the user to manipulate otherworldly energy, aura, with knowledge that is forbidden in this world. The young man, now visibly empowered, looked thoughtful. A narration box explained further, an energy derived from the life force itself, it can empower. Another box detailed the effects, effect, permanent enhancement, effect, temporary enhancement. He questioned, what, why is the explanation so short? He experimented with his newfound power, a slight frown on his face. He muttered to himself, it has no idea what things aura can really do. TCH. He clenched his fist, a surge of energy emanating from it. A narration box explained, this can be considered a reflection of one's pure life force itself. Thus, creating this power within the body can impact one's physical prowess greatly. A voice, seemingly from within his mind, continued the explanation. There are multiple advanced level trainings which allow you to create this power. I trained one of those. It was called Dragon's Heart in my previous life. By creating a mana foundation in my heart, I circulate my blood vessels with my mana to create aura. At the same time, during the process of creating aura, my body undergoes a refinement. There is a reason to learn this eternal enhancement. Sorcerers create a ring of mana around their hearts. It is the source of mana and strength of the sorcerer. A woman with long, silver hair, dressed in dark attire, sat surrounded by books and candles. She explained that the density of mana increased with each tier, and that going from tier 8 to 9 could shatter one's heart. She had researched ways to prevent this issue. To prevent this, she had to augment her body through magic, evolving into an aura master. However, she wanted to accomplish a certain deed before becoming a spiritual being. The reason she trained using eternal enhancement in her previous life was to achieve tier 10, training her body to withstand the mana increase. She had researched becoming an aura master and later became proficient in using aura. This was all to reach tier 10. Thus, she was doing it again. But there was still a lot to learn. In the present, a young man with short brown hair sat at a desk, seemingly contemplating this information. He reflected that he hadn't thought he needed to learn this from the beginning in this new life. The young man, Sung-hoon, suggested they work on planning for the future. He began outlining a plan to reach tier 10 in the 21st century, noting that a democratic society maintained basic human rights. Sung-hoon acknowledged that there would be many obstacles, nations, governments, businesses, and other awakened people. But the biggest obstacle was how to secure his profit. He thought this world was better than the last. In the end, the best way to protect himself was to create a group of people under his leadership. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the medical debt of his comatose mother, reflected on his current situation. He worked as bait for awakeners, powerful individuals who hunted the monsters that invaded Earth. He mused that while his work with Alpha Team was necessary, it wasn't enough to secure his future. He knew he couldn't rely on the HD group as a shield forever. His thoughts turned to the future, to establishing his own business and gathering trustworthy awakened individuals to work for him. A flashback revealed a past life, Sung-hoon, the Sorcerer King, surveying his army of soulless humanoids. He found this current situation to be a considerable inconvenience. Returning to the present, Sung-hoon began to list his priorities. He knew what he had to do. His to-do list included securing an electricity generation facility, finding employees, and appointing a manager for his burgeoning organization. He also needed to craft artifacts and create an automated production and sales system for them. He sighed, acknowledging the sheer volume of tasks ahead. He decided to postpone gathering members for his group, focusing on more immediate concerns. His immediate priority was securing an electricity generation facility. He reiterated his needs, more mana, people, and a solution for the land. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat at his desk, a phone pressed to his ear. He answered a call from his director, his tone polite but weary. The director explained that there was something he needed to let Sung-hoon know, his voice laced with urgency. The director's terse statement, it has passed through, sent a jolt of apprehension through Sung-hoon. He questioned what had passed through, his brow furrowing with concern. After a moment of tense silence, the director's words, approval, brought a wave of relief. Sung-hoon expressed his understanding and thanked the director for the call. A sense of relief washed over him as he set down the phone. It was time to start moving again. The scene opens with a long shot of a large, imposing government building under a partly cloudy sky. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from its center. A reporter, positioned at the front of the building, reports on the situation. Many high-level hunters were securing the perimeter while an HD group would be handling the dungeon situation. Just then, a hunter arrived. A group of reporters approaches the newly arrived hunter, intending to conduct an interview. The hunter, Sung-hoon Lee, is visibly startled by their sudden approach. He apologizes for not hearing them, claiming he was talking to himself. A reporter questions whether it is possible to clear the dungeon solo, and if there's a reason why Sung-hoon would attempt such a dangerous feat alone. Another hunter approaches Sung-hoon, identified as Mr. Lee Sung-hoon, and asks him to take care of his place for him. The other hunter assures Sung-hoon that he will take care of things, and Sung-hoon prepares to enter the dungeon. Sung-hoon is presented with a prompt. This is a dungeon for level 50 or below. Will you enter? He selects yes. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, felt a burning sensation on his skin and in his nostrils. He wondered what was causing this irritation. A sudden realization dawned on him. It was poison. The chilling thought of the first group's fate flashed through his mind. He now understood why they never returned. This area was saturated with poisonous gas, a deadly cloud that explained the irritation and the missing group. The environment was hostile, a poisonous area teeming with venomous creatures, from insects to reptiles. Even the plants were toxic. And sometimes, even the mammals carried dangerous venom or poison. The poison lingered in the air, further confirming his suspicions. Sung-hoon reflected that anyone else would have been overwhelmed by the poison, but he was different. He looked at the ring on his finger, a 250 million won magic core artifact with a single function, Dimension Summon. Two powerful artifacts resided within that ring, a fact that gave him a sense of grim determination. Lee Sung-hoon, near death, felt a surge of energy as his multi-environment survival adaptation ring, an artifact from his past life, activated. The ring initiated a series of processes: status cleansing, detoxification, physical recovery, and the deployment of protective magic. The ring, far from ordinary, was revealed to be an extremely rare item typically equipped by only the most powerful sorcerers. It was crafted to prepare for extreme environments. A second artifact, a six-legged spider robot, also appeared alongside Sung-hoon. This golem, created by magic, functioned much like a modern robot. Modern society lacked the advanced artificial intelligence to create such a machine. It ran not on electricity, but mana. Sung-hoon instructed the robot to begin scanning the area for signs of life, excluding intelligent life forms. He sat back, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Sung-hoon issued a chilling command: kill everything. The robot, obeying its master's order, prepared to comply. Sorcerers, it was explained, should always be prepared for any contingency. With sufficient resources, even this level of preparation was possible. The robot, designated SPA-1MK01, prepared for action. The robot moved to engage its targets, initiating a brutal assault. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself once again in the role of monster bait for awakeners. He braced himself, the cold metallic tang of fear clinging to his tongue as he faced a monstrous creature emerging from a swirling vortex of purple energy. The creature lunged, its movements a blur of terrifying speed and power. Sung-hoon felt a searing pain as the monster's claws tore through his defenses. But as darkness threatened to claim him, a blinding flash of light erupted from within. A golden ring pulsed with an otherworldly energy. An energy that surged through his veins, pushing back the encroaching darkness. He was no longer just Sung-hoon. He was the Sorcerer King, reborn. A surge of power coursed through him as he grasped a staff, its surface shimmering with arcane energy. Little, he murmured, a hint of amusement in his voice, as he surveyed the battlefield. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he commanded the very essence of magic itself. I order thee as the Minister of Mana, amplify mana, he declared, his voice resonating with power. Ambers, converge as one. The command unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, a wave of incandescent destruction that swept across the landscape. Ever-spreading flame. The inferno consumed the monster, leaving behind only ashes and the lingering scent of burnt flesh. Sung-hoon, or rather, the Sorcerer King, watched with cold satisfaction. The fire spreading, consuming everything in its path, a testament to his newly awakened power. The world trembled before the might of the returned Sorcerer King. Sung-hoon, a young man with determined eyes, grinned as he wielded a glowing staff. He muttered to himself, impressed by the efficiency of his fiery magic. Wow. It burns quite well. This is what I call efficiency. He realized the implications of his power, a grim satisfaction hardening his features. If I burn everything, the monsters will die too. A notification appeared, indicating a level increase. Sung-hoon reflected on his newfound power. Oh, so burning monsters does still give me experience. Only fight in an advantageous position. He smirked, understanding dawning on him. This is what sorcery is all about. Similar to the art of war, or the 36 stratagems. He commanded, anyway. Keep burning things. A fiery wave erupted from his staff, engulfing the landscape. A warning blared from a nearby device. Warning. Master, detecting 12 lifeforms. The device continued its report, approaching with high velocity. ETA 1 minute 12 seconds. A mechanical golem, its metallic body gleaming faintly in the fiery landscape, activated its defense protocols. The machine systems reported that defense mode was engaged. The golem braced itself, a protective energy shield shimmering into existence around it. As a monstrous centipede emerged from the fiery depths. Sung-hoon, observing from within the golem's cockpit, felt a chill run down his spine. 10 seconds until impact, the system announced. He wondered what awaited them. The colossal centipede, its many legs churning, advanced relentlessly. The centipede's size was alarming, it was approximately 10 meters long. Sung-hoon was surprised to encounter such a powerful creature in a low-level dungeon. The golem launched an attack, but the centipede's defenses proved surprisingly resilient. The attack was insufficient to deplete the golem's mana. The centipede retaliated, its powerful mandibles snapping shut with terrifying force, prompting the golem to deploy its spider web defense mechanism. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man driven to desperation by his mother's illness and the monstrous invasion, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners. He braced himself as a monstrous insectoid creature, its chitinous shell gleaming ominously, lunged towards him. The creature's mandibles snapping shut with a sickening clack. But before it could inflict a fatal blow, a voice cut through the air, cut it to ribbons. With impossible speed, an awakener intervened, obliterating the beast with a swift, precise strike. The creature exploded in a fiery burst, leaving behind only scattered remains. Sung-hoon, battered but alive, watched the aftermath, a question forming in his mind, so this is it? His reprieve was short-lived. From the horizon, a swarm of similar creatures emerged, their numbers far exceeding anything he had faced before. A wave of chittering mandibles and razor-sharp legs advancing relentlessly. The Awakener, despite their power, seemed overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the attack, forcing them to retreat. Sung-hoon found himself surrounded, the monstrous horde closing in. Panic threatened to consume him, but a flicker of something else ignited within, a primal instinct, a surge of power he never knew he possessed. He reacted instinctively, unleashing a wave of raw energy that ripped through the creatures, scattering them in a bloody mess. He looked down at his hands, a single question hanging in the air, nothing more? Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again serving as bait for Awakeners, powerful humans who hunt monsters. He braced himself in his vehicle as he approached a fiery landscape teeming with monstrous creatures, their forms barely visible in the inferno. An Awakener's voice echoed, questioning the apparent weakness of the approaching horde. Another Awakener, seemingly more experienced, cautioned against underestimating the sorcerers among them, emphasizing the need to maintain distance. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon, unbeknownst to the Awakeners, was the reincarnation of the Sorcerer King. He muttered instructions to himself, preparing for battle, mana, chain, lightning, combine into one. With a surge of power, Sung-hoon unleashed his magic, a chain lightning spell that crackled with raw energy, a testament to his newfound abilities. The chain lightning spell tore through the ranks of the monsters, decimating them with ease. The sheer power of the attack was evident in the vibrant energy that engulfed the battlefield. The aftermath of the attack showed the devastating effect of Sung-hoon's magic. The monsters were obliterated, leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of ozone. He noted with satisfaction that the monsters only possessed fire resistance, making them vulnerable to his lightning magic. Sung-hoon reviewed his progress, surprised by his rapid leveling up. He mused on the unexpected weakness of the monsters he had just faced. He suspected he had also depleted their mana stones, further contributing to their swift defeat. His thoughts turned to the next challenge, finding the boss monster. With a sigh, he resolved to be more careful in the future, acknowledging the need for a more strategic approach. His gaze then turned towards the location of the boss monster, a new challenge awaiting him. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, a harsh silhouette of jagged rocks piercing the twilight sky. A dark chasm yawns open in the earth, hinting at the unknown depths below. And from within, a monstrous centipede-like creature emerges, its many legs skittering across the ground as it rises, its multifaceted eyes glowing with malevolent red light. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and determined eyes, sits in the cockpit of a high-tech vehicle. He detects a powerful mana signature approaching at high velocity. Aha! I can see it, he exclaims, his voice filled with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. He observes the approaching threat, noting that something as large as the creature wouldn't be a good match for the golem, his usual companion in these hunts. The monstrous centipede bursts forth from the chasm, its massive form radiating intense heat and power. The ground trembles under its weight. As a female Awakener, clad in futuristic armor, appears, seemingly ready to engage the beast. Sung-hoon, however, smirks, muttering the word teleport as he prepares to take action. The scene shifts to show the aftermath of a fierce battle. The dungeon, already ablaze, is clearly much stronger than anticipated. Sung-hoon observes the scene, his expression thoughtful. He notes that the boss monster is not only physically strong but possesses otherworldly powers, far exceeding the usual threats. Sung-hoon reflects on the boss's abilities, noting that its psychic power, magic, and spells are unlike anything he's encountered before. He muses that it's clearly stronger than he initially thought, a slight look of surprise on his face. A colossal, insectoid monster emerged from a swirling vortex of purple and crimson energy. Its segmented body, adorned with menacing mandibles and glowing red eyes, filled the sky. Below, Sung-hoon Lee, a young man clad in dark, futuristic armor, stood defiantly on a cliff edge, his gaze fixed on the monstrous creature. He braced himself, a determined glint in his eyes. The monster lunged, unleashing a wave of dark energy, but Sung-hoon met the attack with a defiant shout, his body crackling with an unseen power. That won't work on me, he declared, his voice filled with newfound confidence. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of his mother's illness and the harsh realities of a monster-infested world, found himself once again serving as bait for Awakeners, powerful beings capable of hunting the creatures that had invaded Earth. He plummeted towards the ground, a swirling vortex of purple energy erupting beneath him as he braced for impact. Above, a powerful Awakener, clad in advanced technology, watched from the sky, their movements swift and precise as they prepared to strike. The Awakener descended, their movements a blur of motion, ready to engage the monstrous horde that surrounded Sung-hoon. Just minor problems, the Awakener mused, their voice laced with a hint of arrogance. Sung-hoon, however, felt a surge of power within him as he fought for survival. He wondered, what if I level up beyond the level restriction after killing this boss? He questioned the fairness of the Akasha system, which seemed to make low-level dungeons excessively difficult. I don't know what the Akasha system wants. If low-level dungeons are this difficult, how are other people supposed to clear this, he thought, a mixture of frustration and determination in his eyes. A wave of purple energy erupted from Sung-hoon, pushing back the surrounding monsters. The Awakener above watching in surprise as the energy tore through the air. HM? That is, they questioned, their tone shifting from arrogance to cautious curiosity. Sung-hoon, channeling his newfound power, created a wind barrier to protect himself from the onslaught of the monsters. He had begun to tap into the power of the Sorcerer King. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again serving as bait for Awakeners, powerful beings who hunt the interdimensional monsters that plague the Earth. He braced himself, a grim determination etched on his face, as he unleashed a wave of dark purple energy, a skill far beyond his previous capabilities. The energy forming a swirling vortex that repelled the monstrous creature attacking him. The monster, a grotesque being with rows of sharp teeth, recoiled in surprise. Sung-hoon, however, felt a surge of alarm as he watched the creature's reaction. For the monster's massive form began to crack and crumble, revealing a vulnerability Sung-hoon hadn't anticipated. The battle continued, a blur of motion and energy. Sung-hoon, utilizing his newfound abilities, fought with a ferocity born of desperation and a flicker of hope. He dodged the monster's attacks with surprising agility, countering with precise strikes that exploited the creature's weaknesses. He was surprised by his own skill, a grim smile playing on his lips. But his surprise quickly turned to awe as he realized the full extent of his power. The monster, far larger and more powerful than any he'd faced before, was no match for his newfound abilities. The monster's capabilities were far beyond anything Sung-hoon had encountered. Not only did it possess ranged attacks, but it could also fly, and despite its immense size, it moved with incredible speed. Sung-hoon, however, remained undeterred. The monster lunged, its massive form a blur of motion. Sung-hoon reacted instantly, his body moving with a speed that defied belief. Having analyzed the monster's abilities, Sung-hoon felt confident in his plan. He declared, "Okay. I analyzed enough, I will fight you head-on." A monstrous creature, its form vaguely insectoid, writhed in agony as purple energy pulsed around it. Mana coursed through the air, a visible manifestation of a powerful spell. The creature was clearly affected by a magic resistance curse. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a futuristic suit, launched himself away from the monster with surprising agility, narrowly avoiding its grasping claws. He watched from a safe distance as the debuff took effect. Sung-hoon's expression hardened. He muttered to himself, deeming any further struggle futile. With a sudden burst of speed, Sung-hoon teleported, leaving a swirling vortex of purple energy in his wake. But he was not alone. A barrage of purple crystalline shards erupted from the ground where he had just been, narrowly missing him. He realized, with a jolt of fear, that the monster had somehow predicted his teleportation. Another wave of energy struck him, forcing him into a defensive posture. He knew he needed to shield himself, but it was too late. Sung-hoon braced himself for the impact, his armor absorbing the brunt of the attack. The force of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, his vision blurring. A blinding flash of purple energy erupted from Sung-hoon, the young man acting as bait for the Awakeners. He cried out in pain as the immense power surged through him. The force of the blast pushing him back, leaving a trail of shimmering purple light in its wake. The monstrous creature, a grotesque amalgamation of chitin and shadow, momentarily stunned by the unexpected power. The Awakener, observing from a distance, was shocked. That was dangerous. If it wasn't for my defense, that could have been bad. That weakling actually. You will pay 1,000-fold. Sung-hoon, eyes blazing with an unnatural crimson light, channeled the power within him, arcane symbols flaring into existence around him, unleashing a barrage of golden energy projectiles towards the stunned beast. Each blast striking with pinpoint accuracy, tearing through the monster's defenses. The creature roared in pain as it was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. Sung-hoon, however, felt the strain. He muttered to himself, heal, and time acceleration, as he prepared for the next onslaught. The monster, wounded but not defeated, lunged at Sung-hoon, its massive claws extended. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by his mother's illness and the constant threat of monstrous invaders, found himself once again facing a deadly foe. His eyes glowed with an unnatural crimson light as he braced himself, a desperate prayer forming in his heart. He muttered the words, limit removal, a phrase that echoed a forgotten power within him, unleashing a surge of energy that crackled around him. His opponent, a powerful Awakener clad in advanced battle armor, sneered, lightning of destruction. I will end you. The Awakener launched a devastating attack, a bolt of pure energy aimed at Sung-hoon's heart. But Sung-hoon met the assault head-on. He moved with impossible speed, his movements blurring as he deflected the attack with a swift, precise strike. The force of the collision sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The monstrous creature, a colossal centipede-like beast, was cleaved in two by the sheer force of Sung-hoon's attack. The creature's body disintegrated into dust, leaving nothing but a faint purple glow in its place. The aftermath of the battle left a trail of shimmering purple energy, slowly dissipating into nothingness. The air crackled with residual power, a testament to the ferocity of the clash. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a futuristic, battle-worn suit, awoke with a gasp. He murmured, barely audible, "Ah." His eyes widened as he took in his surroundings, a landscape of shattered purple crystals. He then mused, looks like I changed a lot. The memories of his past life flooded back, a stark contrast to his current impulsive nature. He thought, in my previous life, I wouldn't be this impulsive after getting provoked. Well, this isn't a bad thing. A notification popped up before him, you gained the achievement, first one to clear a dungeon solo. All stats, +5. Inventory slots, +2. You have acquired, steel reward box, for clearing the dungeon. He smirked, oh, the rewards are quite nice. Sung-hoon surveyed the aftermath of his battle, a field littered with the corpses of monstrous creatures. He sighed, it would take a while to dismantle all these carcasses. How awful. Meanwhile, a news report showed the scene of the battle, reporting on the absence of Sung-hoon. The reporter stated that neither monsters nor Hunter Lee Sung-hoon emerged from the portal. Elsewhere, two individuals watched the report with concern. One of them, a woman with pink hair, voiced her worry, I know Sung-hoon SSI is a special case, but will he be okay? The other, a man with short, dark hair, reassured her, he will be fine. It's Sung-hoon Appa we are talking about. Emerging from a swirling purple vortex, Sung-hoon Lee stood unharmed, his armor gleaming. One observer commented on his unscathed appearance, while another excitedly praised his prowess. A group of Awakeners, near the portal from which Sung-hoon had just emerged, discussed contacting him. One expressed concern about Sung-hoon and another's preoccupation with the press. Concerns were raised about Sung-hoon's continued participation in their missions if his current level of exposure continued. One Awakener worried that he would be unable to help the team. The Awakeners acknowledged Sung-hoon's exceptional strength, far surpassing their own. They recognized the need to increase their own power to keep pace with him. Suddenly, Sung-hoon emerged from the portal, immediately attracting a large crowd of reporters and photographers. The portal began to close as Sung-hoon emerged, signifying the completion of his solo dungeon clear. He was overwhelmed by the bright flashes of cameras. Amidst the chaos, Sung-hoon's success was announced, marking a historic first in the world. He had successfully completed the first solo dungeon clear. Surrounded by reporters, Sung-hoon was congratulated on his achievement. He reflected on the ease of completing the dungeon solo. Sung-hoon briefly described the monster he encountered in the dungeon, promising a more detailed explanation later. A reporter politely requested a short interview. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself in a difficult position. He had taken a dangerous job as monster bait for Awakeners, powerful beings capable of fighting the creatures that invaded Earth. The pay was barely enough to cover his mother's medical bills, but it was all he had. He muttered to himself, accepting a mission despite the inherent risks. He was exhausted from his last mission, but the financial pressure was relentless. The HD group, known for employing awakeners, had strict rules, only one mission per group of hunters. A reporter from K-Daeg News was present to interview him, adding another layer of pressure to the already tense situation. The reporter, Daeg, began the interview by thanking Sung-hoon for his service to the nation. He then proceeded to ask the crucial question, had Sung-hoon found any survivors in the dungeon? Sung-hoon, his face grim, reported that he had found no survivors. However, he added that the HD group would be providing compensation to the families of the deceased. The reporter then asked about the nature of the dungeon itself. Sung-hoon, momentarily taken aback, prepared his answer. He described the dungeon as a forest and land full of poison, a deadly environment that had claimed the lives of his fellow hunters. The poison was so potent that anyone entering would quickly succumb to its effects. The reporter, astonished by Sung-hoon's survival, pressed him on how he managed to escape such a deadly trap. Before Sung-hoon could answer, however, another reporter interrupted. The second reporter, cutting off the first, stated that he wanted to add something to the discussion. He explained that, in his experience, the most dangerous aspect of such dungeons wasn't the monsters themselves, but the environment. Sung-hoon nodded in agreement, confirming that the poison was the true threat. The briefing room displayed various images of extreme environments. One showed towering, jagged mountain ranges, another depicted a landscape of molten lava, and a third illustrated a completely aquatic dungeon, devoid of any land. The narrator explained that the dungeon they were about to enter was filled with poison, but other extreme environments also existed. Sung-hoon Lee, the hunter, was shown in close-up. His eyes, filled with a grim determination, reflected the gravity of the situation. He warned that if anyone wanted to survive, they should at least wear an astronaut suit. Sung-hoon, still in his protective suit, stood at the end of a press conference. Someone called out to him, asking one more question. The moderator announced that this would conclude the press conference. As Sung-hoon left, someone thanked him for his time. Sung-hoon and the moderator were shown in a car. The moderator complimented Sung-hoon on the press conference. Sung-hoon, however, downplayed the success, calling it a mere formality. He admitted to being serious only during the last part of the conference. He felt exhausted. Sung-hoon expressed his desire to rest, and the moderator assured him that they would take care of everything. The car pulled away. Despite the exhaustion, Sung-hoon felt content with the outcome, considering the significant gains he had made. The scene shifted to a group of men in a room reviewing footage of Sung-hoon's press conference. One of them questioned the possibility of what they had just witnessed. According to Prism Research Facility's data, the possibility of Lee Sung-hoon being a Hexa-Awakener was raised. Another man scoffed at the idea, deeming it ridiculous. A Hexa-awakened individual, he argued, was an exceedingly rare occurrence, with only 2 known cases in America. However, a third man countered that there was no guarantee such individuals wouldn't exist in Korea, and that it was indeed possible that Lee Sung-hoon was a Hexa-awakened individual. Therefore, a plan was devised to discreetly recruit him. A group of men, clad in sharp suits, monitored a series of screens displaying complex data streams. From what they knew, a young man had survived exposure to a poison field, demonstrating exceptional environmental adaptation skills. His combat prowess was also remarkable. They concluded he possessed at least a Hexa ability level. Another man, dark-skinned and wearing glasses, interjected, stating that this was not the only issue. The man with glasses explained that the young man's abilities would soon make him ineligible for Tier 1 dungeons. The silver-haired man pondered the implications, questioning the preparations for the young man's immigration status. The man with glasses confirmed that the process was underway, asking if they should proceed. He confirmed that they should proceed, specifying that their contact in New York was the most urgent. The silver-haired man gave instructions to dispatch a request to New York, using the codename First. He emphasized the importance of acquiring First at all costs. A man in glasses, his face partially obscured by shadow, sat at his desk. He listened intently as someone off-panel spoke to him, his response a quiet, respectful, "Yes, sir." He then added, "I get the idea." Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, reviewed a report detailing the dangers of monster incursions. The report highlighted the variety of environmental hazards and powerful monsters, some possessing special abilities. He concluded that clearing even low-tier dungeons was dangerous, but possible with minimal casualties. He reflected that human ingenuity always finds a way. He continued his assessment, noting that clearing monsters from urban portals took considerable time, making time itself the most valuable resource in this world. Sung-hoon reviewed a dispatch request from New York City, highlighting the significant economic losses in that area and the constant need for military forces to remain on high alert. He understood why such reports were being forwarded to him. He sighed, his gaze falling upon the report detailing the situation in New York. The report detailed the failures of awakened individuals attempting to clear a particularly dangerous dungeon. 80 awakened had perished in 3 attempts. The dungeon was described as extremely cold, with monsters adapted to the frigid environment. Monsters spawned from the portal every hour. Despite the ongoing dispatch of teams, the situation remained perilous, even more so than the poison dungeon. Sung-hoon contemplated the severity of the hardship. The constant spawning of monsters was a significant problem. Sung-hoon knew he should probably investigate, but prioritized his mother's safety and his own training. His mother, a woman with shoulder-length blonde hair, called out to him from the kitchen, "Son, let's eat." Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, was called to dinner. He responded with a simple, "Yes, coming," as he headed towards the dining area. The table was laden with a delicious spread of Korean food. As he ate, Sung-hoon reflected that mealtimes with his mother were the most important part of his day, perhaps because he hadn't had a family in his previous life. He mused that his personality and mentality differed greatly between his past and present lives, but since he retained the memories of both, their conflicting opinions often clashed. A thought that was not entirely accurate, he realized, as he continued his meal. His actions in his past life, such as recklessly attacking a centipede out of anger, were evidence of a different personality. His mother, concerned about his dangerous past life habits, worried aloud about the potential for poison or other dangers. On the television in the background, a news report about a dungeon flashed. Sung-hoon reassured her that he was fine, having awakened a powerful ability. His mother, however, couldn't help but worry. She then mentioned that his friend, Yu Young, had been talking about a certain young lady the other day. His mother offered him some water. Sung-hoon assured her he would take care of himself. He added that he would date before marrying. His mother was surprised, pointing out that he hadn't had a girlfriend in 8 years. A young woman with orange hair scoffed at Sung-hoon, commenting on his age. He winced slightly at her words. But he retorted, reminding her that he is still young. Sung-hoon continued, explaining that he prefers to date someone his own age, pointing out that most girls her age already have boyfriends. The girl countered that there are plenty who don't. A moment later, Sung-hoon wondered if someone was supposed to visit. The young woman, seemingly surprised, explained that she had asked someone to come over after careful consideration, but the timing was unfortunate. Because this is where Lee Sung-hoon lives. The young woman lamented the terrible timing, while another girl, seemingly new to the situation, expressed her surprise. The first girl, whose name is revealed to be a woman named Lee Sung-hoon Appa, commented on the plainness of Sung-hoon's room. He responded that he doesn't enjoy decorating. And that she was the first visitor. He invited her to sit on the bed. The woman was surprised to learn that she was his first visitor. Suggested that it was time for them to have a casual conversation. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat in a chair, his arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He voiced his reservations. I don't think it's a good choice. A young woman with pink hair, only visible from the knees down, wearing dark stockings and what appears to be a dark skirt, countered his assessment. Why? Friendliness is an important factor in partnership? Sung-hoon considered her point, a thoughtful expression on his face. He conceded, that's true. Then both of us will start casually. If we do so. The pink-haired girl enthusiastically agreed. Super agreed. Sung-hoon watched her, a slight smile playing on his lips. He mused, how quick. My kids these days are too quick to decide. Old man like me can't keep up. The pink-haired girl giggled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She teased him, Appa is just slow. Finally a success after months. Appa really is an old man. Sung-hoon sighed, a hint of self-deprecation in his expression. He pondered, well, considering the age difference, maybe I am an old man after all? The conversation continued, with the pink-haired girl adding, and weird too. Usually they like to be called Appa more. Some people like to be called a dandy old man. Sung-hoon reacted defensively, with that face? Pervert? I don't think someone liking calling me an old man makes me a pervert. The pink-haired girl laughed, ah. Appa is really weird. Super different than what I imagined. Sung-hoon simply asked, so? You have decided yes? A young girl with vibrant pink hair explained the nature of oath magic, a form of curse magic that creates unbreakable conditions for the contractor. She presented a contract to Sung-hoon, a young man with brown hair, emphasizing that breaking the oath would cost the contractors their lives. She asked if he still agreed to the terms, despite having already reviewed the contract's content. Sung-hoon, impressed by his own willpower, agreed. The girl, impressed in turn, requested a sample of his blood. She pricked his finger, causing him a slight pain as she absorbed a drop of his blood. The girl instructed Sung-hoon to read the bottom section of the contract aloud, explaining that the contract is only effective if the contractor reads it of their own will. He hesitated, apprehensive about the potential consequences, fearing it might summon a black dragon or something similar. The girl urged him to proceed. Sung-hoon, after a moment of apprehension, finally agreed to the contract's terms. He vowed his will and soul to the contract, initiating a mystical ritual. A young woman with pink hair, clad in a red shirt and black skirt, stood before a swirling, ethereal purple orb. Her expression was serious as she spoke, no outsider shall invade the condition of this contract, as it is protected by the souls. A surge of golden energy erupted from the young man's fingertips, mirroring the orb's light. The energy connected, forming a crimson thread between them, binding their fates together. The crimson threads intensified, culminating in a flash of blinding light. When the light subsided, the woman declared, good, the contract is sealed. A system notification appeared before the young man, informing him that the contract was added to the system and that he had created a contract with player Min Yodeyoung. He looked surprised, muttering, Appa, some weird message popped up for me? The pink-haired woman reassured him, don't worry about it. It means the contract was successful. She then suggested, let's go shopping for clothes. The young man's expression shifted to one of confusion as he questioned, hey? She continued, how unfortunate, but we don't have the time. The young man responded, aha. Appa is so sly, suddenly using a casual tone. The woman playfully retorted, a sly old man? Sung-hoon Lee and a pink-haired girl, his trainer, jogged through a park. She commented on his unchanging demeanor, while he insisted he was the same as always. The trainer then inquired about Sung-hoon's stamina, explaining that healers require significant endurance, otherwise people would gossip behind his back. Sung-hoon questioned the duration of their run, to which his trainer replied that it was merely preparation, they would continue until exhaustion. She then revealed that upon completion, she would teach him the skill she had mentioned previously. Sung-hoon and his trainer continued their run, their figures silhouetted against a bright sky. Until the pink-haired girl collapsed, gasping for water. Sung-hoon offered her water, advising her to drink slowly, as water alone wouldn't cure her exhaustion. They would take a short break before proceeding with the skill training. The girl drank the water, sighing in relief. The trainer announced that she would teach him a skill called Eternal Enhancement. Sung-hoon questioned the process, knowing that awakeners use mana to activate skills. She explained that when mana is applied to the body, it transforms into life force. The scene opens with an informational text box explaining the concept of life force, often called aura, and its relation to a person's power and physique. A young man with dark hair sits cross-legged, seemingly meditating, as a pink-haired woman with a cheerful expression speaks to him. She explains that the strength of one's life force is variable, and that a character with high defense can be a sturdier tank, while a character with high attack can be a stronger damage dealer. She then suggests that in his case, as a healer, he might be able to learn self-healing, eventually allowing him to hunt monsters solo. The young man, Sung-hoon, questions why he can't be a tank, believing that his high defense should make him one. The pink-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Aggro, explains that high defense alone isn't enough, a tank also needs psychological skill. Aggro continues, pointing out that depending on the situation, he could act as a supporting tank just as well. She then declares it's time to begin. Sung-hoon extends his hands towards Aggro, initiating what she calls a knowledge transfer. A bright light emanates from Agro's hands as the transfer begins, leaving her momentarily surprised. The transfer completes, and Agro collapses slightly, clutching her head. Agro exclaims in surprise, feeling something entering her head. Sunghoon reassures her, explaining that it's just one of his skills. Sunghoon explains that the skill transfers his own knowledge into someone else's mind. A young woman with pink hair exclaimed that the knowledge she was about to receive would be useful for her upcoming college entrance exam. However, a young man with dark hair countered, explaining that the knowledge was volatile and would be lost unless actively used, much like forgetting something you don't study. The young man suggested they begin their training immediately, reminding the young woman of the task at hand. She simply replied, okay. The young man's thoughts turned to the difference between learning about aura and effectively utilizing it to enhance one's strength. He mused on the complexities of mastering such power. A surge of energy enveloped Sunghoon, a wave of power washing over him as he acquired a new skill, Eternal Enhancement. The system notification continued, informing him of the creation of a new status and aura points, AP. Sunghoon, slightly bewildered, questioned if he was now a multi-ability user. His companion, a pink-haired girl, confirmed this, but cautioned that consistent training was necessary to fully realize the effects of his newfound abilities. He inquired about the training location, and she specified that it was limited to just that room. Sunghoon then recalled seeing other rooms in the house's basement on his way there. His companion explained that the newly acquired skill was fundamental, similar to increasing mana through martial arts training. To truly master it, he needed to learn techniques and martial arts that utilized aura. Understanding the task ahead, Sunghoon resolved to give his best effort. The pink-haired girl urged him to grow stronger, emphasizing the importance of him becoming her ally. While instructing Min Yo-young, she revealed that others had also contacted her. Sunghoon Lee, a young man clad in simple, worn clothing, stood amidst a desolate landscape. The earth was cracked and barren, hinting at the devastation wrought by the monstrous invasion. A narration box revealed a crucial piece of information. Every member of the Alpha team, Powerful Awakeners, had formed a contract with him, receiving the gift of eternal enhancement. He was shown in a fighting stance, his body poised and ready. The conditions of their contracts, the narration box explained, were unremarkable. However, the Alpha team was bound by a critical clause. They were forbidden from revealing his secret to outsiders, and they were to maintain a friendly relationship with him. Sunghoon's feet impacted the ground, sending up a cloud of dust as he moved with surprising speed and power. The narration box emphasized the most important condition of their pact: that they must never betray him. The image showed a powerful energy erupting from the ground, a visual representation of the pact's strength and the consequences of breaking it. Sunghoon's face was grim, his expression resolute. He was clearly aware of the power he wielded and the responsibility it entailed. He continued his training, his movements precise and powerful. A narration box revealed his next step. He would teach the Alpha team the Dragon's Heart, a subtype of eternal enhancement, along with the martial arts best suited for it. A system notification then appeared, confirming that he had successfully taught the skill, increasing his proficiency. Sunghoon paused his training, a feeling of unease washing over him. He felt as though he was being watched. The feeling of being watched irritated him, but he couldn't ignore it. He knew he needed to reach Tier 7 or higher to evade the system's ever-watchful eye. A status screen appeared, displaying Sunghoon's current stats, level 43 wizard, with detailed information on his strength, stamina, dexterity, mana, luck, and AP. His title was revealed, the one who has knowledge of a foreign world. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with a determined yet weary expression, sat on a tree stump in a desolate landscape. A simple mobile phone lay beside a water bottle and a towel, the harsh sunlight reflecting off its screen. The insistent ringing of a new, irritating ringtone cut through the silence. He found the sound rather annoying. He answered the call, the caller ID displaying Director Lee Gisick. A flicker of apprehension crossed his face as he answered. The director inquired about Sunghoon's well-being, expressing concern for his rest. Sunghoon, in turn, briefly confirmed he was alright and asked about the next assignment. The director confirmed that the next dungeon was located in the Gangnam office area. Sunghoon then asked if there was any additional information about the dungeon. The director revealed there were no survivors from the first team sent into that dungeon, and no subsequent teams had been dispatched since. Sunghoon, hearing this, casually suggested a trip to America after this mission. The director, slightly taken aback, asked if Sunghoon had accepted a new job offer. Sunghoon confirmed that the job wasn't too troublesome, but the real issue lay elsewhere. He stated his terms, 1 billion won worth of magic course for the job, as he would be traveling alone to America to solve their problem. The director paused, clearly considering the offer. A beat of silence hung in the air before he responded. Sunghoon, sitting on the stump, justified his price, mentioning that the company was one of the world's leading powers and should be able to afford it. He admitted to being greedy lately, using the high price to force their acceptance. A group of young martial artists stood before a mountainous landscape, their instructor observing them with an aura sensor. One of the students, checking a device, reported that everyone had trained hard. The image showed two of the students, Shin Sang-jin and Park Jin-suk, with their respective aura points displayed. Lee Jin-soo and Kim Do-jin were also shown, their aura points also displayed. Min Yo-dang expressed her excitement at their progress, stating that their instructor had taught them something incredible. The student checking the device noted that everyone's aura points now exceeded 20. A look of contemplation crossed his face. A narration box explained that the eternal enhancement technique created a strong body, akin to a tank, and enhanced attack to match a dealer's. The narration continued, explaining that Kim Do-jin's good damage output, despite being a tank, made the technique a perfect fit for him. The instructor announced he would teach them martial arts, specifically the Dragon's Heart enhancement technique, and that with this, they could grow into some of the world's best tanks. He then explained that he would teach them the steel shredding dragon technique. He emphasized the importance of the technique, stating that those who didn't experience it would go straight into field training. He then instructed them to come to him one at a time. Sunghoon, a young man with pink hair, clutched his head in discomfort. A grimace twisted his features as he muttered his displeasure with the situation. He lay on the ground, exhausted and feeling ill after a recent encounter. His companions, similarly worn out, looked on with concern. One of them, a blonde young man, voiced his own disgust at the lingering effects of their work. The blonde young man, seemingly the leader, checked on his team, asking if everyone was alright. Receiving confirmation, he seemed relieved. Their instructor, a stern-looking man in a white GI, announced the start of their training, introducing the first lesson, the Dragon Step, also known as the Dragon's Path. The instructor explained that the dragon step emphasized balanced yet swift movement, requiring a high degree of spatial awareness. He elaborated, clarifying that spatial awareness involved discerning subtle differences between similar images. He demonstrated the technique, emphasizing the use of all 5 senses to pinpoint an object's exact location within one's personal space. One of the students questioned the feasibility of such precision. The instructor confidently assured them of its possibility, urging them to trust him and follow his lead. The panel then shows credits. A swirling vortex of purple energy opened in the sky above a ravaged landscape, the word summon appearing in a speech bubble above it. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a white martial arts uniform, stood amidst the destruction, his eyes focused intently as he muttered the words design, assemble. 2 other figures, a boy with blonde hair and a girl with pink hair, watched him with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The boy questioned, is this something you took from a martial arts movie? An unseen instructor responded, correct. Your training is to pass through the bamboo field as quickly as possible. The scene shifted to show a group of martial arts students observing Sung-hoon from a distance. The girl with pink hair expressed doubt, is that even possible? Sung-hoon confidently declared, I will demonstrate it once. He explained, my current AP is 223, but I can restrict myself, so I will only use 20 AP to do this. He addressed the others, watch carefully. Here I go. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in a worn-out tracksuit, moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging a flurry of blows from several opponents. His movements were precise and economical, a stark contrast to the clumsy attacks of his assailants. He launched himself into the air with a powerful kick, sending one of his attackers sprawling. The force of the blow sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Landing with a controlled thud, he stood poised and ready, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Dust swirled around his feet as he prepared for the next attack. 3 onlookers watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape. One of them, a young man with light brown hair, finally broke the silence. Doesn't he sound like that Bob Ross? That old man who loves to say things like, it's easy, right? Later, Sung-hoon sat in quiet meditation, a serene expression on his face. A nearby instructor observed him from a distance. He thought, this normal-looking meditation trains my mana capacity. The instructor explained his training methods. The instructor stated, it would be difficult to advance the training without steady footing, that's why I choose this method. This is the most effective training and will let them get used to their bodies. I too am not just watching idly. Sung-hoon, still meditating, focused on the magic circle he'd installed in his basement. He noted, I have connected this magic circle to the magic circle in my house's basement, so the efficiency didn't drop too much. The magic circle at home is working at full capacity, even now. A figure, shrouded in shadow, stirred. Purple energy swirled around them as they murmured a question, HM? Who is it? The figure's eyes snapped open, revealing a piercing gaze. The words triple spell and farsight appeared, indicating the activation of powerful abilities. Their farsight revealed a blonde woman in a business suit, standing in a forest. The figure questioned, a foreigner? The blonde woman, clearly disoriented, exclaimed, what is this unending path? It's already been an hour since I've started walking. She then asked, can you detect my location? Frustrated, she realized, according to the GPS, I am just running in circles? So I have just wasted my time and energy. A new scene shows a young man in a martial arts uniform. He is surrounded by other figures, and a purple energy field surrounds them. The woman's voice is heard, should I have called him or something? What is this? He then added, then, let's greet this guest, shall we? The blonde woman, still trapped, looked at her phone's map in despair. She muttered, this is bad. I really can't escape from here. Is this also his ability? A young man, Sung-hoon, dressed in a traditional martial arts uniform, stood in a clearing. A blonde woman, Mitchell Howard, appeared before him, her expression curious. Hello? Your attire doesn't quite fit here, no? Sung-hoon, slightly surprised, tilted his head. Mitchell continued, have you come here to see me? She smiled, a playful glint in her eyes. You are really hard to meet, Mr. Sung-hoon. Introducing herself, she extended a hand. I am Mitchell Howard, from the CIA. Sung-hoon shook her hand, his expression thoughtful. You are very fluent in Korean, Miss Howard. They began to walk together. Let's sit and talk, this way. Sung-hoon poured himself a glass of water. Mitchell leaned forward, her eyes serious. The higher-ups have issued an order to recruit you. She continued, it is our wish for you to completely immigrate into the United States. However, there was a catch. But in return, we want you to take care of 4 dungeons that have appeared in the United States, in a 1-year time frame. Of course, all of the spoils and loot would be yours to keep. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, listened intently as a woman explained the complexities of international awakener tax laws. The laws, she explained, were designed to prevent conflict between countries vying for the most promising awakened individuals, however, loopholes existed. A fact that didn't escape Sung-hoon's notice. He narrowed his eyes, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The blatant illegality of tax evasion was clear to him. The woman continued, explaining that some countries, like China and Russia, had similar arrangements, but only 2 individuals received truly exceptional treatment. This preferential treatment, she revealed, was due to a special international privacy law. A law that protected Titanium Titan and Thunder Runner, 2 exceptionally powerful awakeners. Titanium Titan, a formidable tank with impenetrable defenses, and Thunder Runner, whose attack power could annihilate entire surroundings. The woman's words hung in the air, were they willing to extend the same treatment to him? Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, lay on a bed, his expression a mixture of weariness and defiance. He listened to an unseen interlocutor's offer, his thoughts revealing his inner turmoil. Rejecting it outright. He considered the offer far too low for his services, a clear sign of his self-worth despite his current predicament. A blonde woman, sharply dressed in business attire, reacted with surprise to Sung-hoon's unexpected counteroffer. Her initial assumption of a straightforward transaction was clearly wrong, prompting her to reassess the situation. Sung-hoon, however, remained calm, his confidence unwavering despite his weakened state. He could hear her, even from a distance, a testament to his latent abilities. The woman, clearly frustrated, pointed a finger at Sung-hoon, questioning his perceived value, prompting Sung-hoon to explain his reasoning. He subtly hinted at the help he received during a previous dungeon raid. The woman, intrigued by his cryptic statement, pressed him for details on how he managed to clear the dungeon. She clearly underestimated his capabilities. And Sung-hoon, with a smug expression, revealed the true extent of his reward for completing the dungeon, highlighting the vast difference between his perceived value and the reality of his power. Sung-hoon, a young man in a simple white GI, listened intently as a blonde woman, sharply dressed in business attire, spoke. He seemed weary, yet his expression held a hint of defiance. You are saying some scary things, yet they seem to have just started. She stated, her tone serious. Sung-hoon responded, but I believe that's still being extremely generous for such service. He continued, his gaze unwavering. She seems like a well-trained agent. It's nice that she gets my point immediately. And I will refuse to immigrate to the United States. The blonde woman sighed, a hint of frustration in her posture. This can't be. I understand where you're coming from, Sung-hoon. I will admit that our investigation was lacking. Although I am willing to accept some requests, as long as the rewards are sufficient. Retreat for now. I have to be satisfied with just introducing myself to you. She bowed slightly, her expression a mixture of respect and resignation. I will visit you again soon. After she left, Sung-hoon reflected on the encounter. I feel a bit sorry for her, since it's all meaningless in the end. Of course, it's their fault for not understanding my value. But even if they did truly grasp my value, I wouldn't have gone to America. A young woman with orange hair, seemingly a friend, looked at him quizzically. She questioned. Sung-hoon, looking away, explained, that would be my mom. I have something more important here than money or fame. The scene shifted to Sung-hoon's mother and her friends. One of them commented on Sung-hoon's youthful appearance. Look at this girl's skin, because of a good son, you are aging backwards. Someone might think you are my daughter. Oh my, look at how good you look on the camera. Sung-hoon observed his mother and her friends from afar, his thoughts turning to his priorities. My mom's usually passing time by gossiping with her friends here, why would she leave? Did they decide on the next dungeon? I will accommodate to my mom as much as possible, family comes first, anything else comes later. Until my companions can be of use, I should be able to handle this myself, right? He then looked at his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered if his companions were training hard. A group of young awakeners, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and determination, stood amidst the rubble of a city street. The air crackled with residual magical energy, a faint purple glow lingering in the air. Sung-hoon Lee, the young man in the center, received a compliment on his hard work from one of his companions. His sister, however, questioned the sudden appearance of visitors to such a remote training location. Sung-hoon explained that his recent fame had attracted attention, with various people trying to win him over. Announcing a lunch break and subsequent return to training, Sung-hoon revealed his immediate plans. He was heading to Gangnam Station to clear a dungeon. A panoramic view of a modern city skyline showed the location of the dungeon. Sung-hoon's narration box explained that the real estate value was the true reason for the urgent request to clear this particular dungeon, even if it meant ignoring other civilian concerns. He mused on the societal tendency to gravitate towards areas of higher concentration, explaining why he was called to clear this specific dungeon in the heart of Gangnam. Arriving at the scene, Sung-hoon was immediately met by a throng of reporters and police officers. A police officer addressed him formally as Hunter Lee Sung-hoon. The officer acknowledged that Sung-hoon would be working alone again, but questioned his decision to tackle this high-profile dungeon given the inherent risks. Reporters pressed him for answers, curious about his choice of location. Sung-hoon calmly requested silence, promising a detailed interview after clearing the dungeon. He then announced his plan to clear one dungeon per day, starting with Samcheong the following day, and Myeongdong the day after that. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, silently contemplated his next move. He muttered to himself, reflecting on his recent successes, including the dungeon I cleared yesterday at Myeongdong. I will clear a total of 5 dungeons. His statement was met with disbelief and intense curiosity from a group of reporters surrounding him. Their questions were rapid and insistent. Is that true? Do you have any special method to recover your mana? Do you have a mana recovery skill or are you using some drug? Unfazed, Sung-hoon calmly approached a shimmering, purple portal that crackled with energy. It was a gateway to another realm, a place he was about to explore. As he stepped closer, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt the air shift, a subtle change in the atmosphere. His internal monologue revealed his apprehension. I wonder what this place is like. The air is changing. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the portal, launching Sung-hoon into the air. He was caught completely off guard, a look of surprise on his face. He tumbled through the air, the wind whipping past him as he fell into a vast, purple expanse. A scream escaped his lips as he plummeted downwards. The sheer scale of the fall becoming terrifyingly clear. He cursed, his voice filled with frustration and fear. Damn it. No wonder people are dying. So people without the ability to fly are just supposed to die? Isn't this too harsh, Akasha? He looked around desperately, his eyes scanning the endless purple sky. His thoughts were filled with panic, and I can't even see land. If there is an aquatic monster, I am supposed to fight and swim at the same time? In a moment of desperation, Sung-hoon focused his mind, drawing upon a hidden power within him. He muttered, for now. A surge of magical energy enveloped him as he activated a spell, triple spell flight, as the name implies, this magic lets me fly. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, plummeted through a swirling vortex of purple and blue energy. His descent seemingly endless as the vibrant colors blurred around him. He landed with a splash in the water, his thoughts immediately turning to the practical. Just open water. Finding monsters will be a pain, he mused, already scanning his surroundings. A smirk played on his lips. In this kind of environment, that would be perfect, he thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. Suddenly, a mechanical spider-like drone descended from above. I chose you. Go, spider, a voice boomed, the drone deploying itself as if on a mission. Sung-hoon Lee, aboard his all-terrain golem, SPAI-2 Malawian Quatches, surveyed the ocean. He was on patrol, his mission to guard against monsters emerging from the depths. A task made easier by the golem's recent upgrade to aquatic mode. The upgrade had been expensive and troublesome, but it provided peace of mind in situations like this. Sung-hoon issued a command to the golem, initiating the annihilation protocol. The golem was to scan for and eliminate any nearby monsters. The golem, responding to its master's order, began its search. diving deep into the ocean's depths. Its powerful system scanning the surrounding waters. Even a Tier 1 dungeon boss would be no match for this upgraded machine. Despite the golem's capabilities, Sung-hoon felt a growing unease. There was a larger problem looming. From his vantage point high above the ocean, Sung-hoon gazed out at the vast expanse of water, a feeling of boredom washing over him. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man in powered armor, found himself suspended above the water's surface. A pensive expression crossed his face as he muttered to himself about the need for new training. He focused his attention inward, seeking to understand the technique described in his mind, using the power of aura to manipulate the water's surface tension. With a determined exhale, he channeled his aura into his feet, causing the water to rise around him in a small wave. A smirk played on his lips as he mused about the martial arts term for this technique. The narration box confirmed that this training method was ideal for improving his aura control and usage. Sung-hoon, however, was surprised by the sudden appearance of a larger wave. A much larger wave than he had anticipated, crashing down upon him as he attempted to ride it. He expertly navigated the crest of the wave, showcasing surprising skill and balance. Only to be confronted by a monstrous creature emerging from the depths, a shark, or perhaps some other kind of sea monster. The monster lunged, its jaws snapping shut as Sung-hoon reacted instinctively, unleashing a powerful burst of aura, creating a vortex of water that repelled the creature, sending it flying back into the sea. A monstrous shark, a creature clearly not of this world, breached the surface of the water with a terrifying roar. Its massive jaws snapped shut with a bone-jarring squeak, the sound echoing across the turbulent waves. A small, high-tech vehicle, piloted by a figure whose face is obscured by a helmet, sped across the water's surface, narrowly avoiding the shark's snapping jaws. The vehicle fired a projectile, a bright flash of energy erupting from its weapon. The projectile struck the shark, but the impact seemed to have little effect. A narration box appeared, response measure against large creature. Shock needle ready, on standby. The vehicle, seemingly undamaged, continued its assault, maneuvering to avoid another attack from the massive shark. The shark lunged again, its massive form filling the panel. The vehicle was thrown back by the force of the attack. A bright flash of energy erupted from the vehicle as it fired another projectile, this one striking the shark's eye. The shark recoiled in pain, its movements becoming erratic as the energy coursed through its body. Finally, the shark succumbed to the attack, its body falling limp into the water. The pilot, seemingly surprised, muttered, "It's fighting quite well? The combat AI is more effective than I expected." A message then appeared, "Your level has increased by 1. Your level has increased by 1. Sung-hoon, a young man with short brown hair, soared through the air, a triumphant grin on his face. He landed gracefully on the water's surface, his teal and black suit shimmering. His level had increased again, he noted with satisfaction, his strength now at 115. Good. I got it, he exclaimed, the words echoing his inner sense of accomplishment. A surge of magical energy erupted from him as he leveled up, causing a ripple effect across the water. He paused, a thoughtful expression replacing his earlier elation. It's problematic if I level up too quickly, he mused, a hint of concern in his voice. Sung-hoon stood on the shore, his gaze fixed on the ocean. He pondered the implications of his rapid power growth. He questioned whether there were others he could share this experience with, to help manage his advancement. The thought lingered, but he quickly dismissed it. Meanwhile, a robotic figure with a red central eye observed Sung-hoon from a distance. Its internal processors whirred as it considered its options. The question formed in its digital mind, should I lend this guy to someone else? Sung-hoon turned, noticing the robot's presence. He seemed unfazed by the mechanical being's scrutiny. The robot clenched its fist, a spark of inspiration igniting within its systems. A thought emerged, maybe if I mass-produce this, it would be a super hit? Sung-hoon and the robot stood together, overlooking the landscape. Tier 1 dungeons, Sung-hoon reflected, posed little threat to him now. He felt confident in his abilities. Environmental hazards or large monsters without special abilities were no longer a danger. He was ready to move on to the next stage of his journey. About time. I proceed to the next stage. A news reporter, visible in the distance, reported on the Gangnam Dungeon's disappearance, an event witnessed by many. Everyone can witness this right now. The Gangnam Dungeon is now disappearing. The portal from which Sung-hoon Lee had just emerged began to slowly close, a scene mirroring a similar event in Myeongdong. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched Sung-hoon Lee on a screen, marveling at his abilities and speculating about his power level. News reports highlighted Lee's solo raid, emphasizing his incredible strength and the massive reward he received for clearing a dungeon. The commentators expressed awe and a desire to emulate his power. Online, the comments section buzzed with excitement and admiration for Sung-hoon Lee's feat, with many expressing their desire to be as strong as him. Sung-hoon Lee himself, however, sat alone in his car, a thoughtful expression on his face as he drove through the night. He worried about the potential consequences of his growing fame, particularly the attention it might attract from the government. A new request arrived from the government, specifically targeting Sung-hoon Lee to clear additional dungeons. Deputy General Manager Kang Chulson of the National Intelligence Service explained the situation, noting Sung-hoon Lee's rapid leveling and the resulting problem of dividing the experience gained among team members. Kang expressed concern over the implications of Sung-hoon Lee's exceptional strength and the sheer number of dungeons he was capable of clearing. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, reviewed a document. He pondered the information, a frown furrowing his brow. The sheer number of failed expeditions to clear the dungeons was staggering. The weight of his mother's medical debt, and the constant threat of monster attacks, pressed heavily on his mind. An older man, his brow furrowed in concern, explained that while the use of human bait was a precautionary measure, the success rate of clearing dungeons was less than 50%. This was due to the difficulty of adapting and surviving in the harsh dungeon environments. He lamented having to warn his recruits repeatedly. He continued, highlighting the government's reluctance to lose any awakened individuals with great potential, especially given the high number of casualties among those sent into the dungeons. The best method, the man asserted, was to utilize Sung-hoon Lee to his fullest potential. Sung-hoon, surprised, questioned if the government would pay him 1 trillion won to clear a dungeon. The man confirmed the government's urgency. Sung-hoon, though accepting the offer, reflected that while he could reach the power level of his past life, it would take time, and various obstacles were already appearing. Later, seated in a luxury car, Sung-hoon found himself bothered by the attention he was already receiving. He mused that his knowledge of the other world was a completely different matter, as it held the potential to change this world's paradigm. This interest extended even to the United States, who had taken notice of his abilities. Sung-hoon resolved to create an octospell without relying on any external systems. This way, he could manage the consequences of using his knowledge from his past life. He knew he had to hurry, to act like a sorcerer. A picturesque landscape unfolded, a tranquil scene of rolling hills under a cerulean sky. A lone figure, unseen but present, reflected, "It's a bit of a shame, though." Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, sat at a desk, pen in hand, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He mused, "I wish my level was a bit lower." He continued his quiet contemplation, a slight grimace on his face. He decided, "I guess I should stop taking my sweet time in low-level dungeons like this." Sung-hoon focused intently on his pen, a determined glint in his eyes. He muttered the word, "status." A holographic display shimmered into existence, revealing Sung-hoon's character sheet. He observed, "As I thought, my mana increase slowed down a bit, and I still have 115 points to spend." He considered his options carefully. He stated firmly, "I don't want to invest my points into mana. I can increase strength, stamina, and dexterity on my own, so let's leave that. Then, let's invest into luck, which I can't increase with training." With a tap, he allocated his points. A system message appeared, "The system is watching you. You have acquired the skill Lucky Start. He blinked, surprised. This. A detailed description of the new skill appeared, Lucky Start, passive, LV max, a skill learned upon reaching a certain amount of luck. Effect, increases item drop chance. Effect, partial control of unlikely outcomes. He realized, even if it's just a little, the ability to control probability itself, as I thought, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call the AHHI system a godly creation. Achievement, first one to receive Lucky Start, luck +5. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, sat alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself that nobody would invest in someone as unlucky as him, as his usefulness in monster hunting was questionable. He continued his internal monologue, observing the simple training grounds around him. He doubted anyone had ever considered that luck itself could possess such unique characteristics. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips. Well, good, he thought. From his vantage point, Sung-hoon watched as a blonde-haired young man completed an obstacle course. He commented that things were going well from his perspective. As the young man effortlessly navigated the course, he noted that everyone was progressing with relative ease. Another participant, a young woman with pink hair, also successfully completed the course. He observed that their progress was impressive given the short training time. Sung-hoon clapped his hands, signaling for a pause in the training. He announced that they would stop for now. The pink-haired girl, visibly upset, clutched her head. She realized she had made a mistake. Sung-hoon had noticed something. Sung-hoon smiled, pleased with their progress. He noted that everyone had become quite proficient in using Mara. He declared it was time to move on to the real training. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, questioned the older man, his brow furrowed in doubt. He was unsure about the nature of the task ahead. Really? Are you talking about hunting? The older man, wiping sweat from his brow, explained their plan. We will do some field hunting. You must put your skills to use, not only in training but also in the wild. He continued, specifying the conditions of Sung-hoon's participation. I will only participate when everyone is facing grave danger. We are simply testing your ability to use aura. He then turned his attention to a young woman with pink hair, Yo-young, offering a word of caution. Yo-young, don't let your guard down. Your executes are weak. Sung-hoon, observing his team, reflected on his strategy. Their growth was his strength. With this, the next step was ready. He needed to establish a loyal relationship with his allies. He resolved to give them a gift he had prepared. Now was the time. The scene shifted to a satellite orbiting Earth at an altitude of 2,600 kilometers. Predicting its destination. First's predicted destination was a monster field. A military transport vehicle was shown approaching the area. The camera focuses on the rear wheel of a vehicle, kicking up dust as it speeds away from an unseen threat, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Inside, a man in armored clothing glances back, his expression grim. Elsewhere, a young woman with pink hair and a determined expression stands in a dimly lit room. She remarks that it has been a while since their team has been to a monster field. A young man with blonde hair and red armor stands beside her, marveling at their new equipment. He exclaims that it's awesome. A third individual, a young man with dark hair, holding a staff, explains that the equipment is a gift he prepared for them, believing they will become the best team in the world. He also mentions having prepared his own equipment. The blonde-haired young man expresses his amazement at the craftsmanship of the equipment. The dark-haired young man reminds them to keep the source of the equipment a secret, as they don't gain any benefits if outsiders learn of his abilities. He announces that they will start with drone scouting and tells everyone to get ready, as today's hunt will be different than usual. A young woman with short brown hair, monitoring a screen, explains that one member of the team will not engage the monsters directly, focusing instead on protecting the vehicle, allowing the others to hunt independently. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, stared at the tactical display. The image showed 6 twin-tailed wolves, a dangerous breed of monster. He questioned the unusual location of this pack, wondering if this was their usual breeding ground. A question answered by a nearby awakener, who confirmed the small group size. The awakeners, powerful individuals capable of hunting monsters, were preparing for the hunt, their expressions grim but determined. An older man, possibly an awakener mentor, approached Sung-hoon. He suggested that this was an excellent opportunity for Sung-hoon to test his newly discovered abilities, hinting at a hidden potential within him. Sung-hoon, a young man with determined eyes, stood ready. He declared that they should prepare for combat. He then instructed the others to push their new abilities to their limits, promising to protect their vehicle. A young man with a staff raised his hands, invoking a magic shield. A young woman with pink hair watched anxiously as a powerful energy surge emanated from the vehicle. The energy expanding outwards in a brilliant display of power. The team, now fully powered, stood ready before their vehicle. One of the armored figures acknowledged their manager's instructions. Sung-hoon's younger brother, Hoyo, stated he would remain behind to support them. As his aura activated, a fiery energy coating his bow. Sung-hoon Lee's eyes blazed with an inner fire, a fiery orange glow emanating from deep within his pupils. The intensity of the light hinted at a power yet to be fully unleashed. A stark contrast to the serene landscape before him. A monstrous wolf, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, stalked through the field. The report came in, monster in sight, requiring immediate action. Sung-hoon, an awakener, no longer just bait, prepared to engage. He drew his bow, readying his signature attack, Wind's Pursuit. With a powerful draw, he loosed the arrow, piercing the monster's skull with terrifying ease. A nearby observer, impressed by the precision and power, commented on the arrow's ability to penetrate even the hardest bone. The scene shifted to two other awakeners, Do-jin and Jin-suk, observing the aftermath. One cautioned the other to be careful, noting their opponent's surprising speed. The wolf, wounded but not defeated, lunged again, its rage fueled by the previous attack. Its movements were quick and unpredictable, a testament to its ferocity. Do-jin met the wolf's charge head-on. The fight was intense, a whirlwind of motion and power. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a perpetual sleep, found himself once again in a dangerous situation. He served as bait for awakeners, powerful beings capable of hunting the monsters that invaded Earth. His current quarry, twin-tailed wolves, notorious for their agility. He wondered if this hunt would prove to be as easy as it seemed. But the ferocity of the attack quickly proved otherwise. The wolves lunged, their claws tearing through the air, leaving a bloody trail in their wake. Do-jin, an awakener accompanying Sung-hoon, urged him to keep up, reminding him there was no room for error. Sung-hoon, however, was already struggling. He strained, pushing himself beyond his limits, a desperate exertion visible in his strained features and ragged breath. He was beginning to feel the weight of his situation. As one of the wolves closed in, its eyes burning with predatory intent. With a surge of adrenaline, Sung-hoon unleashed a powerful attack, a blinding flash of light and energy erupting from his blade. The force of the blow sent the wolf flying, creating a shockwave that rocked the ground. Do-jin watched, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. He noted that Sung-hoon's display of power was far beyond what he expected from a mere bait. The resulting explosion of energy obscured his vision, leaving him momentarily blinded and disoriented. He could only hear the sounds of the approaching wolves, and felt a surge of panic as he realized he had let his guard down. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with glasses, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes widened in shock, reflecting the gravity of the moment. The image shifts to show the powerful legs of an awakener, clad in dark armor, moving with incredible speed. The ground seemed to blur beneath their feet as they dashed across the scene. In a flash of intense action, a powerful blow sent Jin-soo flying. A pained whimper escaped his lips as he crashed to the ground, the force of the impact evident in the dust cloud that erupted around him. The attacker, another awakener, let out a battle cry as they stood over their fallen comrade. Sung-hoon, witnessing the scene, braced himself, a determined expression hardening his features. A fierce clash of energy erupted as Sung-hoon reacted, his own power unexpectedly surging forth. He moved with surprising speed and skill, deflecting the attack and narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. He found himself panting, a cold sweat beating on his brow as he realized the danger he had just escaped. I panicked there, he thought, his heart still pounding in his chest. The monster lay defeated, a testament to Sung-hoon's unexpected prowess. I am alive thanks to Dragon Step, he mused, a hint of awe in his voice as he assessed his own actions. The other awakeners, a young woman with pink hair and a man with short, dark hair, approached, their expressions a mix of surprise and relief. Really? You three hunted them all, the woman asked, her voice laced with disbelief. Well done, a voice praised, as Sung-hoon, still slightly breathless, walked away, his confidence growing with each step. Sung-hoon, a young man with brown hair and a determined expression, stood amidst the chaos of battle. He wore a simple yet sturdy red and black robe, a staff resting casually in his hand. Despite the danger, a hint of weariness played on his lips as he listened to the words of his superior. He listened patiently as his superior explained the inherent risks of his position. The fighters, they said, were always on the front lines, their survival dependent on the tank's ability to draw the enemy's attention. A sigh escaped Sung-hoon's lips, he knew this all too well. He pondered the situation, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Yes, he mused, you are all needed. Even more tanks to ensure their safety. The conversation shifted to the dangers of the dungeons and the unpredictable nature of the monsters. Sung-hoon's companions, a man and a woman, listened intently as he illustrated a hypothetical scenario. The party would be disrupted and then annihilated, he explained, emphasizing the need for a backup strategy. Sung-hoon, ever the pragmatist, proposed a solution, the implementation of a backup tank. His calm demeanor belied the gravity of the situation. He emphasized the necessity of a backup tank, given the dangers they faced daily. The concept of a backup tank was further explained, a role designed to protect the main tank if it lost aggro. The recent increase in monster activity in the dungeons underscored the need for such a precaution. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, listened intently as his instructor explained the dangers of monster hunting. He was being taught how to use aura, a vital skill for survival in this world overrun by interdimensional creatures. The instructor stressed the importance of preparing for the worst, as there was always the possibility of encountering monsters with high aggression and resistance. The instructor, a stern-looking man with graying hair and glasses, continued his explanation, introducing Min Yo-young, a young woman with pink hair. He assigned them both to act as tanks during the upcoming hunt. A man with glasses and a serious expression, holding a large red staff, addressed two unseen individuals. He instructed them to act as tanks during the upcoming operation. A young woman with pink hair and pointed ears, dressed in a dark robe, considered the implications. She mused that things would become hectic if there were 3 tanks, and began to consider what type of healing she might need to use in the coming situation. The pink-haired woman looked up, surprised, as a man in shining armor approached her. He declared her a tank, a statement that confused her and the other members of her team. Meanwhile, a man in a control room looked on with a questioning expression. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She questioned the designation, expressing her confusion and disbelief at being labeled a tank. She insisted that she was super weak and a healer, not a tank, highlighting her lack of combat experience. Another young man, with brown hair, attempted to calm her down. The brown-haired young man explained that if the pink-haired girl couldn't fulfill the tank role, they would need to find someone else. He pointed out that she might be misunderstanding something. Despite her lack of combat experience, he noted that she possessed a stronger aura than anyone else present. Sung-hoon, a young man with determined eyes, reflected on the situation. He mused that the current circumstances were exceeding his expectations, urging himself to remain confident. His confidence stemmed from a source close to him. A young woman with pink hair, her face soft and trusting, spoke of her faith in him, stating that with him, she knew they could succeed. However, a concern lingered in his mind. He worried about Sang-jin, an older man who acted as a crucial tank in their battles, and questioned whether their current strategy was sufficient without him. The conversation shifted to a discussion about strategy. A man with gray hair, seemingly older and more experienced, suggested that having more tanks would increase their safety. A younger, blonde man, however, countered this suggestion, reminding the older man of their shared training in aura. The gray-haired man continued, suggesting 4 tanks might be excessive, but that having a backup tank was a prudent precaution. He then expressed concern that their roles were becoming unclear. Sung-hoon reassured them, stating that he had a different plan for Sang-jin, involving a unique training regimen. The blonde man inquired about this alternative plan. Sung-hoon's response was interrupted by an urgent announcement. More twin-tailed wolves were approaching, demanding immediate preparation for combat. A wave of frustration washed over the blonde man as the unexpected threat appeared. Amidst the chaos, a calm voice pleaded for everyone to remain calm, highlighting their current shortage of personnel. Another voice, filled with anger, interrupted, demanding an explanation for the situation. The name of the approaching monster was revealed, Lizard Man. The scene ended with a narration box explaining the different classes assigned to each individual. A monstrous eye, red and malevolent, dominated the panel. The narration box revealed a grim fact: it belonged to a rapidly breeding species of monster, their numbers increasing exponentially in South America. And the reason for their alarming proliferation was about to be explained. The image showed a reptilian humanoid, wielding a crude spear, its reptilian features clearly visible. The environment itself had changed, creating ideal conditions for their survival. A question arose: was this a case of dungeon fragments manifesting in the real world? A man in a lab coat, adjusting his spectacles, offered an explanation. They believed it was akin to dimensional fusion. Another man, observing from a balcony overlooking a modern, sterile office space, voiced his skepticism. Were the dimensions merging as easily as folding paper? He questioned the plausibility of such a simple fusion. The first man, however, stood firm in his assessment, citing NASA's Long-Distance Space Observatory and their recent findings as supporting evidence. The second man, clearly irritated, dismissed the explanation as something to be discussed with interns later. The first man continued, likening the dimensional merging to overwriting a computer file with the same name. He illustrated his point with a diagram showing how the original data on Earth was not completely overwritten, but rather changed. This process, however, presented a new problem. The monsters were now appearing from portals, but the environments themselves were also changing, creating a more complex situation. A third man, Frank, was asked about the progress of the first incident. A man in a sharp suit sat back in his chair, a phone in his hand. He appeared relaxed, almost bored, as he spoke into the device. He reported that Sung-hoon Lee hadn't even met with their agent, and that he had recently been tasked with handling all matters related to the HD group. The image shifted to an older man, his face etched with worry and frustration. A guttural exclamation escaped his lips. God damn it. Nothing is going well. His fist slammed onto the desk, a sharp cracking sound echoing in the silence. He barked an order into the phone, tell her to make contact with the Alpha Team representative of the HD group. The older man, his back to the viewer, stood behind a large desk. He spoke, his voice low and firm. He didn't care what method was used, he just wanted all the information about the HD group. Another man, this one younger and wearing a lab coat, spoke, his voice laced with urgency. He pointed out that Sung-hoon Lee was potentially the biggest lead in solving the current crisis. He added that all awakened people were like that. The scene shifted again. A new video recording had just been received. The older man, still tense, instructed his associate to view the recording on the main monitor. The older man stared at the monitor, his eyes wide with shock. A single word escaped his lips: what the hell is that? The video showed a man, Kim Do-jin, single-handedly fighting off a pack of monstrous wolves. He was identified as a member of First's team. A man with glasses, his face partially obscured by shadow, reviewed a file. According to the information, the subject's current level was 38, and his main role was tank. He questioned aloud whether a level 38 tank could kill a twin-tailed wolf in one hit. Another man, seated beside him, reacted with surprise, interrupting with a sharp wait. Someone instructed them to rewind the footage, then to zoom in a little more. They were instructed to use lip-reading software. The software began analyzing a close-up of the subject's mouth, processing the data. The results displayed the word aura. His colleague corrected him, stating that intelligence indicated the subject had learned this from a source of knowledge, not a skill. The man emphasized that this proved the subject was not merely a skill user, but possessed otherworldly knowledge. He wondered if the subject knew about the system. A tense scene unfolded in a brightly lit command center. Two men, one in a doctor's coat and the other in a suit, were engaged in an urgent discussion. The man in the suit made a desperate plea: let me go. I need to meet first, Bill, the doctor, that's what we want as well. The other man, however, remained firm, shouting, stop. Stop. The scene shifted to a stern-looking man in a suit, his face etched with worry. He barked orders into a phone: Frank, use all personnel to focus on finding out what First is hiding. Rather than finding First himself, gather the intel from his surroundings, make contacts with Alpha Team. He continued his instructions, his voice sharp and demanding. I am saying increase the staff counts by tenfold. I won't tolerate any mistakes. His subordinate, a younger man with dark hair, responded with a nervous, yes sir, and a barely audible, yes. The older man, still on the phone, spoke again, his tone suggesting a change of plans. We will let Department of Defense handle it. The focus shifted to a young man with dark hair, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He held a sword at his side, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. This was Sung-hoon Lee, the Sorcerer King reborn. Back in the command center, the older man gave a final order, his voice low but resolute: pour all resources into First. Michelle Howard, a CIA agent and psychometrist, arrived on the scene. Her abilities allowed her to gather information from within a 150 m radius, typically overwhelming normal processing power. She was approximately level 70. However, her powers failed to work on her current target. Determined, she resolved to investigate the subject's surroundings for clues. A curious expression crossed her face as she noticed something unusual about him. Michelle Howard questioned a young girl about the whereabouts of her mother, noting the child's lack of tears. The girl, whose name was Juwon, was surprised that Michelle knew her name. Michelle warned her against following strangers. Meanwhile, another individual confirmed that the theory about the subject's ability to block Michelle's power was correct. Based on the collected information, they concluded that the subject was indeed a sorcerer, possessing extensive knowledge. A man with dark hair and a serious expression sat pensively, his hand resting on his chin. He had already concluded that the subject possessed the knowledge of aura. A good call, according to his assessment. The plan was to move according to the assumptions, relay the report, and request that the information be classified. The man received confirmation. For now, they would leave Kim Do-jin, the individual who possessed the aura, alone. Their target was at his home. They had observed him, he was alone. The order was to proceed and visit him. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in business attire, prepared herself before heading out. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon Lee, a man with short, dark hair, spent his day off sleeping and eating instant ramen. He reflected on his inability to retort when his younger sister, Yo-young, called him an old man. A sudden knock at the door startled him. He wondered who it could be. The visitor introduced herself as Michelle Howard from the CIA. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat at his kitchen table, chopsticks in hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was eating, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. He muttered to himself, questioning the legitimacy of a proposition. What does the CIA have? Is this a scam? A blonde woman appeared in the next panel, her face a picture of calm confidence. She spoke, her words carrying an air of authority. The United States government has great interest in HD Group's Alpha Team and its members. Perhaps we could talk a little? A narration box explained the woman's strategy. Psychological warfare begins by hitting a weak spot, exposed by a panic and confusion. The scene shifted to Sung-hoon's cluttered room. He was sprawled on a beanbag chair, surrounded by books and empty water bottles. A woman's voice cut through the quiet. Sung-hoon SSI. He continued, explaining his recent encounter. I just met a woman named Michelle Howard from the CIA. This person says she has already met with you. She even knew about aura. Sung-hoon's expression was one of contemplation as he listened. He responded with a thoughtful HM. He was texting on his phone, his brow furrowed in thought. A message appeared on the screen, indicating the absence of any recruitment discussion. But is everything okay? He leaned back, a smirk playing on his lips. His thoughts were clear. USA is more aggressive than I thought. They even found out about aura already. His final thought, delivered with quiet confidence. Their actions are futile, however. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat calmly, a phone in his hand. He reviewed a message, a slight smile playing on his lips. The message instructed him to simply refuse any recruitment attempts, and to avoid revealing too much information. He acknowledged the message, understanding its implications. His internal monologue revealed his awareness of the United States' global power, and his resolve to remain unmoved. He knew that any action on his part would attract unwanted attention. This delay, however, was working in his favor. He saw it as an opportunity to progress to the next stage of his plan. He needed to acquire more magical stones to increase the production of artifacts. And soon, he would have the means to obtain them. His eyes narrowed in determination. The initial losses, he reflected, were unavoidable. The sacrifices made by the initial hunters who ventured into the dungeons were tragic, but their deaths had yielded invaluable information about the dungeon's layouts. He admitted that the casualties could have been lessened, but the information gained was crucial. He found the complexities of modern society vastly different from his past life. A diagram of a rigid social hierarchy appeared in his thoughts, a three-tiered pyramid representing nobles, knights, and peasants. This stark contrast to Earth's racial discrimination was striking. In his past life, discrimination was based on innate magical power. Those born with innate magical abilities formed the nobility, the strongest among them became royalty. This system of power was as natural as breathing. The images of a powerful-looking noble and a king, along with a knight standing over a fallen peasant, illustrated the brutal reality of his past life's social structure. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, is shown amidst a bustling crowd. The narration box above him states a stark contrast, that while this is 21st century Earth, it is far from peaceful. He reflects on the digital age, noting its complex hierarchy and vast sea of information. This is a world where staying informed is crucial, but also overwhelming. Sung-hoon continues his internal monologue, lamenting the difficulty of keeping up with the constant influx of information. He recalls his past life, where possessing power was effortless. He yearned to regain that power, but the recent dungeon appearances have alerted others to his potential. He muses that if he reaches at least tier 5 in power, even awakened ones of level 200 wouldn't be able to handle him. Suddenly, Sung-hoon is interrupted. He asks someone nearby what is going on. A woman with brown hair, efficient and quick-witted, approaches Sung-hoon. She identifies herself as someone who works for the company and directs him to room 3. She gestures towards a door, guiding him to his destination. Sung-hoon apologizes for keeping her waiting as he approaches the door. Inside the room, a blonde woman with a surprised expression greets him with a slightly exaggerated welcome. She playfully teases him about whether the CIA stars its agents. A blonde woman, dressed in business attire, sat at her desk, a tissue pressed to her mouth. She looked harried and apologized for her tardiness, explaining that she hadn't even had time to eat lately. Across from her sat a man with dark hair, his expression thoughtful. He questioned why she had contacted him in person, given that she had other things to attend to in Seoul. The woman explained that her purpose was to deliver some crucial information recently uncovered by their spy. She presented a document, a single photograph and some text were visible. The woman revealed that China had begun to make a move. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. He questioned the meaning of the statement, China began to move. An unseen speaker explained that after the appearance of the Akasha system, China invested heavily in weaponizing traditional martial arts. The speaker continued, suggesting that this was similar to what one might see in martial arts movies. A blonde woman, her face drawn in a simplified, almost chibi-like style, enthusiastically agreed. Sung-hoon, impressed, wondered aloud if they had actually succeeded in weaponizing these arts. He mused that it was interesting, similar to the eternal enhancement and aura training he had done in a past life. And if weaponized martial arts had similar power, and they had made it work, it most likely meant there were people with knowledge of supernatural subjects. Sung-hoon questioned why this knowledge had declined. The blonde woman explained that in China, there was a group called Yakshin who learned to use their martial arts abilities to become strong enough to make their previous levels obsolete, just like Sung-hoon himself. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, stared at a video on his phone. The screen displayed a symbol, a harbinger of the otherworldly creatures that had invaded Earth. Amongst them, something was here. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from the ground, a pulsating orb of purple light that seemed to hum with arcane energy. The light intensified, bathing Sung-hoon's face in an otherworldly radiance as a surge of power coursed through him. A vision of his past life, a life he never knew, flooded his mind. Suddenly, a powerful awakener, Tokyo Eon, materialized before him, her fiery presence a stark contrast to the mystical energy still clinging to Sung-hoon. She landed heavily, her boots kicking up dust. Tokyo Eon's flame-wreathed fist crackled with energy, her eyes burning with intensity as she declared that she was targeting Sung-hoon. Confused, Sung-hoon questioned Tokyo Eon about her motives. He asked if there was a specific reason for her attack. Tokyo Eon, a woman with blonde hair and a calm demeanor, explained that their organization valued Sung-hoon's abilities highly, suggesting various reasons for their interest, ranging from friendly relations to assassination. She then proposed a solution, migrating to America to become an American citizen, a move that would supposedly prevent further incidents. Sung-hoon, however, politely declined the offer. Disappointed, Tokyo Eon questioned whether she could not convince him again. Two individuals, a woman with blonde hair and a man with brown hair, were engaged in a conversation. The woman, appearing somewhat concerned, stated that while they lacked sufficient information about a particular individual, this person possessed considerable strength, enough to defeat a level 150 monster. The brown-haired man, seemingly unfazed, responded that he found the information interesting and expressed his gratitude for it, promising to reciprocate the favor in the future. He was calmly sipping from a mug. The blonde woman, with a subtle smile, replied that she looked forward to it, indicating that her task was complete and she was ready to depart. The blonde woman, now standing, expressed her desire to avoid wasting time and stated her intention to leave. The brown-haired man, slightly surprised, questioned her departure. The brown-haired man explained that he hadn't mentioned it earlier, but he didn't even have time to eat. The blonde woman, intrigued, questioned if he was leaving even though the main event was about to happen. The blonde woman, slightly taken aback, paused before asking for clarification. The brown-haired man stroked his chin thoughtfully, a subtle glow emanating from him. The blonde woman's eyes widened in realization, she had just read the brown-haired man's thoughts. She then identified the location as room 3. The blonde woman, with a determined expression, headed towards a door. A woman with vibrant blue hair, styled in a high ponytail, smirked. Her expression was one of amusement, almost playful, as she casually asked, "Were you waiting?" Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair watched a blonde woman with a knowing look. He thought to himself, "I knew it. This man knew exactly what my ability does." The blue-haired woman addressed the young man directly, her tone sharp. "Are you Lee Sung-hoon, the awakened one from Korea? Either way, let's cut the interim one more time out of courtesy." Sung-hoon, seemingly unfazed, responded internally, "And if I am?" She must have a translation item. The blue-haired woman, Takoin, introduced herself. "I am Takoin of the People's Republic of China. I will have you give me some of your time privately." The blonde woman, observing the interaction, explained, "That is the result of martial art weaponization, Air Force. To be exact, the force of Ki." Takoin turned, her back to the others, a fiery aura surrounding her. The blonde woman continued her observation, noting, "She arrived much sooner than we anticipated." Flame Fist Takoin is a rather impatient woman. Although Flame Fist is also one of the targets for observation. A chance for collecting some intel. Takoin, sensing she was being watched, turned and addressed the blonde woman with a sharp rebuke. "You Americans must enjoy peeping without permission." Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself in a precarious situation. He was being used as bait by powerful awakeners, individuals capable of wielding magic and fighting the monstrous invaders from another world. A hand reached out to him, its owner warning, "I can't let you stick your nose into this." The hand crumbled into dust, leaving Takoyans, a CIA agent with striking blonde hair, utterly bewildered. She exclaimed. A moment of intense pressure and a sudden, sharp pain shot through Takoyans' chest, causing her to gasp in surprise, "Whack." Takoyans, still reeling from the sudden attack, glared at Sung-hoon. These brute physical types always use their hands before talking. "My job as an agent of the CIA, Miss Takoyans," she stated, her voice laced with irritation. Sung-hoon, however, remained calm, countering, "Humph, I knew you Yankees are shameless." Despite the tense atmosphere, Sung-hoon offered Takoyans a seat with a calm gesture. "Why don't you take a seat, Takoyans SSI?" Takoyans, clearly surprised by his composure, was visibly taken aback. Sung-hoon's opponent, a woman with striking purple hair, smirked. "Surprised?" The purple-haired woman continued, her tone laced with disdain, "To act so plain after experiencing my key force." Sung-hoon responded calmly, "Just what kind of tricks are you pulling? It's something even awakened ones can't withstand easily." He then added with a knowing smile, "It's a secret." Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, sat across from Michelle, a blonde woman in business attire. He thanked her for her help that day, explaining that the woman wished to speak with him privately. Michelle, slightly annoyed, agreed to leave, muttering about what a nuisance he was. Meanwhile, another woman with vibrant purple hair and a striking outfit watched from a distance. She reminded Sung-hoon that he still owed her a debt. Michelle expressed her anticipation for his repayment. Sung-hoon assured her it would be nothing too significant, just something small. He left the building, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Sung-hoon found himself in a dark alleyway. He was approached by a mysterious figure, who addressed him by a name he didn't recognize, Takoyansi. A young woman with vibrant purple hair, clad in ornate, almost futuristic armor, smirked. Her eyes, sharp and intense, held a hint of amusement as she addressed someone unseen. She commented on their unexpected combat abilities, pleased to find them not a pushover. Meanwhile, a young man with brown hair, dressed in more casual attire, sat across from her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered who was judging him, and muttered that the woman was quite rude. The purple-haired woman, seemingly unfazed by his comment, continued, noting his casual tone after their first meeting. She questioned why such a minor detail mattered, blaming the translation item for the perceived rudeness. She adjusted a ruby earring, a small, almost imperceptible movement. The young man and the purple-haired woman sat across from each other at a table. She explained that, unlike him, their culture didn't distinguish between formal and informal language. She could speak formally, but questioned the necessity of doing so with him. He conceded, stating that he would also speak casually. The young man questioned why someone who didn't need to address him formally would travel so far to visit him. He pondered the implications, comparing the situation to the ease of obtaining American citizenship versus the potential difficulties in China. The purple-haired woman interrupted, offering a better deal than America. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood with a thoughtful expression. His fingers formed a complex gesture, a faint purple glow emanating from his hands, hinting at an awakening power within him. A woman with vibrant purple hair, her eyes blazing with intensity, extended her hand towards him. She proposed a deal, legislative immunity, tax exemption, and an unlimited amount of money. Sung-hoon, intrigued, questioned the extent of the offered legislative immunity. The woman clarified that he would face no punishment, even for murder, with the only condition being that the incident wouldn't be exposed to the media. He dryly remarked on the generosity of the offer, prompting the woman to ask what she had to offer him in return for this deal. Sung-hoon admitted to wondering that as well. Deciding to find out, Sung-hoon prepared himself for the consequences. Meanwhile, two women in traditional Chinese-style clothing watched from a distance, expressing concern about the evacuation of civilians. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman sensed Sung-hoon's disappearance, expressing surprise and confusion. She couldn't sense anything, yet he had vanished. She questioned where exactly she was looking. One of the women in traditional clothing observed the escalating situation, noting the increasing intensity of the purple-haired woman's actions and expressing concern about their ability to maintain their barrier. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself in a desperate situation. He had been used as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunted monsters from another world. As he lay near death, a vision of his past life flashed before his eyes. A vision that revealed his true identity, the reincarnation of the Sorcerer King. He had been attacked by a woman with vibrant blue hair, her expression a mixture of anger and disbelief. She demanded an explanation for his sudden assault. The woman, clearly an awakener herself, questioned his ability to gauge her skills while panicking so intensely. She called him a bastard, her voice laced with contempt. Sung-hoon's surroundings shimmered and distorted, the scene shifting abruptly. A teacup sat on a table, seemingly untouched. The camera panned to a building outside, rain lashing against its exterior. The scene was blurry and indistinct. Sung-hoon, marveling at his own strength, reflected on his past life. Even in his previous existence as the Sorcerer King, he hadn't encountered many humans with such refined martial arts skills. The Awakener, impressed by his unexpected power, commented on the remarkable level of his martial arts training. Sung-hoon's power surged, causing a violent tremor that shattered the ground around him. He warned the Awakener to wait. The two clashed in a flurry of blows, their powers colliding in a spectacular display of energy. The scene ended with Sung-hoon seemingly gaining the upper hand. A sudden explosion rocked the city streets. Pedestrians screamed in terror as debris rained down around them. Amidst the chaos, a young man looked on, his face etched with concern. The source of the blast was a nearby building, where two figures in traditional East Asian attire were frantically working to contain the damage. One of them exclaimed that their target had escaped to the other side of the building. They urged each other to fix the problem quickly. Meanwhile, the young man from before confronted a young woman with vibrant purple hair and a dark, intense gaze. She warned him that continuing their confrontation in the middle of Seoul would cause further trouble. He suggested they stop, but she was far from finished. The purple-haired woman, intrigued by his martial arts skills, proposed a different arrangement. She stated her interest in him and suggested they postpone their fight. The young man, surprised by her proposition, questioned her intentions. She clarified that she wanted to fight him elsewhere, without regrets later. He agreed to her terms, giving her the authority to decide the time and place of their duel. She, in turn, accepted his conditions. The purple-haired woman promised to contact him later with the details. She emphasized the need for him to be prepared, implying a serious and potentially dangerous encounter. She warned him that if he wasn't adequately prepared, he might not survive their encounter. Finally, the young man asked what would happen if he won. His expression was one of quiet determination. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood before a woman with vibrant blue hair, her expression sharp and skeptical. He was being offered a deal, but he was unconvinced. It's obvious you are going to ask for something unreasonable from us, the woman stated, her tone laced with suspicion. Sung-hoon, however, remained resolute, internally countering, it's not as if I am going to lose. The woman, clearly unimpressed, scoffed. Nonsense. Textbook trickery. Nothing happens if you win. The blue-haired woman turned away, her back to Sung-hoon. He remained where he was, his expression unreadable. He thought to himself, I don't see a need for making promises, just to be in an unfavorable position. Sung-hoon's internal monologue continued, a smirk playing on his lips. I will be damned, funny things are happening wherever I go. Later, Sung-hoon was on his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, China's Yakshan? He continued his phone call, a conversation with someone unseen. Yes, she introduced herself like this. But is Korea okay? Shouldn't we report this to the government before continuing? Ah. I apologize, we will take care of things on our end. Sung-hoon hung up the phone, a worried expression crossing his face. He wondered aloud, is the Korean government really okay? A voice, presumably on the other end of the phone, replied, here it is. Sung-hoon stood before a building marked HD Works, the equipment store of the HD Group. He mused, it would be better if I craft them myself, but I don't have the time. But it's better than nothing. Now it's time to go shopping. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, assessed his equipment. Aside from his armor, he possessed only 3 combat-ready items, the bracelet of the Black Dragon, the Akasha System support ring, and the Ring of Subspace. He mused that his craftsmanship was far superior to his current arsenal, his staff remaining stored within his subspace. Sung-hoon arrived at a sleek, modern building. An older man with gray hair, impeccably dressed in a suit, greeted him warmly. They had been expecting him, Hunter Lee Sung-hoon, and had prepared the necessary items for his mission, which were presented to him in a VIP room. He expressed his gratitude. Sung-hoon carefully selected rings, necklaces, and bracelets, choosing items he deemed most useful for his upcoming hunts. However, this significant purchase would leave him severely short on cash. He had spent all his money and time crafting these items. The Bone Ring of the Thunder Giant, a unique item, boasted increased magic attack, decreased mana cost, and a mana boost of +15. Hunters rarely sold their equipment, even for vast sums, often lacking the funds to begin with. Sung-hoon examined a ring, a faint smile playing on his lips. He mused that he could reserve his mana if he used the ring's power, but he remained wary of the Akash system, using it only for trivial matters for now. He then carefully considered a pendant, the Black Witch's Pendant. Its stats were impressive, a 5% increase in magic attack, a 5% decrease in mana cost, and a bonus of 30 mana, granting immunity to low-level curses. Next, his gaze fell upon a bracelet, the Dwarven Anti-Magic Bracelet. While it increased his magic resistance by 15%, he noted that its mana boost was subpar compared to the other items. An older man, his employer, approached, inquiring about Sung-hoon's opinion on the items. Sung-hoon, after a moment's consideration, simply replied that they seemed usable. Sung-hoon selected the Dwarven Anti-Magic Bracelet. He carefully picked it up. He then thanked his employer. Before leaving the office, Sung-hoon stood before a massive building, the Korean branch of the Chinese Tenjin Group. He was impressed by its scale, noting that it even had its own monster carcass processing area and various other conveniences. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and intense eyes, stood in a thoughtful pose. He wore a dark robe with red accents, his expression a mixture of weariness and determination. His internal monologue revealed his assessment of his surroundings. China seemed to have a lot of money, he mused, noting the opulence implied by the architecture. The panel shifted to show a massive, futuristic building, a testament to the wealth Sung-hoon had just observed. He noted that it housed an entire town within its structure, a testament to the scale of the operation. This, he realized, was the Korean branch of the Tenjin Group, a forward operation for investigating and studying monsters unique to Korea. Sung-hoon approached a pair of men in suits. He confirmed his identity to them, and they directed him down a hallway. They were waiting for him. As he walked, a subtle smile played on Sung-hoon's lips. He internally questioned the nature of the place he was entering, wondering if it was a training field. The scene shifted to a large, circular arena. Two small, monstrous figures were visible in the center, and a voice called out, "Late." Sung-hoon observed two women in the arena. One was dressed in a traditional Chinese outfit, the other in a technologically advanced battlesuit. He sensed concentrated mana emanating from the suit. The woman in the battlesuit, addressing Sung-hoon, commented on his improved strength, suggesting he had been preparing for something. She stated that it was only natural to prepare for an upcoming battle. Sung-hoon, however, felt that she needed more preparation than he did. His internal monologue reflected this assessment. The woman in the battlesuit confidently declared herself a martial arts user, always ready for a fight. She then asked Sung-hoon if he was ready. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with dark purple hair, scowled at the other individual. His expression was one of barely suppressed anger. The other, a man with brown hair, smirked, clearly enjoying Sung-hoon's discomfort. "You don't want to be utterly humiliated, that is?" he retorted, questioning the smirk. The brown-haired man responded that they were ready to begin. Sung-hoon's companion, a woman with vibrant purple hair, impatiently urged them to start, ordering two other figures to raise a barrier. A close-up on Sung-hoon's face showed his teeth gritted, his eyes narrowed in fierce determination. Two women, Shang and Hong, raised their hands, golden energy emanating from their palms as they created a shimmering barrier. The text above them indicated the barrier's name. The barrier, labeled 8th Pentagram, Illusionary Field Barrier, was fully formed, a golden energy field surrounding the arena. Sung-hoon looked up at the barrier, a question mark forming on his face. He wondered what kind of barrier it was. His companion explained that it was a precaution, something prepared to protect the building from them. Sung-hoon shielded his eyes, looking out at the landscape. He was clearly surprised by what he saw. The scene before him was an illusion, not magic. He was confused and uncertain. Sung-hoon, clad in a vibrant red and black martial arts uniform, stood within a shimmering, purple barrier. He felt a strange sensation, a tingling energy that seemed almost tangible. This sensation, it feels real? Interesting, he mused, his eyes narrowed in thought. The barrier, explained a nearby woman with long purple hair and striking armor, was an illusionary field created using advanced Chinese martial arts. This is 8 Pentagram Illusionary Field Barrier, which we have created from our Chinese arts, she stated, gesturing to the fantastical landscape around them. And this barrier arts, pretty cool place, is it not, she added, a hint of amusement in her tone. Sung-hoon, observing the scene, silently noted the unique way China had developed the power of the Akasa system. His thoughts remained focused on the subtle energies at play. The woman, her expression sharp and confident, declared, TCH, conversation is over. Let's start already. Sung-hoon observed her, noting her unshakable confidence. He realized she completely underestimated him. She's confident. She 100% believes that I am beneath her. Then maybe I should hit her when she has her guard down? Let's see how great their martial art is with my own body, he thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. With a sudden burst of energy, Sung-hoon prepared for battle, his aura flaring. Aura deployment, he muttered, readying himself. He launched a swift attack, a close-range assault. Ha, he grunted as he moved. The woman, however, scoffed, a close-range fight? This puppy doesn't know its place when facing against a tiger. The force of the clash sent a shockwave through the air, a blinding flash of light erupting from the point of impact. Sung-hoon, despite the ferocity of the attack, countered with surprising speed and power, launching himself forward. Sung-hoon, acting as bait for the Awakeners, braced himself as a monstrous creature lunged. He unleashed a burst of raw energy from his fist, a golden light erupting outwards. The force of the blast sending the beast reeling back. He followed up with a swift kick, connecting with the monster's side and sending it sprawling across the field. The impact of the blow created a small crater in the earth. Sung-hoon, however, felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm. A searing wave of energy coursing through his body. He stumbled back, his vision blurring as he felt his strength drain away. As his world faded to white, a blinding flash of light engulfed him. A vision of a past life, a life of unimaginable power, flooded his mind. The scene opens with a vast, purple-tinged sky above a verdant field. Strange, dark purple rock formations float in the air, casting long shadows. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from the center of the field. As a powerful, purple energy erupts from the ground, accompanied by a whooshing sound. A young woman with long, dark purple hair, clad in vibrant orange and teal armor, is seen midair, her body radiating the same energy. The woman unleashes a powerful blow, her fist impacting something with a loud thud. A cloud of dust and debris explodes outward, revealing a heavily damaged mechanical device. The force of the impact is clearly immense. A blinding flash of light erupts as the two clash, the energy of their attacks colliding. The scene shifts to a young man with brown hair, wearing a red and black outfit. His limbs feel heavy, as if made of iron. He struggles to maintain his balance. The purple-haired woman watches him with a smirk, commenting on his weak attacks. She notes his difficulty with even basic techniques. She calls his skill pathetic, as she launches another attack, sending him flying backward with a powerful blast of energy. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunt the monsters that invaded Earth. He stumbled, his body weakened from previous encounters, collapsing onto the ground. A surge of energy emanating from his hand, a visible aura concentrating around his palm. He muttered to himself, recognizing the sensation, aura concentration. Meanwhile, a powerful awakener, a woman with long purple hair and orange armor, launched a swift attack, her fist hurtling towards Sung-hoon. The awakener's blow connected, sending Sung-hoon sprawling through the air. But he reacted instinctively, his body moving with an unnatural speed and precision as he countered her attack. The awakener, surprised by his unexpected power, used her technique, the great cloud restricting palm. Sung-hoon, however, was overwhelmed by the sheer force of the awakener's technique. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he felt himself being thrown back, plummeting from a great height towards the jagged rocks below. A blinding flash of light engulfing him as he impacted the ground. He groaned, weak, his body battered and bruised, the full extent of his injuries yet unknown. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunt the monsters that invaded Earth. The close-quarters combat with the monstrous creature left him breathless and questioning his survival. Suddenly, a powerful awakener, a woman with vibrant purple hair and a fiery orange outfit, appeared, effortlessly dispatching the monster with a swift blow. She questioned Sung-hoon's focus, and declared this to be the end for him. With a battle cry, she launched a devastating attack, a technique called falling meteor kick. The force of the blow was immense, creating a shockwave that shattered the surrounding area. The dust settled, revealing the extent of the destruction caused by the awakener's attack. The awakener, seemingly surprised by something, looked around in confusion, as a narration box explained that Sung-hoon had vanished the moment the kick connected. The awakener, realizing she had only destroyed an illusion, muttered about Sung-hoon's destructive power. A woman with vibrant purple hair, clad in orange and green armor, confronted a young man with dark hair. She questioned him, her tone sharp. Was the illusion he'd used previously his specialty? The young man, his expression thoughtful, explained that he'd been testing the limits of his eternal enhancement against close combat martial arts. He then healed a minor injury, muttering heal. He challenged her to another fight, promising to take it more seriously this time. The woman, unimpressed, simply stated that he was ignorant, but she didn't mind. His internal monologue revealed that he had scanned her body during their previous fight, noting that she hadn't yet realized it. He finished analyzing her mana flow, confident that he could improve his eternal enhancement with this new data. He warned himself not to disappoint this time. He internally noted her confidence, despite knowing his capabilities. He also admitted to disliking men who whine after losing. With a word, summon, he initiated a summoning ritual, a beam of purple light erupting from his hand. He called for MK-03, a mechanical construct. The mechanical construct, MK-03, materialized, a large, powerful robot. The woman watched, her expression unreadable. A cloaked figure, wielding a staff topped with a glowing orb, stood defiantly. He was tall and slender, his dark hair pulled back from his face. His crimson-trimmed robes billowed slightly in an unseen breeze. Behind him, a large, dark mechanical form lay inert on the ground. The figure spoke, his voice echoing with quiet confidence. He had personally constructed and empowered this being. Elsewhere, a scene unfolded. A red and black automaton, MK-03, initiated its systems. Its target, a single female organism. The machine's objective was absolute submission. The MK-03, however, did not desire bloodshed. It requested the target's surrender. The target, a young woman with vibrant purple hair and a determined expression, scoffed. "What the hell are you making fun of me?" she demanded. The cloaked figure from the previous scene warned her. If she ignored the automaton because it looked like a toy, she would die. The young woman, dismissive of the warning, unleashed a powerful blast of energy. The force of the attack was immense, leaving the young woman momentarily stunned. As the automaton retaliated with a swift, precise counterattack. A blinding flash of light and energy erupted as the two forces collided, leaving the outcome uncertain. Sung-hoon, the reincarnated sorcerer king, found himself in a desperate struggle against a monstrous foe. A surge of purple energy erupted from within him. But the power felt strangely small and insignificant. He wondered, with a mixture of surprise and apprehension, what this tiny force could possibly do against such a powerful creature. What? This tiny thing, he thought, his eyes wide with disbelief. He clenched his fist, focusing his will, and unleashed a blinding flash of golden energy. The monster, caught off guard, was struck by the ultra-rapid stabbing fist. But the creature, surprisingly agile, initiated an evasive maneuver, dodging the attack with unexpected speed. Sung-hoon's eyes widened in surprise. It dodged? He realized the creature was small and quick, making it a difficult target. It's small and quick, he muttered, already strategizing his next move. Sung-hoon reacted instantly, drawing his sword and unleashing a powerful, purple-tinged slash. Meanwhile, another figure appeared on the scene. Observing the battle, he noted that the monster seemed distracted, providing an opening. Looks like she's too distracted and forgot about me, he thought, a sinister smile playing on his lips. It was time to showcase the sorcerer's combat prowess. A surge of magical energy enveloped a staff, its tip glowing with an intense light. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, halting the magical display. A robotic figure fired a purple energy blast at a humanoid monster in powered armor, shouting to stop it. The monster, however, was unfazed. It countered with its own attack, a dark energy wave. A young woman with long purple hair, clad in futuristic armor, unleashed a volley of enhanced magical arrows, each imbued with a brilliant blue energy, striking the monster with pinpoint accuracy. The young woman's eyes narrowed, her expression hardening as she observed the effects of her attack. A blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene, revealing a young woman in futuristic armor, flung backwards by a powerful force. She crashed to the ground, disoriented. The woman, her breath ragged, registered her surroundings. She realized, with a jolt, that she had been so focused on her attack that she'd forgotten about the summoner. Her eyes darted around, searching. Wait, where is the familiar? She wondered, a sense of alarm rising within her. She spotted it then, a shadowy figure emerging from the purple mist. With a battle cry, she launched another attack. But the familiar proved surprisingly resilient. Queek! Why is the small thing's attack so heavy? It snarled, its voice echoing with surprise. The woman's main weapon sputtered, its energy depleted. Main gun's mana is depleted. Reloading, a mechanical voice announced. Her eyes widened as she saw three figures approaching. Clones, she gasped, a dawning realization washing over her. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself in a desperate situation. He was working as bait for awakeners, powerful beings who hunted the monsters that had invaded Earth. Even though the illusion magic was already causing him immense pain, he was still considered a nuisance by his opponent. But his opponent, an awakener clad in vibrant orange and teal armor, wasn't about to let that stand. She knew this wasn't the time for hesitation, she needed to deal with him swiftly. With a burst of energy, the awakener unleashed a barrage of turquoise beams, aiming to overwhelm Sung-Hoon. But Sung-Hoon, despite his seemingly frail appearance, was far from helpless. He moved with surprising speed and agility, dodging the attack with ease. And countered with a swift kick, the force of which sent a shockwave rippling through the air, labeled Cloud Dragon Step. The awakener was taken aback by the unexpected counterattack. She realized that the beams were still following her, a technique reminiscent of legendary stories. And wondered if this was part of Sung-Hoon's hidden abilities. The impact of Sung-Hoon's attack was devastating. The awakener's armor cracked under the force, and she was sent sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the awakener retreated, leaving Sung-Hoon standing victorious amidst the chaos. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with vibrant purple hair and piercing red eyes, bared his teeth in a fierce grimace. His expression was one of intense concentration, a storm brewing within him. He faced a relentless onslaught, powerful fists, clad in orange armor, rained down upon him. Each blow carrying the force of a thunderclap. Takoim, his opponent, unleashed her fist of thunderstorm, a dazzling display of electric power. Observers watched from a distance, their words echoing the intensity of the battle. One commented that this was the first time they had seen Takoim struggle so fiercely, while another questioned whether she would ultimately lose. The second observer confidently dismissed this possibility. Sung-Hoon, despite the brutal exchange, was impressed by Takoim's unexpected strength. He had underestimated her abilities. He reflected on the fact that even his enhanced magic arrows were no match for her raw power. She deflected them effortlessly with her bare fists. However, a thought lingered. A suspicion that Takoim's skill in reading her opponent was lacking. Her inexperience fighting stronger adversaries was evident. Sung-Hoon's eyes widened in realization as he saw through Takoim's attacks. They weren't just powerful blows, they were illusions. A powerful awakener, clad in vibrant orange and teal armor, unleashed a devastating blow. Her fist connected with something unseen, creating a shockwave of purple energy that rippled outwards. The force of the impact sending tremors through the ground as dust and debris erupted around her. The awakener, her dark purple hair flowing behind her, braced herself, a determined expression etched on her face. She prepared for something more. A swirling vortex of golden and teal energy began to form in front of her, growing rapidly in intensity as she let out a battle cry. The vortex unleashed a blinding flash of light, and a monstrous roar echoed through the air. The awakener was clearly struggling, as energy blasts tore through the landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Observing from a distance, Sung-Hoon, the Sorcerer King, watched the spectacle unfold. He mused on the awakener's skill, noting the spatial distortion caused by her attack. The aftermath of the awakener's attack was catastrophic. A massive crater marred the earth, and a group of soldiers looked on in awe and fear. The awakener, exhausted but victorious, stood amidst the devastation, panting heavily. The battle had taken its toll. Two figures, cloaked in dark robes accented with crimson, stood amidst a mystical landscape. One held a staff topped with a glowing gem, his expression unreadable. The other, slightly behind, remained silent. A question hung in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Will you continue? A close-up revealed a woman's face, marred by a bloody wound. Her eyes gleamed with a chilling determination as she thought, he will get me if I just keep defending. She surveyed the battlefield, a grim expression settling on her features. Numerous figures stood before her, identical in appearance. She muttered to herself, even if I approach him, those clones. I will need time to find out which one is real. What a pain. A mechanical device, resembling a spider-like war machine, was shown in the background. A voice, sharp and urgent, announced, main gun reloading complete. Requesting the target's surrender once again. With a determined glint in her eyes, she prepared for action. It's a gamble, but I will bet everything on this one. From a distance, one of the cloaked figures observed the woman, a smirk playing on his lips. He commented, who? Looks like she hasn't given up yet. The other figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke, I will admit I should have done more research. I will show you my final move as my apology. If you are still standing after this, it is my loss. The cloaked figures watched as a surge of fiery energy erupted from the woman, engulfing her in a blaze of power. One of them breathed, huh? The intense heat and light obscured her form, but her powerful stance remained visible as she channeled the fiery energy. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself once again facing a monstrous threat. His eyes, wide with a desperate determination, reflected the grim reality of his situation. He was nothing more than bait for the awakeners, powerful beings who hunted these creatures. A guttural sound escaped his lips as he braced himself for the inevitable. The monster lunged, its attack a blur of motion. But an awakener, a woman clad in advanced combat armor, reacted instantly. Unable to maintain her balance against the creature's force, she initiated an emergency evasive maneuver. Leaping back with a powerful burst of speed. As she landed, a surge of magical energy erupted from her gauntlet, summoning a volley of enhanced magic arrows. A group of mages, their robes billowing, unleashed the barrage. The glowing projectiles arcing through the air towards the monster. The awakener, however, was not unscathed, the attack had left her vulnerable. And a sinister smile played on the lips of a cloaked figure observing the scene from afar. He spoke, his voice low and menacing. Now, let's see what that final move of yours can do. The awakener, sensing a new threat, braced herself for another attack. A blinding flash of light erupted from Sung-hoon's mind, a searing light that momentarily eclipsed his vision. The remnants of the intense light fading to reveal cryptic symbols, swirling and shifting like nebulae in a cosmic storm. A young woman with vibrant purple hair, clad in an orange and teal armored suit, launched herself forward with incredible speed. Her movements were a blur. Her powerful boots impacting the ground with a thunderous force as she propelled herself through the air, leaving a trail of bright blue energy in her wake. She moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, her movements precise and deadly. A brilliant white orb of energy coalescing before her, ready to unleash its destructive power. Meanwhile, a man with striking dark blue hair and a determined expression appeared. He declared, to bridge the gap between reality and illusion, I will have to overcome every single one. He prepared himself for an intense confrontation, his eyes burning with resolve. As the purple-haired woman executed a swift maneuver, her technique labeled void-breaking step. She moved with impossible speed, closing the distance in an instant. Her hands glowed with energy as she prepared to strike. A swirling vortex of crimson and gold energy erupted from Sung-hoon's palm, the raw power forming a devastating attack known as the Great Yin and Yang Clashing Sky Palm. From a safe distance, a man with dark hair watched, his eyes wide with astonishment as he observed the sheer force of the attack. What an incredible amount of energy, he thought, it's worthy to be called a final move. Two figures nearby reacted with alarm. One of them, a shorter man, shouted, that's too dangerous. The energy continued to build, threatening to engulf them. We might get caught in the blast, hurry and get the barrier up, one of them urged, as the ground began to tremble violently. A blinding flash of light erupted as the barrier activated, a desperate attempt to contain the overwhelming power unleashed by Sung-hoon. The barrier strained under the immense pressure, its purple glow flickering as it fought to hold. Barrier power up, one of the men shouted, his face contorted in exertion. The barrier held, but only just. Cracks spiderwebbed across its surface as a high-pitched scream echoed through the air. Kya! Another man, his face grim, asked urgently, what happened? Where is Flame Fist? Despite the successful defense, the observers remained tense. Still, it's an unbelievable fight, one commented, that Korean man is someone Flame Fist has to go all out on. The aftermath of a fierce battle was laid bare, a desolate landscape of shattered stone and dust, the remnants of a conflict that had clearly been devastating. A lone figure, small against the scale of the destruction, stood amidst the ruins. A powerful awakener, Yang, unleashed a devastating attack, a clash of immense power that shook the very ground. The force of the impact was clearly visible in the rippling energy that still emanated from the point of contact. But the recoil of such immense power had taken its toll. Yang's inner key, her energy center, had been disrupted. She questioned whether she had pushed herself too far. Despite the victory, she felt a sense of unease. The sheer destructive power of her attack left her with a feeling of foreboding. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon, seemingly unscathed, appeared on the scene. His arrival was unexpected, his presence a stark contrast to the destruction around him. The sheer destructive power he had just demonstrated was enough to earn the title of final move. Yang watched in disbelief as Sung-hoon effortlessly floated in the air. The word impossible escaped her lips, a testament to her astonishment. His ability to fly was a shocking revelation. She wondered just how many more hidden abilities he possessed. Sung-hoon, noticing her surprise, smirked. He pointed out her curiosity about his abilities, highlighting the fact that she had attacked him without hesitation at the start of their encounter. He then delivered a scathing remark, suggesting that she had never truly faced a stronger opponent before, and that she was merely a frog in a well. A powerful blow landed, the force of the impact sending tremors through the ground. Orange-clad fists connected with something, leaving a trail of dust and debris. Leaving a young woman in orange and purple armor crumpled on the ground. A man with dark hair, clad in red and gold, watched from above, a questioning escaping his lips. The young woman's face was contorted in pain, a trickle of blood staining her lips. Her eyes fluttered closed. As a crimson stain bloomed across the earth, spreading rapidly around her. The man above looked down, his expression hardening. Kuu, this bastard, he muttered, his voice laced with barely controlled fury. He leaped down, landing with a powerful impact that shattered the earth around him. A surge of energy erupted from him. From a distance, another figure watched the scene unfold. Miss has collapsed, they announced, their voice carrying a note of alarm. Two other figures rushed towards the fallen woman. It must be Zoho Rumo. That temper of hers, one of them exclaimed, explaining the situation. That's why I told her not to use those dangerous moves like Great Yin and Yang Clashing Sky Palm. The other woman looked down at the injured Zoho Rumo, a question forming on her lips, Zoho Rumo? Her inner key, in her blood. Tremendous, been suppressed. Are they referring to that? Sung-hoon stared, disbelief etched onto his face. He had just witnessed the defeat of Flame Fist, a powerful awakener, a superhuman capable of hunting monsters. The image of the fallen hero, along with several other figures, faded into the distance, leaving Sung-hoon alone with his thoughts. A wave of guilt washed over him. He felt a pang of remorse, this was not the result he had wanted. His companions, still unconscious, lay nearby. He knew he had to leave before the area became too crowded. A quiet promise hung in the air. We will meet again, a voice seemed to whisper, as Sung-hoon disappeared into the distance. News of Flame Fist's defeat reached an elder, who received the grim report with a solemn expression. The weight of the news settled heavily upon him. The elder, surprised, questioned the news, his brow furrowed in disbelief. He couldn't believe that such a powerful awakener had been defeated. Another man, his face grim, explained the details of the battle. Flame Fist had been utterly outmatched, unable to inflict any significant damage on her opponent. The elder was shocked. He couldn't comprehend how someone could toy with Flame Fist to such an extent. The sheer power disparity was staggering. A video recording of the fight was presented, showing the devastating defeat of Flame Fist. The footage revealed the overwhelming power of her opponent. The elder watched the video, his eyes widening in astonishment. The opponent was not only incredibly powerful but also seemed to possess abilities reminiscent of a shaman, a master of mystical arts. The implications of this discovery were profound. An elder, his face partially obscured by shadow, questioned whether they had been able to utilize shamanic arts. Another man, his expression serious and contemplative, reported that analysts believed Lee Sung-hoon's abilities were akin to European mages. The elder, his gaze intense, mused that Lee Sung-hoon's abilities might be magic, similar to martial arts, and wondered if attempts had been made to utilize this magic. A younger man, his back to the viewer, was instructed to investigate every detail of European Awakening Society's relationship with Lee Sung-hoon. The elder, his face now fully visible, urged them to hurry. He stressed the importance of Korea's close alliance and their joint fight. The scene shifted to a modern house at night. Inside, a woman reflected on her progress in inner key discipline, noting its efficiency despite lacking stability. Lee Sung-hoon was surprised by the unexpected arrival of Min Yo-young, prompting him to question her presence at that hour. The narration box indicated that Min Yo-young had entered the premises. A young girl with pink hair and pointed ears, wearing a yellow hoodie, urgently requested training to become stronger. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with short brown hair, listened with a thoughtful expression, his hand resting on a door. He informed her that the next training session was scheduled for tomorrow, questioning her haste. The girl, however, confessed to feeling worried about her dual role as both support and tank in the upcoming battles. Sung-hoon agreed with her assessment, acknowledging that her current capabilities might not be sufficient for the task ahead. She explained that she had never actually fought any monsters before, unlike two other Awakeners, and that even with Akasha's mercy, it was still difficult for her. This is a psychological manipulation mechanism that enables people to fight monsters despite their personality not being suited for it. Therefore, Akasha's mercy acts as a shield protecting humanity, concluding that she should undergo special training. Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, listened intently as a voice, unseen but powerful, confirmed his suspicions. Good thinking. You are right. The voice continued, explaining the challenges ahead. Kim Do-jin and Park Jin-suk, already skilled in their original weapon classes, had a significant advantage. To match their proficiency, Sung-hoon would need to dedicate considerable effort to training. A young woman with pink hair approached Sung-hoon. She nodded, her expression curious. All right. So you are gonna teach me? Sung-hoon confirmed that he would be training her, explaining that he had just finished crafting the training equipment. He was also making equipment for others, though he admitted that his previous bamboo obstacle course was rather primitive due to limited resources. The pink-haired girl commented on the previous training course, noting its old-school nature due to the lack of money or materials at the time, but suggested that Sung-hoon might even be able to create something like virtual reality for training. Sung-hoon looked surprised at the suggestion. Huh? The girl clarified that she meant a virtual reality training system, just like she had said. Sung-hoon revealed that he had already finished creating one not too long ago. The pink-haired girl expressed concern about the depth of their current location, noting that it was unusually secure. Sung-hoon explained that he had gone to great lengths to ensure its safety, making it strong enough to withstand a nuclear attack. The girl jokingly remarked that it sounded like a villain's hideout. Sung-hoon Lee and a young woman with pink hair and goat-like ears arrived at a mysterious location. The woman explained that they had reached the lowest floor of a hidden facility, a secret hideout, a dream for every man, as she put it. She added that Sung-hoon was the first outsider to ever enter this area. The pink-haired girl urged Sung-hoon to show some excitement. Sung-hoon, awestruck, questioned if the device before them could really create a virtual reality. The girl confirmed that it was a high-performance field training virtual space generator, adding that he sounded like an otaku game developer. She then reminded him to hurry and change, as there was a changing room and shower inside. The girl pointed out a cabinet with his name on it, which he would see when he got there. Sung-hoon, realizing he should also get ready, headed towards the changing room. He entered the changing room, and the system recognized him as the authorizing person. The system reported that his current state was optimal. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the loss of his mother and the invasion of monstrous creatures, sat before a console. A determined glint shone in his eyes as he issued a command to generate a virtual space for combat training, starting at the beginner level. The console whirred to life, its screen displaying a series of commands confirming the parameters of the virtual reality combat simulation. A loading bar began to fill, promising the imminent creation of the training environment. And soon, a large, shimmering blue sphere materialized before Sung-hoon, signifying the successful generation of the virtual reality cocoon. He nodded, satisfied with the result. As Sung-hoon adjusted the virtual reality gear, a voice commented on the perfect fit of the equipment. A pink-haired, elf-like girl appeared beside him, expressing her surprise at the skimpy nature of the virtual defense gear, which resembled a swimsuit. Sung-hoon confirmed that it was indeed a swimsuit. The elf-like girl scolded Sung-hoon for even thinking of something lewd, to which he responded with a confused expression. Sung-hoon explained that the swimsuit was necessary for optimal synchronization with the training equipment, and that the increased skin exposure improved the training's effectiveness. The girl, still skeptical, wondered if he had scanned her body. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man grappling with the aftermath of a monstrous invasion, found himself in an unexpected situation. He had been informed that the job he was about to undertake was a virtual reality simulation, designed to test his abilities within a predetermined setting. The simulation would last 3 days, but only 1 hour would pass in real time. He was then introduced to Min Yo-young, a pink-haired woman who explained the parameters of the simulation. She revealed that the virtual world was filled with a liquid that allowed for breathing and that a skill called time acceleration existed within the simulation's magic system. Yo-young continued, explaining that the simulation would utilize certain skill variables and adjust accordingly to Sung-hoon's body. This would help tremendously with his combat proficiency. She also warned him that his aura level would remain consistent throughout the simulation. With a final instruction to raise his hands, Sung-hoon found himself immersed in the virtual world. He gasped as he experienced the simulation's unique environment. The transition was seamless. One moment he was in a sterile room, the next he was standing on a vibrant beach. His surprise was evident. Yo-young, also present in the simulation, seemed equally surprised by something unexpected. Her expression shifted from curiosity to alarm. A sudden, inexplicable event caused her to fall back, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Sung-hoon, witnessing her distress, offered words of encouragement, urging her to train hard. The simulation concluded, and a message appeared on screen. Level 1 user Min Yo-young connected. Beginning the simulation. Sung-hoon was informed that Yo-young was now ready to proceed. Sung-hoon, a young man haunted by the illness that plagues his mother, stood before a large, shimmering orb. Inside, a young woman with pink hair floated serenely. He pondered aloud, questioning what they should do next. The woman within the orb, her eyes closed, seemed to be experiencing something profound. A virtual reality was being generated for her. A process that would soon be completed. Suddenly, the woman found herself in a breathtaking expanse of stars. Whoa, is this outer space? She wondered, awestruck. Gazing at the celestial panorama, she whispered, it's beautiful. A voice echoed, welcoming her to the space of virtual reality. The system began analyzing her aura. And the analysis was complete. The system reported that she had achieved eternal enhancement. A selection of weapons materialized before her. Select a weapon, the system instructed. She considered her options, musing, a sword should be the best, right? A hazy purple glow filled the sky, speckled with distant points of light resembling stars. In the center, a colossal, vaguely humanoid form materialized, its outline shimmering with an ethereal, neon-pink light. The creature's hand, impossibly large, descended from the heavens, casting an ominous shadow over the world below. A young woman with pink hair and large, expressive eyes examined a large, white paw in her hands. She commented on its softness. She chuckled, a mischievous glint in her eyes, as she prepared to demonstrate a fighting technique called Dragon's Fang. The system confirmed she had sufficient aura points to execute the technique, and initiated the Dragon's Fang sequence, starting with a training dummy scenario. Her expression shifted to one of intense focus as she prepared to unleash the technique. A powerful energy surged around her. And the training exercise concluded. Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked around her surroundings. She found herself inside a tent. The scene opens on a temporary military encampment, a collection of tents pitched in a desolate landscape. Inside one of the tents, a young man with pink hair sits alone, his expression unreadable. When a gruff voice cuts through the quiet, a woman with short, gray hair, dressed in military fatigues, abruptly appears, her face a mask of impatience. She demands that the young man come out. The young man, startled, quickly obeys. Other soldiers emerge from the tents, moving with practiced efficiency. Their superior officer barks orders, emphasizing the need for speed and obedience. As they leave the tent, the pink-haired young man glances back, a thoughtful expression on his face. He comments on the surprisingly realistic weather conditions. The young man wonders aloud if he is merely a non-player character in a training exercise. The gray-haired woman, however, remains silent as they walk, her behavior striking him as rude. As they continue their trek across the barren landscape, the woman finally introduces herself as Moss Hazeda, their drill instructor. Moss puts on a pair of sunglasses, her expression hardening. She delivers a harsh assessment of the young man's abilities, stating that with only 200 AP and limited skill, he is far too inexperienced for combat. She emphasizes that a small aura is insufficient for survival on the battlefield. The young man remains silent, seemingly accepting her criticism. Moss concludes by stating that his presence is an embarrassment to their unit, further highlighting his inadequacy. Two women stood before a metal gate. One, with short blonde hair and sunglasses, looked confident. The other, with bright pink hair, seemed apprehensive, questioning if the older woman had set up this training scenario. The blonde woman responded that their training would begin immediately. The pink-haired woman was instructed to enter the gate. The blonde woman explained that monsters would be summoned inside, making it the perfect training ground for the pink-haired girl, whose name is Dragon's Fang. The pink-haired girl entered the gate. And a moment later, she found herself face to face with a large, monstrous orc. She gasped in surprise. The orc let out a menacing roar. The pink-haired girl, realizing she was facing a beginner-level monster, felt a mix of fear and uncertainty. The orc lunged at her, swinging its massive club. The pink-haired girl screamed in terror as the club came down. A small, green creature, resembling a goblin in a Santa hat, lunged forward, its attack narrowly avoided by a young woman with pink hair. She exclaimed in surprise, and a thought bubble revealed her relief, she had dodged it. The pink-haired woman, clad in red boxing-style gear, turned, her expression alert and focused. The goblin, momentarily stunned, glared at her with malevolent intent. She smirked, a confident glint in her eyes. She muttered to herself, right. Dragon step. The goblin charged again, but the woman was ready. She explained, I'm using it subconsciously. With a blur of motion, she moved with surprising speed and power, striking the goblin with a powerful blow that sent it flying back with a pained shriek. She smiled, pleased with her performance. Nice. It's totally doable, she thought. The goblin, recovering, roared and prepared to attack again. She declared, then, it's my turn. She launched herself forward, a powerful energy surrounding her as she unleashed a devastating attack, shouting, Dragon Lunge. Sung-hoon, a young man serving as monster bait for awakeners, found himself in a desperate struggle against a monstrous creature. Its shadowy claws reached for him, but a sudden surge of energy erupted from within him. A blinding flash of light momentarily obscured the scene, and when the light subsided, the monster lay defeated. A young awakener, her pink hair a striking contrast to her red armor, gasped in astonishment. Whoa, it worked, she exclaimed. The awakener, seemingly pleased with the results, reflected on the ease of the process. Knowledge Appa transferred to me last time, but this is easier than I thought, she mused. Meanwhile, the defeated monster groaned in pain, ow. Suddenly, the scene shifted. A narration box appeared, you received a fatal attack. The awakener's eyes widened in surprise as another narration box appeared, you will restart the training. She lay on a cot, dazed but alive. That's it? I died, so it resets, she questioned. A woman with short, gray hair entered the room, her expression a mix of curiosity and amusement. Ah, this is what it means by restarting the training? What are you doing, Private? Come on out. The awakener, now understanding the system, smiled. Ah, so this is how it is. Since I revive after I die, I can be as reckless as I want. A young woman with pink hair smirked, her lips slightly parted. Her expression was one of anticipation and amusement. She declared, nice. Time to do it for real now. Meanwhile, a young man with brown hair spoke on his phone, saying, yes, DJNSSI. Come to my place now. Might as well start it as soon as we can. He received a reply, Yo Young has already started. He responded with a simple, yes. The other person instructed, you will have to stay for a few nights. He replied, yes. Then I will be seeing you soon. The young man then began to contemplate his schedule, musing, let's see. If I train my team members through virtual reality. I have 1 week in real time, so about 20 days in virtual reality, they can probably pass the beginner tests easily after that time. A dark, purplish landscape filled with ominous, swirling clouds was shown. The young man's expression shifted as he received a notification, Mitchell Howard has entered the premise. He muttered, quite a lot of people visiting me today. A blonde woman entered the scene. The young man asked, what brings you here at this hour? She replied, HAAA. I know it's rude of me, but I just couldn't help it. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, sat alone in a cafe, nursing a cup of coffee. He was short on time, his mind preoccupied with the dangerous work he did to pay her medical bills. A woman with blonde hair, her expression serious, approached his table. She needed him to come with her immediately. She insisted on his immediate presence, her urgency palpable. And Sung-Hoon, despite his reservations, agreed to go with her. The weight of his responsibilities, both personal and perhaps soon to be far greater, settled heavily upon him. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, sat across from a blonde woman. He expressed surprise at the news she was about to deliver. An anomaly had occurred in the Brooklyn dungeon. The blonde woman, her expression serious, explained that the monsters had changed. The CIA described it as evolution, but the real problem was what came after. She then showed Sung-Hoon an image of an ice troll, a creature clearly beyond the capabilities of the Brooklyn dungeon's previous inhabitants. Sung-Hoon, puzzled, wondered what he was looking at. The woman revealed that not only had the monster changed, but the dungeon itself had been upgraded to a Tier 2 dungeon. A Level 70 raid team had already been dispatched to deal with the threat. A report was delivered, detailing the status of a dungeon raid that had taken place 240 hours prior. Monsters were no longer spawning within the dungeon, indicating that the raid team was still alive, though it typically took 10 days to a week to clear the dungeon, and it was now taking longer. This prompted a question regarding the purpose of a visit. A woman with blonde hair, dressed in business attire, responded affirmatively, formally requesting the rescue of the survivors from the dungeon. Sung-Hoon, upon hearing the request, noted that it was a tremendous amount to compensate for the rescue quest. He assumed someone important was part of the raid team. The woman explained that due to the emergency, they had already prepared everything, including a state-of-the-art jet to transport Sung-Hoon to the US. She emphasized the need for a swift decision, highlighting that the flight would take only 3 hours to reach Brooklyn, prompting Sung-Hoon to request something in return. He requested double compensation for the services rendered, as he had previously lost magic stones. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, sat across a table, a mug in his hands. He proposed a deal, if you can do that, I will lessen our time to get there by 1/3. His counterpart, a blonde woman in a business suit, responded with a questioning, what? Sung-Hoon continued, explaining, since it's an emergency, I could use some of my abilities. He winked, adding confidently, how about it? I believe it's a fair trade. Sung-Hoon's internal monologue revealed his unease. It feels a little off-putting, negotiating with people's lives on the line, but they are a world-class superpower. His thoughts shifted to a strategic calculation. If I can secure magic stones in mass, I can increase my mana on par to Tier 4. He resolved, until then, I must focus on training my teammates to the best of my abilities. The blonde woman, seemingly considering his request, responded, I would like to receive the payments in advance. The final panel shows a narration box stating, the deal was approved. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of his mother's illness and the monstrous invasion that ravaged his world, rushed to the airport. He reassured his mother over the phone, his voice betraying a forced calmness, yes, Mom. Don't worry. He continued the conversation, attempting to mask his true purpose, I am just going on a business trip, yes, right. But I have to leave now. I will hang up. Sung-Hoon checked his device, a small, almost archaic-looking communicator, a faint glow emanating from its screen. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a sharp business suit, approached him. She offered a compliment, a pilot suit looks good on you. He replied smoothly, you flatter me. They walked towards a sleek fighter jet on the tarmac. A gruff-looking soldier greeted them, are you the honorable passenger of the day? I will deliver you with special care. Sung-Hoon introduced himself, name is Lee Sung-Hoon. The soldier responded enthusiastically, ooh. Good English. The soldier, Tom, revealed the reason for Sung-Hoon's urgent trip. Anyway, I heard Sung-Hoon was an amazing hunter, and the higher-ups in the motherland are calling him over since they are in a pinch or something. Just as you said, he is amazing. Tom confirmed the travel time, you can reach us in 3 hours, is that true? Sung-Hoon confidently replied, of course. Even in the US, the only person can fly like that, and it's me. A gloved hand, emanating a purplish glow, hovered over a small, glowing orb. The question hung in the air, could this energy source, this mana, propel their mission even faster? Tom, a young man with short brown hair, stood with his arms crossed, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He was an awakener, one of the enhanced humans tasked with hunting the monsters that had invaded Earth. He simply replied, I see. His gaze held a hint of anticipation, his abilities would be fully revealed once they took to the skies. Pressed for time, they urged a swift departure. Sung-Hoon, ever practical, noted the considerable strain of high-speed flight at Mach 4. As they prepared for takeoff, a sense of hope and determination filled the air. Sung-Hoon reassured his companion, leaving the details to him. With a final nod, they launched into the air, the jet's engines roaring to life. The speed was extraordinary. Sung-Hoon, strapped into the cockpit, marveled at the jet's incredible velocity. He knew the F-22's top speed, but Mach 4 was far beyond its normal capabilities. The enhanced power, he realized, was a direct result of the Awakener's abilities, augmenting the jet's performance far beyond its original design. As they soared through the clear sky, the question of increased speed was raised once more. The journey was far from over. Before takeoff, a superior officer asked the pilot if he could fly the jet at Mach 12. The pilot scoffed at the request, questioning if it was a joke. The officer assured him it was no joke, explaining that he would reinforce the jet's plating with his abilities, ensuring its structural integrity at such high speeds. With unwavering confidence, the pilot declared that there was nothing in this world he could not fly. Satisfied, the officer placed his trust in the pilot. He then proceeded to enhance the jet's capabilities, muttering incantations of accelerate time and remove friction. The officer further reinforced the jet's durability with another spell, causing a brilliant purple energy to surge around the aircraft. As the pilot, awestruck, watched in amazement. And finally, with a final command, sent the jet soaring into the sky. Observers watched in disbelief as the jet speed was measured at Mach 12, exceeding even the railgun's velocity. One of the observers, recalling a previous incident, muttered about the last time he went home. Two men in lab coats observed the screen displaying a rapidly moving object. One of them suggested shooting it down, but the other scoffed, deeming it impossible, given its speed, far exceeding any known missile. The scene opens over the Brooklyn Bridge in the US, a seemingly normal day in a city unaware of the lurking danger. A long-range radar system scans the horizon, its sensors searching for any sign of the monstrous creatures that have invaded Earth. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with brown hair, receives a piece of equipment from a man in a suit. The man explains that it will aid in finding survivors within a newly discovered dungeon. The suited man, seemingly unconcerned, remarks that he'll notice anything unusual after the fact. Sung-Hoon, however, quietly notes that he will receive his thanks only after completing his dangerous task. He activates a device, revealing an inventory screen. He observes the lack of journalists at the scene, finding it unusual. Instead, he finds military personnel, police, hunters, and representatives from various government departments. Sung-Hoon expresses surprise at the lack of a sponsoring hunter, a common practice in China, contrasting it with the lax approach of the US authorities. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man burdened by the medical debt of his comatose mother, found himself in a precarious situation. He worked as bait for awakeners, powerful individuals who hunted the monsters that had invaded Earth. A tense scene unfolded, overseen by a stern official in a suit, as Sung-Hoon prepared for another dangerous hunt. But as death loomed, a blinding flash of light engulfed him. A surge of power coursed through his veins. A vision of his past life, a life he never knew, flooded his mind. He was the Sorcerer King, reborn. The transformation was complete. He stood, clad in regal robes, a look of newfound power in his eyes. He had awakened to his true destiny. I will be off, he declared, a hint of determination in his voice. Sung-Hoon, now the Sorcerer King, ventured into a snowy landscape. The harsh, cold climate was a stark contrast to his previous surroundings. He sunk slightly into the deep snow with each step. His journey leading him across a vast, frozen expanse. The cold bit at him. It's cold, he muttered, his breath misting in the frigid air. He reflected on the source of this harsh climate, ice trolls spawned from the dungeon. It's no wonder the dungeon would have a cold climate. Despite the harsh conditions, a sense of purpose guided him. He resolved to search for survivors. Let's look for any survivors first, shall we? Sung-Hoon Lee, the reincarnation of the Sorcerer King, stood amidst a blizzard, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his dark red hooded robe. He muttered the incantation, summon Arc-Ring. A series of notifications appeared before him, detailing the activation of various magical protections, status cleansing, protection magic, and temperature control. He murmured, let's see. Sung-Hoon raised a staff, activating a spell called Light of Detection. A beam of light shot out, illuminating the snowy landscape. But the results were less than satisfactory. A look of concern crossed his face. A holographic display showed a 2 kilometers radius scan, revealing nothing. Sung-Hoon muttered to himself, there is nothing within a 2 kilometers radius. I don't even know how wide this place is. He sighed, a hint of frustration in his expression. If magic can't do it, it can't be helped. Sung-Hoon seemed to consider an alternative approach. He partially agreed with his previous assessment. He began interacting with a technological device, a small, dark box. He mused, if this works in the dungeon, it can detect things far outside of my magic's range. Revealing a clear signal. Sung-Hoon nodded, satisfied. Good, it works. A gloved hand reached out, its fingers fumbling over a worn control panel. The low hum of the machine was punctuated by a series of soft clicks. Rescue team speaking. I am on my way to you, he reported into the device, his expression serious. The radar screen displayed 9 blips, representing survivors. 9 survivors in total. It's quite the distance. Surprisingly, everyone survived. That's good, he muttered, a flicker of relief crossing his face. But his relief was short-lived. A new thought clouded his features. But there aren't just survivors. He realized, his eyes widening. Radar detected other signatures of ice trolls, the screen confirmed. He saw images of both ice trolls and ogres. That was a type of ice troll too, I suppose, he mused, observing the different types of creatures. Grow an extra horn, each time they evolve, he noted, studying the images of the monsters. Eventually, after 9 horns. He trailed off, his eyes widening as he saw the final evolution of the ice troll, a monstrous, horned behemoth. They sensed my presence, he wondered, a hint of unease in his tone. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, stared at the radar screen. 3 ice trolls were closing in on his position. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he wondered what to do. He knew the dangers all too well. Ice trolls possessed an incredible sense of smell, able to detect prey from up to 3 kilometers away. He realized he needed to deal with them before continuing on his path. Sung-Hoon considered his options. Since the trolls were heading in the same direction, he thought he might be able to evade them by simply ignoring their presence. His plan, however, was quickly thwarted. The loud roars of the approaching ice trolls shattered the silence of the snowy landscape. Their voices alone were incredibly loud, a clear indication of their proximity. A sudden, powerful vibration shook the ground. Sung-Hoon felt a tremor run through his body. Elsewhere, a woman and a man in powered armor watched the unfolding events with concern. The woman, her expression etched with worry, questioned the source of the powerful vibration. The man grimly explained that the monsters and the rescue team were engaged in a fierce battle, but the team was likely to lose. His words were laced with a sense of impending doom. If the rescue team failed, they would all die. A woman with long, flowing blonde hair knelt beside 3 figures wrapped in dark, thick sleeping bags. Her expression was one of quiet determination as she spoke, her voice soft yet resolute. They should believe in the rescue team. A young man with blonde hair and a curious expression tilted his head slightly, a single word escaping his lips. Huh? Suddenly, a woman with brown hair gasped, her eyes wide with alarm. Beside her, a man with short brown hair looked up, a question mark forming above his head as he whispered, "Monster?" The woman urgently pointed upwards, exclaiming that there was something above them. A blonde woman, seemingly in communication with someone via a small device, announced that the rescue team was entering the area. Her expression shifted to surprise as she realized they were already there. The blonde man from earlier scoffed, questioning why the rescue team hadn't brought any monsters with them. The blonde woman, identified as Jessica, explained that as part of the rescue team, she couldn't engage in combat. She was there to extract them. A young man in a dark robe and red accents, Sung-hoon Lee, introduced himself as a hunter formerly requested by the CIA. The blonde man expressed surprise at Sung-hoon being alone, mentioning that he'd heard Miss Miller was the team leader. Sung-hoon corrected him, stating that he was the current leader. Sung-hoon, his expression unreadable, pondered a name, Jessica. He silently noted that she was the only one from the rescue team whose last name was missing from the official roster. A detail that raised his suspicions. Jessica, her blonde hair framing an angry face, informed him that, including their leader, 5 people were currently unconscious. He questioned the whereabouts of the rest of the rescue team, a growing unease settling over him. Jessica Rothschild, a blonde woman clad in dark armor, approached a young man. She questioned him, her tone sharp. Was he the sole member of the rescue team? He confirmed that he was indeed alone, but assured her there was no need for concern, because he was more than capable of handling the situation. Jessica, however, already knew about Lee Sung-hoon. She stated that she had heard information about him from the CIA. She praised his skill in clearing the dungeon single-handedly, but warned him that coming here alone was a grave mistake. Sung-hoon, with a smirk, questioned her assessment, asking if she meant the danger posed by this place. He then demonstrated his power, a surge of purple energy erupting from him, causing Jessica to cry out in surprise as a monstrous creature appeared before them. The aftermath of a fierce battle was strewn across the desolate landscape. A monstrous troll lay defeated, its massive form still smoldering from the recent conflict. A young man, Sung-hoon, stood amidst the chaos, his breath ragged, a testament to the intensity of the fight. Witnessing this scene from a distance, a blonde-haired woman gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. He slayed the troll by himself, she exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. The blonde woman's shock was echoed by another individual, a woman with brown hair and a man in advanced combat armor. He killed it alone, the brown-haired woman questioned, her voice barely a whisper. The man in armor added, it's surprising that he killed it, but it's only been a few minutes. Sung-hoon, seemingly unfazed by the attention, stood calmly, his posture radiating confidence. He held a staff, its head glowing faintly. Another woman, partially obscured, watched him from behind. If you needed to hide because of these guys, I think it's your party skill that has a problem, a voice stated, its tone laced with a hint of criticism. The blonde woman, seemingly softening her stance, conceded, I will admit that you were strong, seeing how you were able to hunt a troll by yourself in a short amount of time. However, her words took a sharp turn. But I will not tolerate you insulting all other team members. Because we can deal with the trolls on our end just as well. The reason why we failed was because the dungeon boss, if it wasn't for that monster. Sung-hoon, seemingly unbothered by the accusation, simply smirked. The word boss hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. He then offered a conciliatory response. I apologize if I made you feel bad. But first, let me take a look at your team members' conditions. We can talk in detail afterwards. The blonde woman, seemingly surprised by his offer, approached Sung-hoon. A smaller, dark-haired woman stood beside them. The blonde woman spoke, you are healer, right? Your mana has been depleted. Let me recover your mana. Sung-hoon simply replied, huh? Yes. As the blonde woman began to channel her energy, a thought bubble appeared above the brown-haired woman's head, he can recover another person's mana? This was followed by a panel showing the blonde woman, Jessica Rothschild, in shock. Impossible. I thought you could only recover mana naturally over time, she exclaimed. The narrative opens with a young woman explaining the protagonist's origins. He was born into the Rothschild family, a lineage with immense global financial power since ancient times. As a member, he received an elite education. Because his survival ensured he would become one of the family's most valuable assets. However, one day, everything changed. He awakened. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. Fortunately, the Rothschild family had plans for those who awakened. And he received greater authority and responsibility. Of course, such power came at a price. The young man was given a dangerous mission, to clear a dungeon infested with trolls. These creatures often moved in groups of 2 or 3, making the task even more perilous. He was given this mission for political and financial reasons. Introducing Lee Sung-hoon, codename First. An awakened individual from Korea. Sung-hoon possessed multiple skills, the limits of his power unknown. He had already defeated Takoim, a master of Chinese martial arts. Overwhelming Takoim, known as the Hand of China. He also hunted trolls and defeated a special team formed by the Rothschild family without injury. A woman from the Rothschild family observed Sung-hoon intently. Lee Sung-hoon. She must know what kind of man he is, including the secrets he hides. Sung-hoon, a young man with short brown hair and a red and gold outfit, carefully tended to a woman's injured arm. Her blonde hair cascaded around her shoulders, and a gentle smile played on her lips despite the visible wounds. A faint purple glow emanated from his gloved hand as he channeled his energy into her healing. The woman's expression was one of quiet gratitude. He wondered how much more power he was concealing, a question that seemed unanswerable. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, her name Daggers, assessed the situation. Her brow furrowed in concentration as she considered the sheer size of the troll they had just defeated. She concluded that the troll's disappearance was likely due to Sung-hoon's mastery of space and time magic. Sung-hoon, however, felt a little uneasy under Dagger's intense gaze. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was staring at him a bit too intently. He attempted to analyze her mana aura, but found no signs of hostility. Reassured, he finished the basic treatment. Daggers then inquired if anyone else required healing. She noted that while Sunghoon was somewhat secretive, his skill level justified a certain degree of discretion. Dagger's assessment of Sunghoon was that he was sly, but that such behavior was common among those of his caliber. With a flourish of magical energy, Sunghoon conjured a substantial amount of food. The purple light pulsed and swirled as he created a feast from thin air. The food materialized before them, a welcome sight after their battle. Daggers noted that everyone must be starving, and Sunghoon agreed, offering them the food he had created. The scene opens with a close-up of a gas stove, its burner ignited, and a wok placed atop it. The wok's contents sizzle and steam, hinting at the preparation of a meal. Inside a cozy room, 3 individuals engage in conversation. 1, a young man with dark hair, is the focus. He listens intently as another, a blonde woman, inquires about a recent monster encounter. The third person, a man with blonde hair, remains silent, observing the scene. They discuss the difficulties of their mission and the need to hide from the boss monster. The camera focuses on the finished dish, a steaming mound of fried rice, before shifting to the dark-haired young man. He is asked about a creature called Naga. A thoughtful expression crosses his face as he considers the question. A detailed illustration of a Naga is presented. It's a reptilian humanoid with multiple arms, described as a half-snake, half-man monster. Further details about the Naga are revealed. They grow stronger with age, and those with 4 or more arms are classified as Nagalaza, possessing superior strength compared to their 2-armed counterparts. The dark-haired young man, still stirring the fried rice, questions whether the Naga they encountered had only 2 arms. The blonde woman, seemingly satisfied with the meal, quietly eats. The dark-haired young man, surprised by the size of the 2-armed Naga, inquires about its unique abilities. The blonde woman, after a moment of contemplation, announces that she will explain, prompting the dark-haired young man to suggest they eat first. The blonde woman agrees and serves the food. She then reveals that the Naga's scream creates a shockwave. A monstrous creature, vaguely humanoid yet undeniably alien, materialized before Sunghoon. Its skin shimmered with an icy blue, patterned like scales. 2 glowing red eyes burned within its face, and it unleashed a torrent of energy from its very being. Meanwhile, a young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in ornate armor, sat calmly eating a bowl of rice. Her companion, a man in dark robes, watched her with amusement as she questioned how to eat it properly. He simply advised her to use a spoon. The man in dark robes, seemingly unconcerned by the ongoing battle, declared that he had gathered enough information. He seemed to be comparing the size of the monster to something he already knew. He then instructed the blonde woman to wait, as he prepared to confront the creature alone. The blonde woman, however, voiced her concern, questioning his decision to go into battle unaccompanied. The man, Sunghoon, dismissed her worries, reminding her that she only has one life and there's no need to act haughtily. He admitted that he appreciated her concern for his well-being. A lone figure, cloaked and hooded, stood before a cavern entrance. The weather had cleared, providing an opportune moment for departure. They announced their intention to leave, promising to leave food and water behind. They then instructed someone to close the entrance behind them, their words carrying a sense of urgency. Suddenly, a young man, dressed in a dark robe with red accents, stumbled, clutching his side in pain. A muffled cough escaping his lips. A woman with long blonde hair, also robed, rushed to his aid, concerned for his well-being. He reassured her that he was all right, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He then asked if there was anything else he could do. He hesitantly asked if he could accompany her, his voice laced with a mixture of hope and apprehension. The blonde woman considered his request, a thoughtful expression on her face. She explained that her ability would greatly benefit him during their journey. Intrigued, he inquired about the nature of her ability. She revealed that it increased the stats of her allies by 20%, confidently asserting its effectiveness. Sunghoon, the Sorcerer King Reborn, contemplated his magical capabilities. He mused that by combining multiple buffs, he could achieve a 20% increase in power. A significant boost, he thought. Meanwhile, Jessica, his blonde companion, reassured him, promising not to be a burden and adding a crucial detail. She could utilize magic originating from ancient England, an ability separate from the established system. Sunghoon's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered aloud if this English magic was similar to Chinese martial arts, drawing a parallel between distinct yet analogous systems. Intrigued by the possibilities, he acknowledged that he had much to learn in this life, but agreed to follow Jessica's instructions during combat. After the mission, Sunghoon planned to use his compensation to advance to Tier 4. He considered that revealing a small portion of his abilities would be acceptable. He internally mused that Jessica was proving to be an unexpectedly easy opponent. The scene shifted to a snowy landscape where Sunghoon, in his red and black attire, stood atop a snowy peak. A mechanical vehicle, resembling a spider, approached. Its movements swift and silent. The vehicle landed gracefully on the snow, ready for action. A young woman with long blonde hair, clad in white, stared in disbelief at a small, mechanical construct. Her eyes widened, and a question formed on her lips. Was this a mechanical summon? Beside her, a young man with dark hair and a red-trimmed jacket calmly explained that it was a golem, a scout model he had created. He admitted that he was unsure how much she already knew about it, having only seen a video of a larger, more powerful version of the golem previously. He emphasized that he designed this particular golem to be small and fast, prompting the blonde woman to question if it was merely a scout model. Her brow furrowed in thought. The young man, seemingly amused, subtly winked. He commented on the golem's unusual properties, noting that it was not sealed off despite the lack of any noticeable cold emanating from it. He then confidently stated that few people were interested in him, before suggesting a change of topic. The blonde woman, skeptical, remarked that he wouldn't simply tell her what she wanted to know. She then conceded and asked him what he wanted to ask her. He inquired about the English magic she had previously mentioned. She corrected his terminology, explaining that it was more accurately called ceremonial magic. She went on to explain that by performing a specific ceremony, a caster could utilize this type of magic. A hooded figure, small in stature, performed a ritual in a stone circle. A faint, ethereal light pulsed from a cauldron at the center, spiraling upwards into the night sky. Meanwhile, Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, observed the scene with a thoughtful expression. He recognized the ritual, a familiar shamanistic practice from his past life. A blonde woman, her face etched with concern, addressed Sunghoon. She stated that it was his turn to act, and that they already knew his power wasn't derived from the standard Akasha system. Sunghoon chuckled, acknowledging her direct approach. Internally, Sung-hoon resolved not to reveal everything to the blonde woman. He considered the source of his power to be knowledge from a foreign world. He explained that his abilities stemmed from knowledge of another world, a statement that visibly surprised the blonde woman. The blonde woman, incredulous, questioned whether he was joking. She couldn't comprehend the existence of another dimension, a place impossible in their world. Sung-hoon laughed, explaining that while it was hard to believe, their world did contain monsters and awakeners with extraordinary abilities. He shifted the conversation to the abilities that the awakeners already possessed. A man with long blonde hair, dressed in what appears to be a military uniform, pondered aloud. He mused that if ceremonial magic originated from England, then other countries likely possessed their own forms of magic as well. He expressed a desire to know which country's abilities had been secured. He then posed a question, offering to stop if the answer proved too difficult. The blonde man's expression shifted, showing a moment of internal conflict. He continued, however, stating that besides China, India, the Netherlands, and England, Africa was also among the countries whose magical abilities had been secured. Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair, dressed in a red and gold outfit, reflected on the fact that this world didn't entirely lack supernatural abilities among its people. The image of a witch flying on a broomstick under a full moon appeared in a thought bubble. He wondered if the decline in mana, the source of supernatural power, might have forced the decline of supernatural people over time. The young man continued his internal monologue, questioning if the power he was witnessing was limited to the Rothschild family, perhaps not encompassing all of America. The blonde man then asked if the young man had already learned English magic, to which the young man replied that it was his turn to ask questions next. Suddenly, the young man's expression changed as he spotted something in the sky. A dark shadow appeared, falling from above. It was a troll, as the blonde man exclaimed. Sung-hoon, a young man burdened by debt and the illness of his mother, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful beings capable of hunting the monstrous invaders that had ravaged the earth. A grotesque, clawed beast lunged at him, its attack leaving Sung-hoon groaning in pain. But as the beast's claws tore into him, a blinding flash of light erupted, momentarily obscuring the scene. The attack was interrupted by the timely arrival of an awakener in a powerful mech suit, its energy weapons blasting the creature, sending it reeling. Inside the mech, the awakener, a woman with long blonde hair, looked concerned as she and her male companion surveyed the scene. The man, dressed in dark robes, seemed to be assessing Sung-hoon's condition. The mech then began to retreat, leaving Sung-hoon behind in the aftermath of the battle. Back in their vehicle, the blonde awakener expressed her astonishment. How can a mere human be able to do such a thing? Her companion, seemingly unfazed, responded, "Our current weaponry is not working on monsters. What if this man knows how to craft weapons that can fight against the monsters? This would be top-level classified information." The blonde awakener pondered this revelation, a thoughtful expression on her face. That is, when her companion interrupted, "You just have to empower it until it can penetrate the monster's defense at once." Sung-hoon, seemingly having overheard their conversation, added, "I already know that. I just asked how that is possible." Sung-hoon, a young man with dark hair, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips, explained, "I think you are expecting something grand, but this was just part of my abilities when I awakened." A woman with long blonde hair, her expression serious, countered, "It's not a lie. I did use part of the system's power. If I distribute the knowledge, it would surely help humanity. But I will be the one to decide when." Sung-hoon Lee and a blonde woman stood before a vast cavern, the entrance shrouded in an ethereal purple mist. He stated simply that they had arrived. The woman, her expression a mixture of awe and apprehension, questioned the location. Sung-hoon explained that this was likely the lair of a powerful monster, a hidden threat within the cave. The woman then questioned why he hadn't known the boss's location beforehand. He responded that the boss had ambushed them during their initial encounter, its location previously unknown. The scene shifted to reveal the corpses of the initial raid team scattered across the cave floor. Sung-hoon noted that they should bring the bodies back with them. The blonde woman, observing the lack of movement from the boss, surmised that it hadn't yet detected their presence. She then asked Sung-hoon what his plan was. Before engaging in combat, the woman requested that Sung-hoon reveal the extent of his magical abilities. The woman explained that knowing his abilities would be crucial for coordinating their efforts during the upcoming battle. Sung-hoon readily agreed. Sung-hoon stated that, excluding any buff spells, he could cast 3 distinct spells. He began to describe his spells, starting with inextinguishable fire. The image showed a monstrous creature engulfed in flames, its form contorting in agony. He then described his second spell, deteriorating wound. Sung-hoon, a young man whose life had been upended by the arrival of otherworldly monsters and a mysterious illness plaguing his mother, found himself once again facing death. A searing, nerve-wracking pain consumed him, the result of a spell particularly effective against humans. Meanwhile, a blonde woman with striking violet eyes, clad in ornate armor, calmly explained her magical techniques. These spells, though limited in variety, were continuously applied until her mana reserves were depleted, she noted. Observing her, Sung-hoon noted the fundamental difference between her magic and his own, a subtle yet significant distinction that piqued his curiosity. Introducing herself as Jessica, she suggested a collaboration, beginning their fight together. Jessica, upon request, readily cast her inextinguishable fire magic. Sung-hoon watched, captivated. As Jessica explained that the spell was a temporary buff, lasting for 30 minutes. The buff manifested as a swirling, purple aura around Sung-hoon's hand, a significant advantage in the upcoming battle. He recognized the immense help this would provide. Sung-hoon devised a plan. He would lure the boss monster by revealing his presence, giving Jessica the opportunity to unleash her full magical power. With a burst of energy, Sung-hoon launched himself into the air, a beacon for the approaching threat. Drawing the attention of a colossal, monstrous creature, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. A blonde woman, her eyes half-closed, muttered to herself, "Om. Pharaohs. Hand." Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from a gloved hand, a vibrant blue light emanating outwards. A triumphant "ha" escaped the unseen figure. A young man with dark hair, his eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "Wait. You just did something right?" The blonde woman, now looking concerned, questioned, "Huh? You just used your analysis skill." He continued to think, "Is her control weak?" The young man responded, "No way. The magic itself is fundamentally different." The young man pondered, "Did she fail on purpose because she didn't want me to use my analysis magic? Is she rioting or something?" The young man muttered, "Here it goes again," revealing a powerful, glowing face within the energy. A monstrous creature, reptilian in form with dark green scales, was struck by a powerful energy blast. Purple energy crackled across its back, the force of the attack throwing it violently to the ground. Another, similar beast, this one cloaked in a dark, hooded form, emerged from the purple energy, its form shimmering with the same violet energy as it lunged forward with a ferocious roar. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, observed the scene. "Ho! It's writhing in pain. It's more useful than I expected," he mused, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. The hooded monster, its eyes glowing menacingly, prepared for another attack. A surge of energy built within its body, a bright red light emanating from its eyes as it focused on its target. Sung-Hoon, a faint purple aura surrounding him, remained calm. "It found us. As planned, I'll keep dealing with your fire spell," he stated, his gaze unwavering. A female awakener, seated in a vehicle, watched the battle unfold. "It can fly? It's rather slow though," she commented, observing the monster's movement. The monster attempted to use a form of levitation or rapid movement magic, but it was clumsy and inefficient. "It looks like levitation or dash magic," the awakener noted. A woman with long blonde hair, her face etched with worry, called out Sung-Hoon's name. Sung-Hoon, a young man with dark hair, was engaged in a magical duel. He noted that usually he would have to focus on the spell and manage his mana simultaneously, but this time it was different. This was due to the mana calculation support apparatus link he had. He prepared to unleash an orb of explosion. But this was a different situation. Because of the support apparatus, he had more than enough mana. He declared that he would destroy his opponent with strength alone. He launched a powerful attack, 3 fiery projectiles streaking across the sky. The attack struck its target, a monstrous creature with reptilian features, its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. The creature was engulfed in a blinding flash of light, and a dragon-shaped artifact was revealed amidst the debris. A monstrous creature, its eyes glowing red, lunged forward with a guttural sound, "Cook." The narration box explained the fundamentals of a sorcerer's combat, a simple disruption of the opponent's strong points while simultaneously empowering one's own. Another narration box described the sorcerer's combat style, attacking from a distance, paralyzing the opponent. Sung-Hoon, invoking his power, commanded, "I command thee as the minister of magic." He channeled his mana, preparing a powerful spell. The narration box stated, "All mana will convert into one and become a singularity." The spell, named Quad Spell, manifested as a powerful energy surge from a futuristic-looking vehicle piloted by a blonde woman. She observed, "Overwhelming mana, that's the strength of a hunter who has reached level 50. Sung-Hoon, eyes narrowed in concentration, prepared for the next phase of his attack. He unleashed a powerful surge of energy, muttering, "Who?" The energy coalesced into a massive mana spear, piercing the air. High above the earth, a monstrous creature, reptilian in form with a long neck and powerful tail, let out a piercing shriek. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck it from the heavens, the impact sending shockwaves through its body, causing it to convulse violently. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, watched from a distance, his face etched with concern. A blonde woman, an awakener, shouted a warning. She warned him about the approaching sonic wave, but he remained calm, muttering that it was a simple fix. The monster roared, a blinding light erupting from its mouth as it unleashed a devastating attack. But Sung-Hoon, wielding a staff that pulsed with magical energy, prepared to counter. The monster recoiled in pain, its body visibly damaged. Sung-Hoon smirked, a thought crossing his mind. "Is it my turn?" he wondered, before unleashing a powerful thundering lightning spear. A monstrous visage filled the panel, its features distorted and alien, a chilling grin stretched across its face. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, radiating an aura of malice. The scene shifted to a desolate, snow-covered landscape. A powerful beam of light erupted from a chasm in the frozen ground, its energy pulsating with raw power. A woman with long blonde hair, her face etched with shock, gasped, "Oh my god." She was seated within the cockpit of a high-tech vehicle, the scene suggesting a battle. From a distance, a figure wielding a staff unleashed a torrent of energy, a wave of light and power that dwarfed the surrounding landscape. The woman muttered, "What a ridiculous power." The figure, now closer, was seen to be a young man with dark hair. He was airborne, having seemingly just launched himself into the air with the same power he had just unleashed. His eyes glowed with an intense light as he observed the aftermath of his attack. He thought, "How cute." The scene shifted again, showing a trail of destruction. A narration box appeared. It escaped after severing its arm. "Did it manage to barely defend my attack using the ice barrier?" Jessica replied, "Yes, my mana is still being drained. The flame will not be extinguished even underwater." The young man nodded. "Then it will be forced to come out eventually. The damage from my severed spell, its severed arm, and the damage from Jessica's flame." The aftermath of a magical confrontation hung in the air. A faint purple glow still shimmered, remnants of a powerful spell. The result, however, was less than ideal. Sung-Hoon, a young man with dark hair, watched the scene unfold with a furrowed brow. He had expected the creature to flee, but instead, it seemed to be preparing for another attack. A woman with long blonde hair, standing beside him in a technologically advanced vehicle, offered an explanation. It seemed his own fiery magic had forced the creature's hand. Sung-Hoon, wielding a staff that pulsed with inner light, considered the implications. The creature's response suggested a surprising ability. He noted the creature's power was impressive but inefficient, consuming vast amounts of magical energy. Despite its flaws, the creature's ability to manipulate the elements was undeniable, a testament to its power. The blonde woman's warning cut through his thoughts. The blizzard the creature conjured was intensifying, growing rapidly in size and power. The swirling vortex of snow and ice threatened to engulf them. Sung-Hoon's eyes narrowed in concentration. He knew exactly how to counter this threat. He had the perfect spell. Sung-Hoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, channeled his desperation into action. He summoned a miniature sun, a surge of raw power erupting from his hands. The miniature sun's intense heat vaporizing everything in its path. He didn't understand the extent of his power, he only knew it was consuming everything around him. A blonde woman, clad in futuristic armor, watched the spectacle with wide eyes. She wondered if this was the power of the foreign world, the source of the monsters that plagued their land. Sung-Hoon, sensing the growing power within him, commanded it to expand. the miniature sun growing into a blazing inferno that consumed the surrounding area. The heat intensified, the light blinding. A monstrous creature, previously hidden, was now revealed, trapped within the expanding sphere of fire. It struggled against the overwhelming heat. Sunghoon, a smirk playing on his lips, declared that there was nowhere left for the creature to hide. The monster, defiant despite its predicament, vowed to end the confrontation, though it admitted its own magical limitations. The blonde woman, observing Sunghoon's display of power, questioned the full extent of his abilities. A monstrous creature, its skin a mottled green and brown, let out a guttural cry of kayak as a searing energy coursed through its body. A crimson energy beam, sharp as a javelin, pierced the monster's chest, causing it to collapse in a shower of purple sparks and dust. A pained moan escaped its lips as it met its end. The creature's body dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint shimmer in the air. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, watched the scene unfold from a distance. He muttered to himself, a last struggle. From her vantage point, a blonde woman in a dark suit watched Sunghoon with a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Was that a javelin? Wait, did he throw his staff? The woman's thoughts continued, so his physical abilities are on par with other high-level physical hunters? A bright light enveloped Sunghoon as a series of messages appeared before him. Your level has increased by 1. This repeated 3 times. The light faded, revealing Sunghoon looking slightly different. His aura suddenly changed. He examined a translucent panel in his hand. Level 55. Guess I can't enter the Tier 1 dungeons anymore. The blonde woman, still observing him from afar, voiced her astonishment. How can you be so powerful? Even if you have the knowledge of a foreign world. Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, smirked slightly. His eyes held a hint of mischief as he responded to an unseen question. He deflected the question about his methods with a cryptic, it's a trade secret. A woman with long blonde hair, seemingly impatient, urged him forward, saying they needed to retrieve his companions. A purple energy pulsed, forming a shimmering portal. The exit had opened. The portal led to a mountainous landscape, a stark contrast to the urban environment they had just left. The job was complete. It was time to go home and rest. Back in the city, a somber scene unfolded. A military honor guard stood at attention beside a train car, awaiting the arrival of several caskets draped with American flags. The soldiers saluted as the caskets were carefully loaded onto the train. The blonde woman thanked Sunghoon for his work, noting his success in retrieving even the deceased. She commented on the unusual nature of the country, while Sunghoon, sipping from a disposable coffee cup, downplayed the difficulty of the mission. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, found himself once again serving as bait for awakeners, powerful humans who hunt monsters. He was hurled through the air by a powerful blast. The force of the impact leaving him breathless and disoriented. Observing from a distance, an older man with stern features watched in disbelief. Sunghoon, however, felt a strange surge of power within him. A faint smile played on his lips as he seemed to revel in the raw energy coursing through his veins. A woman with long blonde hair, presumably the one who recorded the video, explained to the older man that this was all the footage she could capture within the dungeon. The older man, along with a colleague, reviewed the video footage. Just from this video, the older man began, his voice laced with awe. Even an elite hunter above level 200 cannot attack him without any consequences, he stated, emphasizing the sheer power displayed by Sunghoon. The blonde woman added, although we know his level is only 49, her expression thoughtful. His ability to fly is a problem, but I just don't understand how he is capable of such powerful attacks. Considering the Akasha system, she continued, her gaze fixed on her hands. 2 figures, their faces obscured, sat before a computer screen. One of them, a hand visible, typed on the keyboard. The other spoke, their voice calm and analytical. We can, however, safely assume he crafts his own items. The discussion continued, focusing on the rapid advancement of a certain individual's power. Even if he gained his power and knowledge by some other means than the Akasha system, it was deemed highly improbable. It is quite impossible that he became that powerful in such a short time. It has only been half a year since he first awakened his power. One of the figures, a stern-looking man in a suit, nodded thoughtfully. It's a reasonable theory, he conceded, his gaze fixed on a holographic projection of the device. The other responded, how much more powerful he can become in the future, prompting a further line of inquiry. If he didn't increase his magical power drastically, then the time it took him to get that mana. Wait. The man in the suit's expression shifted, a sudden realization dawning on him. He spoke, his voice laced with intrigue. I heard there were large-scale generators being built in the vicinity of First's house? A woman with long blonde hair, her face partially visible, gasped. My God, she whispered, her eyes wide with shock. Does he have the knowledge on how to convert electricity to mana? A scene shift. A tranquil beach, bathed in sunlight, with palm trees swaying gently in the breeze. The atmosphere was one of serene relaxation. Sunghoon Lee, the protagonist, reclined on a beach chair, sunglasses shielding his eyes. He appeared completely at ease, oblivious to the discussions taking place elsewhere. You look as if you have no worries in the world. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the mysterious illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself on a secluded island. His brow furrowed in thought, a question forming in his mind. As he spotted a familiar figure. I'm surprised to see you here, Jessica, he remarked, his voice laced with curiosity. He knew this island was supposedly a private CIA facility. Jessica, a woman with long blonde hair and a wide-brimmed hat, explained, it is actually my family who owns this land. We let the CIA use this place by their request. Sunghoon, however, remained skeptical. I am thinking this isn't really a coincidence. Did you come here to see me? He questioned, suspicion clouding his features. Jessica admitted, well, you aren't wrong. She pressed further, so what's your reason to visit me on this island? The ability to convert electricity to mana. Jessica's gaze sharpened. You have it, don't you? She asked, her tone certain. Sunghoon observed her confidence. She looks quite confident in her claim. She has good intuition, he mused, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. He confirmed, as you have assumed, I have an ability to convert electricity to mana and the other way around. A faint blue energy crackled around his neck. A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a white sundress, clutched a straw hat in her hands. Her expression was serious, almost grim, as she contemplated something. A thought bubble above her head revealed her internal question, is it possible to learn that ability? A young man with short brown hair, wearing swim trunks, interrupted her thoughts. He spoke, his tone cautious and questioning. Wait, hold your horses. Is that what the US wants? Or is it a request from Jessica's family, the Rothschilds? The blonde woman, seemingly startled, responded with a soft, almost hesitant, this is CIA territory. They are probably listening. Anyway, this isn't a good place to talk. There are people watching us. The young man, his expression hardening, declared firmly, I will end my break here. As he spoke, the blonde woman's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of concern crossing her face. She whispered a single name, barely audible, Mitchell? The blonde woman, now dressed in a dark business suit, walked away purposefully. A sudden exclamation followed, indicating a new development. Her eyes, wide with surprise, focused on something unseen. The close-up on her eye emphasized her shock and confusion. The young man, his back to the viewer, was asked by the blonde woman, Are you ready, Mitchell? The blonde woman, holding her hat, explained, I thought his condition would be difficult, but this is almost impossible. Is he even thinking of trading? Mr. Sunhoon, why don't you just stay living here? Ha ha. We prepared a private jet. Let us return. Sunhoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself on a beach, far from the dangers of monster hunting. He encountered Jessica and Mitchell, acquaintances from his past life, their casual conversation a stark contrast to the grim reality he usually faced. Returning home, a sense of unease settled over him as he uttered a quiet mom dash upon entering his house. 2 shopping bags sat on a table, a silent testament to his mother's absence. He noted that his mother must have gone out. The lack of any magical disturbance reassured him that nothing unusual had happened during his absence. A brief moment of relief washing over him before another thought surfaced. His mind drifted to his monster hunting team. He wondered about their well-being, a surge of magical energy briefly illuminating the room, prompting him to check on their progress in the virtual reality training simulations. He realized that 12 virtual days had passed, enough time for them to adapt to the training. Sunhoon requested the administrator to show him all the logs, specifically focusing on Yo-Young's activity. Replaying a video log that showed Yo-Young and another team member facing a powerful monster. Sunhoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a deep sleep, found himself in a desperate situation. His eyes, glowing with an unnatural purple light, reflected a dawning realization. He was being used as bait by awakeners, powerful beings who hunted the monsters that had invaded Earth. A voice, seemingly from outside his own mind, echoed his thoughts, Ho? She's gotten this far in only 3 days? A gruff voice cut through the air, a battle cry from a nearby soldier. Charge! Don't you dare retreat! The urgency in his tone painted a picture of a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds. The scene shifted to a chaotic battlefield where a group of grotesque goblins clashed with the human soldiers. The goblins, with their crude weapons and savage features, pressed their attack relentlessly. Sunhoon, despite his weakened state, found a surge of power within him. He reacted instinctively, a small piece of wood flying from his hand with surprising force, striking one of the goblins. Suddenly, a powerful awakener, a young woman with pink hair, burst onto the scene. With incredible speed and skill, she unleashed a devastating series of attacks, her moves named Dragon Fong 7 Slashes and Dragon Fong Whirling Kick. The awakener, her face grim with determination, declared, This time, I will beat it. Her resolve was clear, she would not let the monsters win. Sunhoon Lee, a young man burdened by the weight of his mother's illness and the monstrous invasion of Earth, found himself once again in a life-or-death struggle against a grotesque creature. He swung his makeshift weapon with desperate strength. The crude club connecting with the monster's head with a sickening thud. The creature crumpled to the ground. But before Sunhoon could catch his breath, a young woman with pink hair and red armor appeared, her expression calm despite the chaos. She seemed unfazed by the violence, stating that she was used to such eternal enhancements. She anticipated the arrival of backup, a wizard squad, and ordered everyone to retreat. As the pink-haired woman moved to a safe distance, a horde of goblins emerged, their menacing presence filling the air. Only to be met with a fiery barrage from the approaching wizard squad. Explosions rocked the ground. A wave of intense heat engulfing the goblins as the pink-haired woman watched with a slight smile. The leader of the wizard squad, their faces obscured by dark hoods, issued a chilling command, Leave none alive. A young woman with pink hair and cat-like ears, wearing red boxing gloves, grinned. Nice, she exclaimed, brimming with confidence. She continued, It's a little different every try. Because they arrived a bit earlier, I was able to save way more aura than last time. To save her, I can just let the others do the work. I think I can beat it this time. Feels pretty good. The young woman focused, a fiery energy emanating from her paw-like gloves. She mused, I have to always think about how to use it efficiently as possible. A powerful blast of energy erupted from her gloves, a wave of intense heat washing over the battlefield. The pink-haired woman's eyes widened as she spotted a large, monstrous figure in the distance. Ogre. That's the boss, she exclaimed, her voice sharp with urgency. A heavily armored soldier charged towards the ogre, sword raised high. His attack was met with a roar and a powerful blow from the ogre, sending him flying backwards. The impact of the ogre's attack sent a shockwave through the battlefield, causing several soldiers to be thrown into the air. The pink-haired woman watched in astonishment, whispering, Whoa. Another soldier, seeing the danger to the mages behind him, bravely shouted, Protect the wizards, as he charged to intercept the ogre. He cried out in pain as the ogre struck him. The pink-haired girl stated, I will take care of this thing. A hulking, grotesque orc-like monster loomed over a lone, armored figure who appeared to be a young man. The young man, despite his valiant stance, seemed hopelessly outmatched. He shouted a warning to the beast, calling it a stupid old Mario, while another, smaller figure with pink hair and a determined expression urged him to stop charging in alone. The orc, enraged by the young man's defiance, roared a furious curse. The pink-haired girl watched, a knowing glint in her eyes. She muttered to herself that the old man was always like that. Despite his recklessness, the young man's attack had created an opening. Seizing the opportunity, the girl prepared for her next move, declaring it her 21st try. With a shout of dragon shock, she unleashed a powerful blast of energy. Aimed directly at the orc's leg. She expressed her desire to reach the next level. The impact sent a shockwave through the monster's body, causing it to stumble and roar in pain. The girl declared the first phase complete. As the orc fell, the young man, still standing, was seen sheathing his sword. Another figure, also in armor, approached, declaring the orc defeated. A young woman with pink hair, clad in red and white armor, grimaced, her expression strained. She muttered to herself, reflecting on her recent attack, I used lots of aura with that move. But she quickly corrected her strategy. Observing a large, green-skinned orc-like creature, the boss monster, she continued her internal monologue, but sealing the boss's movement is much more beneficial. Now, if I attack it from range for some time. Waves of non-player characters, NPCs, charged towards the boss. The pink-haired woman watched them, a mixture of annoyance and weariness in her eyes. She commented, NPCs are just charging in again. I just don't know what to say about those guys. A question arose in her mind, is it because it's a game? The woman focused, her eyes glowing with determination. She silently planned her next move, Eternal Enhancement. Recovery. Then there is one thing left I have to do, while they are distracting the boss. Her plan was clear, distracting the boss, I need to recover enough aura to kill the boss in one shot. A surge of fiery energy erupted from her, illuminating the scene as she prepared for her final attack. The boss monster roared in response, its eyes burning with rage. The pink-haired woman sighed, her expression a mixture of frustration and sorrow. She thought to herself, really, they are just part of the program, but it's really bothering me. They are dying for no reason. It's so reckless. A sense of unease washed over her, this game just feels too real. Despite her reservations, she remained resolute. Focusing on her hand, a small orb of energy formed. She confidently stated, I don't think I will lose with this much aura, and I do have experience from 20 tries. She analyzed the boss, planning her final attack. Her thoughts were focused and precise, body, guarded by its muscles, not going to work. A weaker area like its head or joints. Sunghun, a young man clad in simple, worn armor, faced a hulking orc, its green skin glistening with sweat. Blood stained his sword, and he stood poised above the beast, his breath ragged. He mused, if I want to win this game, it should be the head, right? From a distance, an awakener watched, their face obscured by a helmet, only their gloved hand visible as they observed the scene. A thought bubble indicated their surprise. The awakener launched themselves into the air, a blur of red and white armor. Aiming a powerful blow at the orc's head. The orc roared, land. The awakener, a young woman with short pink hair, landed a decisive blow. Her eyes gleamed with triumph. She smirked, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. Got you, it's my win. With a final, powerful punch, the awakener unleashed a burst of energy, engulfing the orc in a fiery explosion. The orc shrieked, K-A-A-K, leaving behind only charred remains and a smoking crater. A petite, pink-haired girl, clad in red and white armor, stood triumphantly atop a colossal, defeated beast. Two armored figures watched from below, their expressions a mixture of awe and apprehension. Her face was alight with uncontainable joy. I did it. I really won, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with elation. Sweet. I finally cleared it, she added, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. A small, electronic beep sound echoed nearby. The scene shifted. The pink-haired girl stood atop the same monstrous creature, but the environment was different. Wait, she called out, a note of urgency in her voice. I just cleared it. Admin. Where is the admin? She shouted, her concern growing. Her expression shifted to one of disbelief and frustration. I just beat it. It took me 21 tries, but no reward? Is it really going to end without giving me anything? What about a save point? She exclaimed. A sudden, jarring interruption. Stop. Stop, a voice commanded, cutting through her outburst. The scene dissolved, leaving Sunghun Lee disoriented and confused. He muttered, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Sunghun, a young man with dark hair, stood dejectedly, clutching a white robe. His face was etched with frustration. He had just failed his 21st attempt at a level, lamenting that the game was more fun than training. A pink-haired woman in a red bikini lay sprawled on the floor nearby, seemingly unconscious. The woman groaned, a pained "Yua," escaping her lips as she looked up at the ceiling. She protested that he couldn't do this to her. A young woman offered a steaming mug to Sunghun Lee, a young man with dark hair. Drink this, she said, it will warm you up. He accepted the mug, but his expression was one of annoyance. He muttered to himself, seriously, how dare you forcefully log me off? Sunghun explained, I did turn it off when she was about to beat the stage, which she attempted so many times. He added, no wonder she is angry. He continued his internal monologue, what I didn't expect is, this isn't like that TV show at all. Although what I created was the virtual reality, the body will remember what it has experienced in there. The young woman, whose name is Min, explained, the magic will directly impact the nervous system, so it isn't far off to call it the best training tool there is. But that means everything is synchronized. Sunghun responded, I made a safety net just in case, but there definitely is stress, whenever the user experiences pain and death, but I didn't think she would simply think of it as a game. Anyway, you definitely have gotten stronger. She has gotten considerably stronger in only 4 days. I never thought she would actually be able to beat the ogre by herself. Sunghun, a young man with dark hair, sat calmly, a thoughtful expression on his face. He listened intently as someone off-panel informed him that his aura utilization was at tier 3 or higher, a testament to his latent abilities. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, her expression one of innocent curiosity, questioned what tier 3 meant. Sunghun explained that aura mastery is divided into 10 tiers, illustrating the concept with a hand gesture. He further clarified that the utilization level indicates how efficiently one uses their aura. A bar graph appeared, visually representing the 10 tiers, with the pink-haired woman playfully perched near the number 3. The pink-haired woman, still slightly confused, commented on her lack of a benchmark for comparison, and inquired about Sunghun's plans to deal with the Ajusi. Sunghun, observing a faint image of swirling energy, estimated that it would take about 2 more days to complete the process. The image depicted a person seemingly meditating within a glowing aura. The pink-haired woman, amused by the prospect, mused to herself about the possibility of being a genius. Sunghun suggested they get going, but also kindly advised the pink-haired woman to go home and rest, considering she must be tired, and that her family was likely worried. Sunghun's expression softened as he expressed his concern for her well-being. A young woman with pink hair sipped from a mug, a thoughtful expression on her face. She murmured something to herself, a quiet contemplation. Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair, appeared beside her, his face alight with excitement. He declared his eagerness to get some food, particularly cola, expressing how much he missed the taste. The pink-haired woman, seemingly amused, offered a comment on the widespread adoration of cola in this world. She then added a personal observation. She continued, sharing a surprising anecdote about the difficulty she faced with eating in her previous life, contrasting it with the relative ease of training. Sunghoon, observing her, noted her forced smile, suspecting strained family relations. He then apologized for his abrupt interruption, offering to get her something to eat. The scene shifted to an exterior shot, showcasing a nighttime landscape with a wind turbine and solar panels under a purplish sky and a large, crimson moon. A narration box explained the omnipotence of magic, but also highlighted the significant time and resources required to master even the basics. Sunghoon sat in meditation, his mana reaching its maximum capacity. He realized his current body couldn't handle anymore. He concluded that he needed to increase his mana ring to increase the maximum mana he could preserve at once. Sunghoon, a young man haunted by the illness that has put his mother into a deep sleep, braced himself. He was about to be used as bait once more, a dangerous job to pay off her medical bills. Okay, let's go, he muttered, a grim determination etched on his face. A surge of energy, a fiery vortex of power, erupted around him. A blinding flash of light engulfed him, and he felt an overwhelming power coursing through his veins. A wave of nausea washed over him as he gasped for air, coo, a pain sound escaping his lips. He felt a surge of dark energy, a violent purple aura erupting from within him. The power intensified, a brilliant purple light illuminating the scene. A Scanlator's logo was visible in the lower left corner of the panel. Sunghoon sat in a meditative pose, his eyes closed, as the energy subsided. A narration box appeared, -1 additional magic circle has been added. He had reached a new level of power. He opened his eyes, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Good, he murmured, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Another narration box appeared, you have now become tier 4. A new power bloomed within him. Now I am tier 4, and that means, he thought, a spark of understanding igniting in his mind. Sunghoon Lee, a young man haunted by the illness that put his mother into a coma, held a strange, glowing spear. He was instructed to observe the flesh, a chilling command given in the context of his dangerous work as monster bait for awakeners. He began a ritual, his actions imbued with an arcane power he didn't fully understand. The words detect, analyze, and copy appeared, each marking a stage in the process. As the energy swirled around him, culminating in the words implement and create. With a final flourish, Sunghoon channeled the energy into his spear, a swirling vortex of blue light forming at its tip. The incantation concluded with the phrase clone life, and a small, glowing orb materialized above the spear. The orb shot forward, leaving a trail of light in its wake. And Sunghoon, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, muttered, good. Cloning successful. Next. He looked at a small, dark box, a brain box, and remarked that it had been a while since he'd done this, but that everything was fine. This was a clone of his brain. Sunghoon, the newly revealed Sorcerer King, stood before a glowing purple cube. He commanded it, his voice echoing with newfound power, I order thee, as the Minister of Magic, connect and combine. The cube responded, a surge of energy emanating from it. A faint whisper, almost a sigh, escaped Sunghoon's lips as he felt the connection solidify, permanent connection. A wave of clarity washed over him as the magic flowed. He held his staff aloft, a small smile playing on his lips. Finally, he thought, I have all the basics of a true sorcerer. His thoughts raced, faster than ever before. He felt his head clearing, his mind sharpening. This was the ultimate skill, one only a few sorcerers of his past life had mastered, subspace. He manipulated the cube, a simple gesture that belied the immense power it contained. It was a simple logic, he realized, similar to a cloud for computers. A diagram appeared, illustrating the concept, multiple computers linked together in a network, increasing data processing efficiency. Sunghoon pondered the limitations. More connections meant greater power, but it was difficult to manage many at once. The human body wasn't a machine, it needed time to adapt. Tiresome. He needed time to adjust. Regardless, a message appeared, the system is now watching you. He wasn't surprised. As I thought. Sunghoon's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition in their depths. Akasa system. He mused on the implications. It was a powerful god, perhaps the strongest godly being in existence. The desolate landscape stretched before them, a harsh panorama of rocky crags and a winding river snaking through the barren earth. Sunghoon, the protagonist, reflected on the passage of time since his last hunt. His companion, a powerfully built awakener armed with a large red staff, voiced his own thoughts, questioning how long it had been since their last field hunt. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, dressed in a dark robe, teased the awakener, comparing his nervousness to that of a golfer preparing for a round. Two more awakeners stood nearby, one blonde and the other with gray hair, both clad in armored suits. The gray-haired awakener insisted he wasn't nervous at all. Sunghoon, seemingly unconcerned, stated that he didn't need any special preparations, having foregone the training exercises. The pink-haired woman countered, advising him to use the provided tools, lest he forget how to use them properly. The blonde awakener questioned the suitability of their current location for a hunt. The pink-haired woman reassured him, explaining that this was a hunting ground frequented by hunters of similar skill levels and that Sunghoon's presence would prevent any problems. She also pointed out that they were all significantly stronger than before. A futuristic-looking vehicle was visible in the background. A digital map flickered, highlighting a region marked with a warning, unsuitable for low-level adventurers. A voiceover explained that this was a known troll territory. The scene shifted to two young awakeners, Gachu and Carrot, discussing the area. Gacha noted that not only trolls, but also high-level orcs, frequently appeared there, often ambushing soldiers to steal their weapons and build their tribe. Carrot questioned the unusual intelligence of the orcs, recalling it as a question on a hunter license exam. Gacha dismissed it, claiming it was too long ago to remember. A notification popped up, monster successfully lured. The focus shifted to Sunghoon Lee, a grim determination etched on his face. Another screen displayed the target, a stone troll approaching from the 10 o'clock position. A female awakener, monitoring the situation, reported an estimated time of arrival of 3 minutes. A message was relayed, please be ready. A male awakener acknowledged, stating understood. The scene returned to Sung-hoon and the awakeners. A superior officer explained that due to the high-level region, they would hunt the monsters one by one. Gachu and Carrot agreed to hunt one at a time, emphasizing caution. High above the clouds, a young man in futuristic armor floated, a drone buzzing nearby. He muttered to himself about the young ones and their inability to appreciate old-fashioned puns. Suddenly, a warning jolted him back to reality. A monstrous figure appeared on the horizon, and he braced himself for combat. As the monstrous figure came into view, one of the soldiers expressed surprise at its unusual adaptation to its surroundings, noting that it had never seen anything like it before. Another soldier explained that trolls, known for inhabiting swamps, could also exist in distorted spaces. The soldiers prepared for battle, their leader warning them about the troll's hardened skin and advising caution. He explained that the troll's level of strength varied, depending on the data. The leader gave final instructions, assigning positions to his team members before the battle commenced. With a final command, the soldiers charged into battle. The battle began with a powerful stone troll emerging from the ground, its massive form dwarfing the soldiers. The soldiers attacked, but the troll's defenses proved formidable. One soldier, however, managed to land a powerful blow, shattering a portion of the troll's rocky hide. Despite the blow, the troll retaliated, its massive hand reaching down to crush the soldier. Sung-hoon, a young man driven to desperation by his mother's illness and the monstrous invasion, found himself once again facing a hulking beast. He swung his makeshift weapon with all his might, but the blow only grazed the creature's thick hide. The impact was shallow, barely leaving a mark. The monster roared, its massive form looming over Sung-hoon. Above, a powerful awakener watched, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he observed the scene. The beast lunged, its claws outstretched, aiming to end Sung-hoon's life. But a blinding flash of light erupted from the monster, momentarily stunning it. Leaving Sung-hoon momentarily confused by the unexpected turn of events. Another awakener, his face etched with frustration, watched as his debuff spell failed. He had lost control of the monster's attention. He shouted, his voice filled with urgency, determined to prevent the monster from turning its attention to Sung-hoon. The monster, now fixated on the second awakener, let out a guttural growl. Seizing the opportunity, the awakener unleashed a powerful attack, aiming to inflict significant damage before the monster could react. Sung-hoon Lee, a young man with blonde hair, stood poised, his bow drawn taut. He aimed his strange, vine-like bow at an unseen target, his expression focused and determined. With a glowing red sword. The battle raged. And Sung-hoon watched, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed confident in his shot. A man with short, dark hair, dressed in a red-trimmed robe, observed the scene from a distance. He commented, quite well, despite hunting a high-level monster for the first time. He continued, at this rate, everyone will be able to adjust just fine. Sung-hoon, perched atop a structure, called out to the man, a juicy. I will get one in for sure this time. Sung-hoon drew his bow again, a surge of golden energy coursing through his arm and bow. He fired another arrow. The arrow striking the monster with explosive force. The impact created a shockwave, sending the creature sprawling. A large crater appeared where the monster had stood, signifying its demise. Sung-hoon, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, braced himself against the monstrous creature before him. The earth trembled under the beast's massive weight, its gaping maw revealing rows of jagged teeth. He had managed to temporarily seal the monster's movements, creating an opening for the killing blow. A surge of energy pulsed from his weapon, a fiery glow illuminating his determined face. A blinding flash of light erupted from Sung-hoon's weapon as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent tremors through the very ground, the monster's massive form crumbling into dust, leaving behind only scattered debris. A young woman with vibrant pink hair, clad in striking red and black armor, watched from a distance, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. She leaped into action, a blur of motion as she descended towards the battlefield. Her attack was swift and precise, a fiery blast consuming the remaining fragments of the monster, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. The hunt was over, completed in just over a minute. A triumphant voice echoed, brimming with a strange mix of exhilaration and something darker. Nice. I got the last hit. Sweet experience. The scene opens near Pyongyang, the capital of North Korea, now a desolate landscape. A cloaked figure emerges from the shadows, their face obscured, muttering about the sunlight. He continues his trek through the ruined city, the long absence of sunlight weighing heavily on him, until he reaches a desolate area, where he speaks of a promise made by God. He senses the approach of other competitors and feels the urgency to hasten his pace. A close-up reveals a skull-like face beneath his hood, eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, as he commands his followers to rise and prepare for action. The scene shifts to a large group of shadowy figures, their master issuing a chilling order, to find and kill every living being. A wave of shadowy figures, monstrous and distorted, surged through the streets of a city consumed by a purple haze. Their forms blurred in a chaotic rush, a tide of darkness threatening to engulf everything in its path. The scene was set in Seoul, a metropolis now under siege by an unseen enemy. Elsewhere, a lone figure dashed across a vast expanse, the wind whipping past as he leaped from a crumbling structure. Sung-hoon Lee, the young man, stood poised above the city, a staff in hand. He commanded the mana, his voice echoing with newfound authority, memorize this location, everlasting marker. A teleportation portal shimmered into existence, a direct result of the everlasting marker's effect. Good, he muttered, I am finished recording the coordinates for all of South Korea. He reviewed his work, a map of South Korea displayed on his phone. If I can teleport long distances at any time, then I should at least record important coordinates, he mused. Let's see. Did I miss anywhere? He questioned, carefully examining the map. A sudden jolt ran through him, his eyes widening in alarm. He felt a powerful presence. A powerful aura emanating from the north. What is this? He wondered, a sense of unease washing over him. A wave of dark and filthy energy washed over Sung-hoon. He felt a strange familiarity, a sense of recognition that resonated deep within his soul. It wasn't just a monster, he realized, a cold sweat beating on his brow. The encounter had been far more significant than he initially thought. The creature's true nature revealed itself, it was an undead, a powerful type of monster unlike any he had encountered before. Sung-hoon, determined to investigate further, resolved to check the location with his own eyes. He lacked precise coordinates for the northern area, making the journey more difficult. The distance was considerable, and a lack of training could have easily caused him to miss the event entirely. But it wasn't a major setback. He could still use his mana to manually create a space portal, albeit at a small cost. With a surge of magical energy, Sunghoon opened an instant space portal. The portal led into the vicinity of Pyongyang, an area currently overrun by humanoid hyena monsters. Upon arrival, Sunghoon was immediately confronted with a horrifying sight. Countless undead creatures, seemingly endless in number, swarmed the area. Amidst a chaotic battle against monstrous creatures, a soldier voiced his concern to his superior. "Chief, we have taken too much damage. Why don't we fall back?" The chief scoffed, "You fool. Where will we go if we abandon our headquarters?" But another soldier countered, his voice laced with desperation, "But fighting against them atop the black ground is suicide. Look." A horrifying realization dawned on them as they witnessed the fallen enemies rising again. God. They are becoming undead too after dying on the black ground. One of the soldiers, a hyena-like creature, felt a strange power surge within him as the battle intensified. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, a sign of the dark power consuming him. Damn. The hyena-like soldier unleashed a powerful roar, his body brimming with dark energy, as he lunged at a nearby enemy. With a guttural cry of quack, he tore into the enemy, the dark energy surging around him. The battle raged on, the ground stained with the dark energy of the undead, as the hyena-like soldier fought with newfound strength. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stared at something in the distance, a look of awe and fear etched onto his face. He muttered, "My God." The land before him was unlike anything he had ever seen before. He sat perched on a tree branch, his gaze fixed on the ominous landscape. He realized, that's the land of the dead. It's been a long time since I saw one. The narration box explained the phenomenon. The land of the dead is created when the shadows of the dead cover a wide area. If anyone dies within that area, they become undead, and as their numbers increase, the land of the dead expands. Furthermore, after reaching a certain size, the undead evolve and grow stronger. The narration continued, explaining that undead on the land of the dead evolve faster than normal, requiring only half the experience to level up. Meaning even if they don't actively hunt, they receive a massive experience boost, becoming overpowered quickly. The problem, however, is that the land of the dead doesn't just appear out of nowhere. It requires a powerful shadow magic to activate. Now that it's active, its power will grow at an alarming rate. He decided, let's see how far it has expanded first. A digital map shows the extent of the land of the dead spread, a vast, ominous purple area consuming the landscape. Sunghoon Lee, a young man with dark hair, stood amidst a lush green landscape. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. He murmured to himself, finding the situation far more complex than he initially anticipated. He continued his contemplation, the weight of a grim reality settling upon him. The recent fall of North Korea had unleashed a terrifying consequence. The dead were rising as undead. These weren't ordinary undead, they were powerful beings, including liches, vampires, and ancient mummies, incredibly formidable opponents. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop this. Sunghoon, now seated comfortably, casually snapped a picture of a dark, ominous landscape with his phone. Powerful figures, cloaked in shadow, were visible in the distance. He muttered to himself, pleased with the quality of the image he had captured. A large contamination field emerged in the Korean peninsula, a shocking development that left one individual questioning the reality of the situation. A high-level hunter specialized in detection confirmed the alarming news. Meanwhile, another individual reacted with disbelief to the news, wondering about any response from the White House. The conversation turned to the manpower shortage faced by the authorities, even to control dungeon situations in their own territory. The question of Japan's preparedness was raised, with a comment on their reputation for strategic thinking. Information from the US indicated that North American dungeons were merging with their environment. The gravity of the situation was emphasized, highlighting the potential for a catastrophic reality. The situation could escalate, potentially turning entire nations into danger zones, especially if the contamination worsens and evolves into a higher-tier dungeon, leading to the emergence of numerous high-rank monsters. The lack of personnel to handle the dungeons located north of the military demarcation line added to the growing concerns. A blinding flash of light filled the screen, momentarily obscuring the view. The only visible text was the word Katalk, suggesting a digital communication interface. Lee Gisick, a young man with short brown hair, checked his phone with a satisfied expression. He had successfully sold pictures to the government for a large sum, the money already transferred to his accounts. Another young man, observing Gisick, commented on his efficiency, noting that working with him was always a pleasure and that he had obtained all the rare materials he requested, despite the difficulty of acquiring them. Gisick reflected on the challenges of obtaining rare metals like titanium and the quantities he needed, a task that would have been a nightmare under normal circumstances. But the emergence of powerful monsters, including the Lich, had necessitated this reckless expenditure to increase his power. His immediate priority was to create a powerful self-replicating support system. With authorization granted and Lee Sunghoon confirmed as the creator, the process began. A digital interface displayed a hand interacting with a complex system. And Gisick, pleased with the progress, announced that he would be upgrading the system that night, initiating a temporary shutdown. Now, he turned his attention to his long-awaited preparations. A summoning ritual. He had saved everything for this moment, expending all his resources to make it a reality. The word summon appeared in his speech bubble as a glowing cylinder materialized before him. A surge of energy enveloped Sunghoon, a young man with short brown hair, as a disembodied voice echoed in his mind, "Share my consciousness. As I plant my ego within you." The scene shifted to a swirling vortex of purple energy, a powerful image that spoke of immense magical power. A voice, ancient and resonant, declared, "The administrator of the Tower of Magic is born." Sunghoon stood before a colossal, swirling vortex of light, the air thrumming with raw magical energy. He looked up, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his eyes. As a brilliant, ethereal light coalesced into a glowing orb. The orb pulsed with light, then a voice, calm and serene, asked, "Please choose a name." Sunghoon, his expression thoughtful, responded, "Aina." The orb, now a friendly, smiling face, announced, "Aina has completed initialization." Then, addressing Sunghoon directly, it added, "Nice to meet you, dear creator." Sunghoon, a young man with dark hair, cradled a glowing, orb-like entity in his hands. A faint smile played on his lips as he murmured, "Hovuhu, finally." The process was complete. He exclaimed, "It's done," as the orb pulsed with vibrant energy. The orb, now fully formed, was identified as an ego artifact. A narration box explained, "My personal secretary. My reliable ally." Sung-hoon contemplated the artifact, a question mark floating above his head. He thought, "It's my companion that aids me using my ego. Of course, it's as good as an infant when compared to humans." The orb responded, "I await your command, dear creator." Sung-hoon, surprised, asked, "Ah. You are able to search through the memories I have transferred, yes?" The orb confirmed, "That is correct, dear creator. Using these memories, begin automatic learning." And added, "You are allowed to access the internet." Sung-hoon looked thoughtful, the orb adding, "It's difficult for you to aid me in your current state." A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in Sung-hoon's mind, instructing him, "First of all, you will learn this world's wisdom and knowledge." The voice continued, its tone shifting to a more practical instruction, "Focus on the scientific knowledge and have it available for practical application." A final command resonated through his mind, commencing the dear creator's command. Sung-hoon, now aware of his past life as the Sorcerer King, began his quest for knowledge. He resolved, beginning the search using the internet access. "I will do my best to master this world's knowledge." A surge of energy enveloped him as he stood, a new determination etched on his face, he was ready to embrace his destiny. The process complete, a sense of relief washed over him. He murmured, "That's one thing out of the way." He arrived at a familiar place, his workplace. A voice greeted him, "Welcome, Mr. Director." Sung-hoon, surprised, questioned, "Mom?" A woman with warm brown hair and a kind smile, and a man in a suit stood before him. The woman spoke, "Hello." Sung-hoon, still slightly bewildered, responded, "I'm surprised to see you drop by without letting me know first." Sung-hoon Lee sat across a small table, nursing a steaming cup of coffee. A simple gesture of thanks escaped his lips as he accepted the offered drink. Across from him sat a man in a sharp suit, his expression serious. He informed Sung-hoon that the National Hunters Association had recognized him as an Origin Ability user, a newly created rank. Sung-hoon, intrigued, questioned the meaning of unique abilities. The man explained that this designation included individuals who possessed inherent abilities, even before the recent Akasha system manifested, citing witches, shamans, and martial artists as prime examples. He also mentioned significantly increased rewards and access to top-secret information. Sung-hoon simply replied that it sounded quite nice. The man then handed him a file pertaining to another Origin user. As Sung-hoon reviewed the file, his eyebrows rose in surprise. He muttered to himself, questioning the identity of the individual described as an Indian cleric. The suited man explained that this Origin user derived their power from religious beliefs, a type of ability the association had been tasked with finding. Sung-hoon let out a low whistle, intrigued. A picture of a young woman with white hair appeared in the file. Sung-hoon's eyes narrowed as he considered the implications. He mused to himself about the opportune timing of this discovery, and the possibility of recruiting this cleric to his side. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, a deep chasm cutting through a dense pine forest. The air hangs heavy with an unspoken tension. A fierce battle unfolds within the chasm. A young woman with short, blonde hair, clad in dark, practical attire, engages a monstrous, fiery red bird-like creature. Her blade flashes, a desperate counterattack against the beast's furious assault. The impact of her blow sending shockwaves through the air. The young woman, Yo-young, lands a powerful punch, her expression grim. Nearby, two other figures observe. One, a young man with light brown hair, comments on the intensity of Yo-young's attacks. The other, a man with darker hair and a more mature appearance, addresses a superior, presumably a director, suggesting they finish their mission. Yo-young, having defeated the creature, declares the hunting zone to be manageable. The man with darker hair, Jinsu, inquires about Yo-young's current power level. She replies with her current level, 62, and asks about his. Jinsu reveals his level is 65, explaining that they are in a high danger zone, thus accumulating significant experience points. A nearby soldier signals for their departure. The mission concludes. Jinsu praises Yo-young's performance, and acknowledges the efforts of the guards protecting headquarters. A man in military fatigues, his expression serious, stood in a doorway. He was addressed as leader. Another man, clad in armored plating, showed a tablet to the leader. He urged the leader to take a look at its contents. An urgent report flashed across the screen, a massive number of zombies had spawned near the demarcation line in Pyongyang. The armored man confirmed the undead nature of the creatures. A pink-haired woman, Yo-young, expressed concern about their proximity to the demarcation line. The team believed the zombies originated from a nearby dungeon. HQ ordered their immediate return. If the monsters moved south, a mandatory call for all hunters would be issued. Yo-young commented on the zombies' appearance. The armored man declared their mission concluded, prompting a discussion about the sheer number of undead. A news report confirmed the undead were moving through the northern area. The government's response was implied. The leader asked Yo-young about Sung-hoon's activities. She responded that he had been working on something at his base. Yo-young speculated that Sung-hoon would soon reveal something unexpected, as usual. A young man with short brown hair, Sung-hoon Lee, stood before a glowing, ethereal interface, a question mark hovering above his head. A voice, seemingly from the interface itself, inquired, "Dear creator, have you contracted a virus?" He dismissed the notion, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "No," he mused, "I think someone might be talking behind my back." The interface remained active, displaying a small, cheerful orb of light. Sung-hoon responded, "I don't see any logical connection." The interface countered, "It's an assumption from experience." He then asked, "Anyway, how is the production?" The scene shifted to show a 3D printer humming quietly. A voice, presumably Sung-hoon's, explained, "By combining engineering with magic, I have confirmed the result of the equipment." A 3D printer applied with magical power can engrave even the most detailed magic circles. Sung-hoon's face was partially visible, a thoughtful expression on his features. He continued, "The magic circle is hidden from sight, as it is engraved within the ring itself. By applying a security magic, if it is taken apart by force, it will self-destruct." He added, almost to himself, "Taking care of things I didn't even ask, that's good." He then suggested, "Then should we give it a test run?" The 3D printer whirred to life, a burst of energy emanating from its nozzle. In an instant, a ring with the triple spell, life support, was printed. With this alone, the wearer can survive in any harsh environment, without eating or sleeping. Sung-hoon examined the ring, impressed. It's perhaps the best survival support item there is. He then looked at the interface again, a glint in his eye. Now I just have to sell this and make billions per ring. Dear creator? Sung-hoon Lee stood before a sleek, dark machine, a faint blue glow emanating from its core. So much cash. He mused, his gaze fixed on the device. An unseen voice responded, good. How long will it take to have it ready for mass production? He replied, instructing them to expedite the process. Further instructions were given regarding the location and contact information for any unforeseen issues. I understand, the unseen party confirmed. Sung-hoon, a subtle smirk playing on his lips, reported on the progress of his automatic learning process. Currently, I am gathering the knowledge on nuclear and atomic development. A confident reply followed, suggesting the possibility of building a nuclear power plant in the near future. The scene shifted to a panoramic view of Songlim, a coastal city on the Yellow Sea. The image was hazy, suggesting a distance or a veil of mystery. A low hum resonated, a sense of anticipation building. Then, a single word echoed, come. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form indistinct but imposing. The invitation was repeated, more urgently this time, come. The voice continued, beckoning those who have wandered eternity. A final, chilling invitation was extended to those who harbor great resentment. A skull-like face, glowing with an eerie blue light, materialized from the darkness. Its gaping maw opened, a command echoing from its depths, open. A beam of violet energy shot down from above, piercing the night. From the heart of the light, a figure emerged, their voice a solemn declaration, death transcends all. The violet energy continued its descent, illuminating a desolate landscape. The figure, now more clearly visible, spoke again, their words carrying the weight of ancient power. Thus, the corridor to death shall open where I stand. The energy intensified, crackling with power. A voice, filled with awe and reverence, boomed across the land, the undefeated general, the immortal general. Another figure, cloaked and hooded, knelt before the energy, their plea echoing through the air, I implore you to come by our master's will. From the heart of the violet energy, a figure clad in dark armor emerged, mounted on a spectral steed. He was a vision of power and might. The armored figure addressed the cloaked one, his voice resonating with authority, I greet you, Calypso. The skull-faced figure watched from the shadows, its glowing eyes fixed on the armored warrior. The cloaked figure confirmed the arrival, their voice hushed with reverence, this is the place, which our master spoke of. A cloaked figure, astride a spectral steed, surveyed the assembled army. 20,000 infantry, 2,000 knights, and 200 wizards stood at their disposal. Not bad, well done, Calypso, a voice boomed, praising the assembled force. You must hurry. I already sense the other god interfering with our plan, Calypso warned, a sense of urgency in her tone. You mustn't worry. Everything will unfold as our master wills it, a reassuring voice responded, as a knight on a glowing steed emerged from the ranks. The knight raised a glowing orb. We will go north, he declared. We will march, he commanded, his voice echoing with power. Demonstrate to the living, the knight roared, his words a battle cry. The army surged forward, a tide of spectral warriors.